Section 22. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Cho. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published in 1911. Section 22. Memory Rhymes. The Months. 30 days hath September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31, but February, which has 28 alone, except in leap year, then's the time when February's days are 29. Birthdays. Monday for health, Tuesday for wealth, Wednesday best of all, Thursday for crosses, Friday for losses, Saturday no luck at all. The lines refer to the days of the week as birthdays. They are, in idea, the same as the more familiar lines. Monday's child is fair of face, Tuesday's child is full of grace, Wednesday's child is merry and glad, Thursday's child is sorry and sad, Friday's child is loving and giving, Saturday's child must work for its living, while the child that is born on the Sabbath day is blithe and bonny and good and gay. Short grammar. 3 little words you often see are articles a, an, and the. A noun's the name of anything, as school or garden, hoop or swing. Adjectives tell the kind of noun, as great, small, pretty, white, or brown. Instead of nouns the pronouns stand, his head, her face, your arm, my hand. Verbs tell something to be done, to read, count, laugh, sing, jump, or run. How things are done the adverbs tell, as slowly, quickly, ill, or well. Conjunctions join the words together, as men and women, wind or weather. The preposition stands before the noun, as in or through the door. The interjection shows surprise, as oh, how pretty, ah, how wise. The whole are called 9 parts of speech, which reading, writing, speaking teach. To tell the age of horses. To tell the age of any horse, inspect the lower jaw, of course. The 6 front teeth the tail will tell, and every doubt and fear dispel. 2 middle nippers you behold before the colt is 2 weeks old. Before 8 weeks will 2 more come. 8 months the corners cut the gum. The outside grooves will disappear, from middle to in just 1 year. In 2 years from the second pair, in 3 the corners too are bare. At 2 the middle nippers drop, at 3 the second pair can't stop. When 4 years old the third pair goes, at 5 a full new set he shows. The deep black spots will pass from view, at 6 years from the middle too. The second pair at 7 years, at 8 the spot each corner clears. From middle nippers upper jaw, at 9 the black spots will withdraw. The second pair at 10 are white, 11 finds the corners light. As time goes on the horsemen know, the oval teeth 3-sided grow. They longer get, project before, till 20 when we know no more. Bees. A swarm of bees in May is worth a load of hay. A swarm of bees in June is worth a silver spoon. A swarm of bees in July is not worth a fly. The cuckoo. May sings all the day. June changes his tune. July prepares to fly. August go he must. Rules for writing. Keep up your head and your heart. Your hands and your heels keep down. Press your knees close to your horse's side and your elbows close to your own. Happiness defined. Wanting nothing and knowing it. The mental sunshine of content. A will-o'-the-wisp which eludes us even where we grasp it. Excelsior, the ever-retreating summit on the hill of our ambition. The prize at the top of a greasy pole which is continually slipping from one's grasp. the only thing a man continues to search for after he has found it. The bullseye on the target at which all the human race are shooting. The goal erected for the human race, which few reach, being too heavily handicapped. A wayside flower growing only by the path of duty. A bright and beautiful butterfly, which many chase but few can take. The interest we receive from capital invested in good works. The birthright of contentment. A treasure which we search for far and wide, though oft-times it is lying at our feet. The summer weather of the mind. Appalling depths of space, distances that stun the mind and baffle comprehension. The stars, though appearing small to us because of their immense distance, are in reality great and shining suns. If we were to escape from the earth into space, the moon, Jupiter, Saturn, and eventually the sun would become invisible. Mizar, the middle star in the tail of the Great Bear, is 40 times as heavy as the sun. To the naked eye, there are 5,000 or 6,000 of these heavenly bodies visible. Cygni is the nearest star to us in this part of the sky. Alpha Centauri, in the constellation of Centaur in the southern hemisphere, is the nearest of all the stars. The sun is off 93 million miles. Multiply this by 200,000, and the result is, roughly speaking, 20 trillion, and this is the distance we are from Alpha Centauri. At the speed of an electric current, 180,000 miles per second, a message to be sent from a point on the Earth's surface would go 7 times around the Earth in 1 second. Let it be supposed that messages were sent off to the different heavenly bodies. To reach the moon at this rate, it would take about 1 second. In 8 minutes, a message would get to the sun, and allowing for a couple of minutes delay, one could send a message to the sun and get an answer all within 20 minutes. But to reach Alpha Centauri, it would take 3 years. And as this is the nearest of the stars, what time must it take to get to the others? If when Wellington won the Battle of Waterloo in 1815, the news had been telegraphed off immediately, there are some stars so remote that it would not yet have reached them. To go a step further, if in 1066 the result of the Norman conquest had been wired to some of these stars, the message would still be on its way. Senator Vest's eulogy on the dog. Gentlemen of the jury, the best friend a man has in this world may turn against him and become his enemy. His son and daughter that he has reared with loving care may become ungrateful. Those who are nearest and dearest to us, those whom we trust with our happiness and our good name, may become traitors to their faith. The money that a man has he may lose. It flies away from him when he may need it most. Man's reputation may be sacrificed in a moment of ill-considered action. The people who are prone to fall on their knees and do us honor when success is with us may be the first to throw the stone of malice when failure settles its cloud upon our head. The one absolutely unselfish friend a man may have in this selfish world, the one that never deserts him, the one that never proves ungrateful or treacherous, is the dog. Gentlemen of the jury, a man's dog stands by him in prosperity and poverty, in health and in sickness. He will sleep on the cold ground when the wintry winds blow and the snow drives fiercely, if only he may be near his master's side. He will kiss the hand that has no food to offer. He will lick the wounds and sores that come in encounter with the roughness of the world. He guards the sleep of his pauper master as if he were a prince. When all other friends desert, he remains. When riches take wings and reputation falls to pieces, he is as constant in his love as the sun in its journey through the heavens. If fortune drives the master forth an outcast into the world, friendless and homeless, the faithful dog asks no higher privilege than that of accompanying him, to guard him against danger, to fight against his enemies, and when the last scene of all comes, and death takes his master in its embrace, and his body is laid away in the cold ground, no matter if all other friends pursue their way, there by his graveside will the noble dog be found, his head between his paws, and his eyes sad, but open in alert watchfulness, faithful and true even to death. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko, 2007. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published in 1911, Section 23. Health and Beauty. Would you be beautiful? In womanly beauty, the excellences expected and looked for are faultless symmetry of form and feature, and a complexion varying in hue as the mind is affected by internal emotion, but with an expression of purity, gentleness, sensibility, refinement, and intelligence. Moore, the poet, has given expression to his ideal of beauty in the following lines: This was not the beauty, oh, nothing like this, that to young Nourmahal gave such magic bliss, but that loveliness, ever in motion, which plays like light upon autumn's shadowy days. Now here and now there, giving warmth as it flies, from the lips to the cheek, from the cheek to the eyes, now melting in mist, now breaking in gleams, like the glimpses a saint has of heavenly dreams. Wordsworth expressed himself in the following lines: He was among the prime in worth, an object beauteous to behold, well born, well bred, I sent him forth, ingenuous, innocent, and bold. Perhaps you ask how you can attain beauty if you do not possess it, or, if you have some of its qualities, how you may get those you are lacking. If you practice the following rules, you will grow more and more beautiful in the eyes of others, even if age does bring gray hair and a wrinkled skin. First, cleanliness is next to godliness. Practice it in every feature of your daily life. Second, have some purpose to achieve and steadfastly work to attain it. Third, cultivate self-discipline. Be master of your passions under all circumstances. Fourth, study to know the laws of life that yield harmony and good health, and obey them. Look on the bright side of life always. Fifth, avoid intemperance in all things. Sixth, cultivate every mental and bodily quality that will make you firm in goodness, strong and physically able to be useful to your kind, generous and broad-minded, self-sacrificing, and you will daily and hourly be lovely and grow into the beautiful. Care of the scalp and hair. Beautiful hair, beautiful skin, and a beautiful form are the three graces which are the birthright of every woman, but which, through lack of good judgment and common sense, or through thoughtlessness on the part of mothers of growing children, comparatively few possess. Beautiful hair is one of nature's greatest gifts, and yet we never seem to appreciate it until there is danger of losing it, or until it becomes faded and lusterless, because we have not used the right means for preserving it. The beauty and continuance of the hair depend upon its proper nourishment, gained by the circulation of blood through the scalp, and this must be maintained to keep hair in good condition. The structure of the hair is very beautiful, and each hair is contained in a delicate sheath, which fits into a slight depression in the skin called the follicle, and around the base of the hair nature has provided glands to secrete oily matter, the purpose of which is to keep the hair glossy. In early maturity the hair reaches the state of greatest beauty, and at this time the greatest care should be given it, feeding and nourishing it as we would a plant, giving it plenty of air and sunlight, carefully shampooing it at least once in 10 days. Massage the scalp to keep it loose and flexible. Use electricity, a good tonic, and occasionally singe the split ends. If this process is commenced at the right time, the result will be fewer cases of baldness in men and thin, poor hair in women. The hair should also be worn loosely, forming a soft frame for the face, which is always more becoming than tightly drawn hair. Many women drag their hair out by the roots by tying it back too firmly. Care of the skin. A beautiful skin is smooth, soft, and clear. The color varies in different individuals. In perfect health it is moist and with the delicate shading of a flower. Climate, hair, and eyes, of course, determining the color, and the continued beauty of it depending on pure blood, fresh air and sunlight, and also perfect cleanliness and care. The pores should always be kept free from obstruction, and extremes of heat and cold avoided as much as possible. In health, the care of the skin is a simple matter, massage being a great factor, assisted always by the use of pure creams. A good cleansing cream is a great necessity, as it enters the pores and frees them from dirt, leaving the skin soft and pliable, in which condition it is ready to absorb the skin food when the finger massage is given, making it possible for the gentle electric current to force the ointment into the deeper layers of the skin, thus effecting the removal of moth patches, tan, freckles, and other discolorations and imperfections. The vibratory massage should follow, the purpose of which is to stimulate the tissues, throwing off worn-out particles, and increasing the circulation of the blood by giving proper exercise to the facial muscles, thereby restoring and preserving the color and contour, making the skin beautiful, clear, eradicating and preventing wrinkles. The use of a pure face powder is absolutely necessary. Best results are obtained by using a blended powder, as the skin tint is thus assured. To develop the bust. A beautiful bust is the desire and admiration of every woman. If nature has not been kind in this respect, any woman can develop a beautiful bust by exercise, bathing, and gentle massage with a good bust ointment or skin food. Electric massage is very beneficial, and if properly given, brings quick and sure results. Swimming and deep breathing are great aids. Care of the hands. A study of the hand is very interesting, and if mothers understood more of its beautiful construction, many of the little accidents which result in deformed fingernails could be avoided. Mothers should attend most carefully to the early cultivation of their children's fingernails, as the habit of biting them is so easily formed and is sure to permanently destroy their beauty. A perfect hand is rounded and plump, soft, white and dimpled, with tapering fingertips and filbert-shaped nails, showing the little half-moon. It is possible for any woman to have such a hand, if she is willing to take time once a week to have the nails treated and to give them a little personal attention every day. Great care should be taken in washing the hands. A mild soap should be used, and particular attention paid to the thorough drying of them, after which a good cuticle cream should be applied and well rubbed in. The same cream may be used to loosen the cuticle at the base of the nail, when it can be gently pushed back, thus keeping the half-moon exposed. An orange-wood stick should always be used to clean the nails. Massaging the hands at least once a month aids wonderfully in making them symmetrical and keeping the joints flexible and the skin free from dark spots and wrinkles. Infant feeding and management. It is of prime importance in feeding an infant to do this at regular intervals, since during the first 3 months of its life the feeding habits of the child should be established, and if care be used in this regard, the child will wake of its own accord at the proper time. The last meal at night should be at 11 P.M., and if the child is healthy and will sleep, it need not be fed until 3 to 5 A.M. the following morning. In both breast and artificial feeding the above applies, and the same method should be employed, namely, the child should be held in the arms during the meal, which should last from 10 to 15 minutes. Both in breast and artificial feeding it is possible to overfeed the child. Many infants are systematically overfed. The young mother should understand how small an infant's stomach is. At birth it will hold a little more than an ounce of fluid, or 2 tablespoonfuls, and at the end of 2 months only 3 ounces. If, therefore, the mother persists in trying to give the child 4 ounces of food, the child will suffer from an excess. Many children during the first few months of life bring up their food, and the mother fears that there is some inherited tendency to weak digestion. It is wrong to feed a child simply because it cries, as very frequently it is not a cry of hunger, but one caused by indigestion from overfeeding. If the child is being fed with the bottle, it is important that the food be given at a temperature of 100° Fahrenheit, or as nearly that as possible, never over. And if the child be fed out of doors in its carriage, it is well to have a flannel bag of some kind to slip over the bottle to keep it at the same temperature until the meal is finished. Many cases of colic are caused by inattention to this point. It is a common mistake that when a child cries it needs additional food. There are many cases where a little drink of water is the prime need of the child, and great care should be taken that this is heated to the proper temperature, and especially that no water be given to the child except that which has been boiled. A few teaspoonfuls should be given to the child, therefore, several times a day, but aside from that he should have nothing but his regular food until he is at least a year old. For the same reason, therefore, if a child be fed by the bottle, the water used in preparing the food should have been previously boiled, and care should be exercised not to expose the food to the air during or after its preparation. It should be remembered that the food of a child must be nutritious, and that in this food, especially when at the proper temperature for the infant, bacteria from the air will flourish wonderfully fast, and therefore the food should not be exposed to possible contamination. It is of very great importance that the feeding bottles be always clean and sweet. It is an advantage to have several bottles on hand, and also 2 or 3 brushes for cleaning. Keep a special vessel, with water in which there is a little bicarbonate of soda, so that the moment the bottle is used it may be thoroughly washed and kept in the water. Do not use a nipple with a rubber tube, but the short black rubber nipples which fit over the mouth of the bottle. Do not enlarge the hole in the nipple so as to make it too easy for the baby to rapidly draw its food. Otherwise, the food being taken so rapidly into the stomach will often cause pain or vomiting. In washing the nipples, turn them inside out and see that they are as thoroughly cleansed as possible, and keep them for use in a bottle filled with boiled water with a pinch of boric acid added. The first nursing. It is very important that the child should be put to the breast immediately after it is washed. This is very necessary, both for the mother and the child, and prevents subsequent troubles. The fluid contained in the breast is at this stage called colostrum, and is intended by nature to act upon the child as a laxative. This first nursing stimulates the secretion of the milk, and causes uterine contraction, which is very much needed at this time. It is well to wash the infant's mouth out with sterilized water every time it feeds. For this purpose, use clean water which has been boiled and allowed to cool. or a solution of boric acid in boiled water, 5 grains to the ounce of water. Infants, as a rule, should be bathed once a day, but never immediately after being nursed or fed. In very warm weather a child may be sponged in the evening as well as in the morning. The water for the bath of a young baby should be warm, and the temperature can be judged by testing it with the elbow, which is more sensitive than the hand. Lay a small blanket on the lap, cover the child with a flannel, and sponge it under the clothes. This prevents it from taking cold from exposure. The room should not be cooler than 68° Fahrenheit, and the door must be kept closed to avoid drafts. Use only pure white soap, and a soft cloth is better than a sponge. The body should be carefully dried and lightly powdered to absorb any moisture that may remain. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens. Published in 1911. Section 24. The names of the months. The derivations of the names of the months. January. The Roman god Janus presided over the beginning of everything, hence the first month of the year was called after him. February. The Roman festival Febris was held on the 15th day of this month, in honor of Lupercus, the god of fertility. March. Named from the Roman god of war, Mars. April. Latin. Aprilis, probably derived from aperire, to open, because spring generally begins, and the buds open in this month. May. Latin Maius, probably derived from Maia, a feminine divinity worshipped at Rome on the first day of this month. June. Juno, a Roman divinity worshipped as the Queen of Heaven. July. Julius. Julius Caesar was born in this month. August. Named by the Emperor Augustus Caesar, B.C. 30, after himself, as he regarded it as a fortunate month, being that in which he had gained several victories. September. Septem, or 7. September was the 7th month in the old Roman calendar. October. Octo, or 8. 8th month of the old Roman year. November. Novem, or 9. November was the 9th month of the old Roman year. December. Decem, or 10. December was the 10th month of the early Roman year. About the 21st of this month the sun enters the Tropic of Capricorn and forms the winter solstice. Days of the week. Sunday, Saxon. Sonnendaed, day of the sun. Monday, German. Montag, day of the moon. Tuesday, Anglo-Saxon. Tuisdaeg, from Tu, the god of war. Wednesday, Anglo-Saxon. Wadnesdaeg, from Odin, the god of storms. Thursday, Danish. Thor, the god of thunder. Friday, Saxon. Fragadag, day of Freya, goddess of marriage. Saturday, the day of Saturn, the god of time. The names of the 7 days of the week originated with the Egyptian astronomers. They gave them the names of the sun, moon, and 5 planets, viz., Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. What housekeepers should remember: that cold rain-water and soap will remove machine grease from washable fabrics. that fish may be scaled much easier by first dipping them into boiling water for a minute. That fresh meat beginning to sour will sweeten if placed outdoors in the cool air overnight. That milk which has changed may be sweetened or rendered fit for use again by stirring in a little soda. That a tablespoonful of turpentine boiled with your white clothes will greatly aid the whitening process. That kerosene will soften boots and shoes that have been hardened by water, and will render them as pliable as new. That thoroughly wetting the hair once or twice with a solution of salt and water will keep it from falling out. That salt fish are quickest and best freshened by soaking in sour milk. That salt will curdle new milk, hence, in preparing porridge, gravies, etc., salt should not be added until the dish is prepared. That 1 teaspoon of ammonia to a teacup of water, applied with a rag, will clean silver or gold jewelry perfectly. That paint stains that are dry and old may be removed from cotton and woolen goods with chloroform. It is a good plan to first cover the spot with olive oil or butter. That clear boiling water will remove tea stains. Pour the water through the stain and thus prevent it spreading over the fabric. That charcoal is recommended as an absorbent of gases in the milk-room where foul gases are present. It should be freshly powdered and kept there continually, especially in hot weather, when unwholesome odors are most liable to infect the milk. That applying kerosene with a rag, when you are about to put your stoves away for the summer, will prevent them from rusting. Treat your farming implements in the same way before you lay them aside for the fall. That a teaspoonful of borax, put in the last water in which clothes are rinsed, will whiten them surprisingly. Pound the borax so it will dissolve easily. This is especially good to remove the yellow that time gives to white garments that have been laid aside for 2 or 3 years. That a good agency for keeping the air of the cellar sweet and wholesome is whitewash made of good white lime and water only. The addition of glue or size, or anything of that kind, only furnishes organic matter to speedily putrefy. The use of lime in whitewash is not only to give a white color, but it greatly promotes the complete oxidation of effluvia in the cellar air. Any vapors that contain combined nitrogen in the unoxidized form contribute powerfully to the development of disease germs. Character as seen in faces. Thick lips indicate genius and conservatism. Large, dilating nostrils are a sign of poetic temperament and a sensitive nature. A long forehead denotes liberality. Arched eyebrows, good ancestry and amiability. A bold, projecting Roman nose indicates enterprise. Delicate nose, good nature. A large nose, strength of will and character. An eye that looks one cheerfully and frankly in the face shows honesty and faithfulness. Lips slightly curved upward at the ends indicate a fine sense of humor. Soft round cheeks denote gentleness and affection. Dimples in the cheeks, roguery. In the chin, one who falls easily in love. A broad chin denotes firmness. Straight lips, firmly closed, resolution. Large ears denote generosity. Bell time on shipboard. Time on shipboard is divided into periods of 4 hours, from midnight to midnight, and the lapse of every half-hour is marked by 1 or more strokes of the bell, from 1 stroke for the end of the first half-hour to 8 strokes, or, in nautical language, 8 bells, for the end of the 4th hour. Thus, 12:30 a.m. is 1 bell, 1 o'clock a.m., 2 bells, 1:30 a.m., 3 bells, 2 o'clock a.m., 4 bells, 2:30 a.m., 5 bells, 3 o'clock a.m., 6 bells, 3:30 a.m., 7 bells, 4 o'clock a.m., 8 bells. Then 4:30 a.m. is indicated by 1 bell, 5 o'clock a.m., 2 bells, etc., 8 bells being sounded at 8 o'clock a.m., 12 o'clock m., 4 o'clock p.m., 8 o'clock p.m., and 12 o'clock p.m. 4 to 8 o'clock p.m. is divided into 2 dog watches, called first dog watch and last dog watch, so as to change the watches daily. Otherwise, starboard or port watch would be on deck the same hours day after day. Queer analogies in nature. The cocoanut is, in many respects, like the human skull, although it closely resembles the skull of the monkey. A sponge may be so held as to remind one of the unfleshed face of the skeleton, and the meat of an English walnut is almost the exact representation of the brain. Plums and black cherries resemble the human eyes. Almonds, and some other nuts, resemble the different varieties of the human nose, and an opened oyster and its shell are a perfect image of the human ear. The shape of almost any man's body may be found in the various kinds of mammoth pumpkins. The open hand may be discerned in the form assumed by scrub willows and growing celery. The German turnip and the eggplant resemble the human heart. There are other striking resemblances between human organs and certain vegetable forms. The forms of many mechanical contrivances in common use may be traced back to the patterns furnished by nature. Thus, the hog suggested the plough, the butterfly the ordinary hinge, the toadstool the umbrella, the duck the ship, the fungus growth on trees the bracket. Anyone desirous of proving the oneness of the earthly system will find the resemblances in nature a most amusing study. Scientific American. Modern Fables. Luxury. Of 2 cats, one, thinking to be very fine, hunted only hummingbirds, and the other hunted only mice. The first had to hunt much longer than the other, because hummingbirds were scarce, so that it spent nearly all its life in getting food, while the other had little trouble to get all it wanted. "How unfortunate it is," said the first cat, "that I have formed my liking for what is so hard to get and is so little when I have it." Fastidiousness. A fastidious ox would not drink while standing in the water with his head turned downstream, lest he should soil the water with his feet. But once, when drinking with his head turned upstream, he saw a whole drove of hogs washing in the water above him. Attracting attention. A flea, which saw many people trying to get the attention of a king, and waiting long for that purpose, said, "Though I am but a little thing, I will get his attention." So he jumped up the throne until he got on the king's head. Here he received recognition from the king by a slap, and when he boasted to a dog of his success, the latter said, "Some get attention by their merit, others by their demerit. In making yourself a nuisance, you get recognition before the lords of the realm, but only as a flea." Gambling. A monkey playing with a steel trap got his tail cut off. He went back the next day to get his tail, when he got his foot cut off. "Now," he said, "I will go back and get both my foot and my tail." He went back, and the third time he got his head cut off, which ended his monkeying with the trap. Mugwumpery. A mule on one side of the fence was discontented because he was not on the other side. He finally jumped over, when he was equally discontented because he was not back again. "Which side of the fence do you want to be on?" asked a horse. "It does not matter," replied the mule, "provided I am on the other side." The non-partisan. A dog, running about in an irregular way, was asked where he was going. "I am not going anywhere," replied the dog, "but only running about to learn where to go." Partisanship. The swans, wishing to drive the peacocks from a park, procured a law against big feet. The peacocks retaliated by getting a counter-law against big necks. Soon one side could see nothing but ugly feet, and the other nothing but long necks, At last they came to think peacocks were all feet, and swans all neck. Number of miles by water from New York. To Amsterdam, 3,510. Bermudas, 660. Bombay, 11,574. Boston, 310. Buenos Aires, 7,110. Calcutta, 12,425. Canton, 13,900. Cape Horn, 8,115. Cape of Good Hope, 6,830. Charleston, 750. Columbia River, 15,965. Constantinople, 5,140. Dublin, 3,225. Gibraltar, 3,300. Halifax, 612. Hamburg, 3,775. Havana, 1,420. Havre, 3,210. Kingston, 1,640. Lima, 11,310. Liverpool, 3,210. London, 3,375. Madras, 11,850. Naples, 4,330. New Orleans, 2,045. Panama, 2,358. Pekin, 15,325. Philadelphia, 240. Quebec, 1,400. Rio Janeiro, 3,840. Sandwich Islands, 15,300. San Francisco, 15,858. St. Petersburg, 4,420. Valparaiso, 9,750. Washington, 400. Around the globe, 25,000. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published in 1911. Section 25. Business law in brief. It is a fraud to conceal a fraud. Ignorance of the law excuses no one. A contract made on a Sunday is void. A contract made with a lunatic is void. The act of one partner binds all the others. An agreement without consideration is void. The law compels no one to do impossibilities. Agents are liable to their principals for errors. Principals are liable for their acts of the agents. A receipt for money paid is not legally conclusive. Signatures made with a lead pencil are good in law. The seal of a party to a written contract imports consideration. A contract made with a minor cannot be enforced against him. A note made by a minor is voidable. Each individual in a partnership is liable for the whole amount of the debts of the firm. A note which does not state on its face that it bears interest will bear interest only after due. A lease of land for a longer term than 1 year is void unless in writing. An endorser of a note is exempt from liability if notice of its dishonor is not mailed or served within 24 hours of its non-payment. In case of the death of the principal maker of a note, the holder is not required to notify a surety that the note is not paid before the settlement of the maker's estate. Notes obtained by fraud or made by an intoxicated person are not collectible. If no time of payment is specified in a note, it is payable on demand. An endorser can avoid liability by writing without recourse beneath his signature. A check endorsed by the payee is evidence of payment in the drawer's hands. An outlawed debt is revived should the debtor make a partial payment. If negotiable paper pledged to a bank as security for the payment of a loan or debt falls due, and the bank fails to demand payment and have it protested when dishonored, the bank is liable to the owner for the full amount of the paper. Want of consideration, a common defense interposed to the payment of negotiable paper, is a good defense between the original parties to the paper, but after it has been transferred before maturity to an innocent holder for value, it is not a defense. Sometimes the holder of paper has the right to demand payment before maturity. For instance, when a draft has been protested for non-acceptance and the proper notice is served, the holder may at once proceed against the drawer and endorsers. Negotiable paper payable to bearer or endorser in blank, which has been stolen or lost, cannot be collected by the thief or finder, but a holder who receives it in good faith before maturity for value can hold it against the owner's claim at the time it was lost. If a note or draft is to be paid in the state where it is made, the contract will be governed by the laws of that state. When negotiable paper is payable in a state other than that which it is made, the laws of that state will govern it. Marriage contracts, if valid where they are made, are valid everywhere. Contracts relating to personal property are governed by the laws of the place where made, except those relating to real estate, which are governed by the laws of the place where the land is situated. The right of dower. Dower is 1/3 of the husband's estate, and in general cannot be destroyed by the mere act of the husband. Hence, in the sale of real estate by the husband, his wife must, with the husband, sign the conveyance to make the title complete to the purchaser. In the absence of such signature, the widow can claim full dower rights after the husband's death. Creditors also seize the property subject to such dower rights. The husband in his will sometimes gives his wife property in lieu of dowry. In this case she may, after his death, elect to take either such property or her dower, but she cannot take both. While the husband lives, the wife's right of dower is only inchoate; it cannot be enforced. Should he sell the land to a stranger, she has no right of action or remedy until his death. In all cases, the law of the state in which the land is situated governs it, and as in case of heirship, full information must be sought for in statute which is applicable. Marriage and divorce. Marriage may be entered into by any two persons, with the following exceptions: idiots, lunatics, persons of unsound mind, persons related by blood or affinity within certain degrees prohibited by law, infants under the age of consent, which varies in the different states, and all persons already married and not legally divorced. The causes for which divorce may be obtained vary greatly in the different states. In South Carolina, only fraud and force are recognized as invalidating the marriage tie, this state having no divorce law. In the District of Columbia and all the other states, with the exception of Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, and Virginia, cruelty is a statutory cause, and desertion in all but New York. In most of the states, neglect is also recognized as a valid cause. Imprisonment for crime is a cause in all except Florida, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and New York. Physical inability is a cause in all of the states except California, Connecticut, Idaho, North Dakota, and Texas. Intemperance in all but Massachusetts, New Jersey, North Carolina, North Dakota, Rhode Island, Vermont, Virginia, and West Virginia. The time of residence required to secure a divorce varies from 6 months in Idaho, Nebraska, Nevada, and Texas to 3 to 5 years in Massachusetts. In most states, it is 1 year. Rights of married women. Any and all property which a woman owns at her marriage, together with rents, issues, and profits thereof, and the property which comes to her by descent, devise, bequest, gift, or grant, or which she acquires by her trade, business, labor, or services performed on her separate account, shall, notwithstanding her marriage, remain her sole and separate property, and may be used, collected, and invested by her in her own name, and shall not be subject to the interference or control of her husband, or be liable for his debts, unless for such debts as may have been contracted for the support of herself or children by her as his agent. A married woman may likewise bargain, sell, assign, transfer, and convey such property, and enter into contracts regarding the same on her separate trade, labor, or business, with the like effect as if she were unmarried. Her husband, however, is not liable for such contracts, and they do not render him or his property in any way liable thereof. She may also sue and be sued in all matters having relation to her sale and separate property in the same manner as if she were sole. In the following cases a married woman's contract may be enforced against her and her separate estate. 1. When the contract is created in or respecting the carrying on of the trade or business of the wife. 2. When it relates to or is made for the sole benefit of her sole or separate estate. 3. When the intention to charge the separate estate is expressed in the contract creating the liability. When a husband receives a principal sum of money belonging to his wife, the law presumes he receives it for her use, and he must account for it, or expend it on her account by her authority or direction, or that she gave it to him as a gift. If he receives his interest or income and spends it with her knowledge and without objection, a gift will be presumed from acquiescence. Money received by a husband from his wife and expended by him under her direction on his land in improving the home of the family is a gift and cannot be recovered by the wife or reclaimed or an account demanded. An appropriation by a wife herself or of her separate property to the use and benefit of her husband, in the absence of all agreement to repay, or any circumstances from which such an agreement can be inferred, will not create the relation of debtor and creditor, nor render the husband liable to account. Though no gifts of word be spoken, a gift by a wife to her husband may be shown by the very nature of the transaction, or appear from the attending circumstances. A wife who causelessly deserts her husband is not entitled to the aid of a court of equity in getting possession of such chattels as she has contributed to the furnishing and adornment of her husband's home. Her legal title remains, and she could convey her interest to a third party by sale, and said party would have a good title unless her husband should prove a gift. Wife's property is not liable to a lien of a subcontractor for materials furnished to the husband for the erection of a building thereon, where it is not shown that the wife was notified of the intention to furnish the materials, or a settlement made with the contractor and given to the wife, her agent, or trustee. The common law of the United States has some curious provisions regarding the rights of married women, though in all the states there are statutory provisions essentially modifying this law. As it now stands, the husband is responsible for necessaries supplied to the wife, even should he not fail to supply them himself, and is held liable if he turn her from his house or otherwise separates himself from her without good cause. He is not held liable if the wife deserts him, or if he turns her away for good cause. If she leaves him through good cause, then he is liable. If a man lives with a woman as his wife, and so represents her, even though this representation is made to one who knows she is not, he is liable the same way as if she were his wife. The law of finding. The general rule is that the finder has a clear title against every one but the owner. The proprietor of a hotel or a shop has no right to demand property of others found on his premises. Such proprietors may make regulations in regard to lost property which will bind their employees, but they cannot bind the public. The finder has been held to stand in the place of the owner, so that he was permitted to prevail in all action against a person who found an article which the plaintiff had originally found but subsequently lost. The police have no special right in regard to articles lost, unless those rights are conferred by statute. Receivers of articles found are trustees for the owner or finder. They have no power in the absence of special statute to keep an article against the finder, any more than the finder has to retain an article against the owner. The law of copyright. The new copyright law, which went into effect July 1, 1909, differs in many respects from the law previously in force. Its main provisions are given below, but those desiring to avail themselves of its protection should write to the Register of Copyrights, Library of Congress, Washington, D.C., for full instructions and the necessary blanks, etc. The new law provides that the application for registration of any work shall specify to which of the following classes the work in which copyright is claimed belongs: A. Books including composite and cyclopedic works, directories, gazetteers, and other compilations. B. Periodicals including newspapers. C. Lectures, sermons, addresses prepared for oral delivery. D. Dramatic or dramatico-musical compositions. C. Musical compositions. F. Maps. G. Works of art, models or designs for works of art. H. Reproductions of a work of art. I. Drawings or plastic works of a scientific or technical character. J. Photographs. K. Prints and pictorial illustrations. Necessary steps to secure copyright. For works reproduced in copies for sale: 1. Publish the work with the copyright notice. The notice may be in the form of copyright, 19, year date of publication, by name of copyright proprietor. 2. promptly after publication, send to the Copyright Office, Library of Congress, Washington, D.C., 2 copies of the best edition of the work with an application for registration and a money order payable to the Register of Copyrights for the statutory registration fee of $1. In the case of books by American authors or permanent residents of the United States, the copies deposited must be accompanied by an affidavit under the official seal of an officer authorizing to administer oaths, stating that the typesetting, printed, and binding of the book have been performed in the United States. Affidavit and application forms will be supplied upon request. Books of foreign origin in a language or languages other than English are not required to be manufactured in the United States. In the case of a book in the English language published abroad before publication in this country, an ad interim copyright for 30 days may be secured under certain conditions. Copyright may also be had of certain classes of works, see A, B, and C below, of which copies are not reproduced for sale by filing an application for registration with the statutory fee of $1, sending therewith. A. In the case of lectures or other oral addresses, or of dramatic or musical compositions, 1 complete manuscript or typewritten copy of the work. Registration, however, does not exempt the copyright proprietor from the deposit of printed copies. B. In the case of photographs not intended for general circulation, 1 photographic print. C. In the cases of works of art, paintings, drawings, sculpture, or of drawings or plastic works of a scientific or technical character, 1 photograph or other identifying reproduction of the work. In all these cases, if the work is later reproduced in copies for sale, such copies must be deposited. Duration of copyright. The original term of copyright runs for 28 years and may be renewed under certain conditions for a further term of 28 years, making 56 in all. Assignments. Copyrights are assignable by any instrument of writing. Every assignment of copyright must be recorded in the Copyright Office within 3 months after its execution in the United States or within 6 months after its execution without the limits of the United States. Legal holidays in various states. January 1st, New Year's Day. All the states including District of Columbia except Massachusetts, Mississippi, and New Hampshire. January 19th, Lee's birthday. In Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Alabama, and Arkansas. February 12th, Lincoln's birthday. In Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Kansas, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New York, North Dakota, Pennsylvania, Washington, and Wyoming. February 22nd, Washington's birthday. In all the states and District of Columbia, in Mississippi observed in the schools. April 14th, 1911, Good Friday. In Alabama, Delaware, Florida, Louisiana, Maryland, Minnesota, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee. April 19th, Patriots' Day. In Maine and Massachusetts. April 26th, Confederate Memorial Day. In Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and Mississippi. May, second Sunday, Mother's Day, recognized in 16 states. May 10th, Confederate Memorial Day. In North Carolina and South Carolina. In Tennessee, second Friday of May. May, last Friday, Pioneer Day, in Montana. May 30th, Decoration Day, in all states and territories and the District of Columbia except Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Texas. In Virginia, called Confederate Memorial Day. June 3rd, Jefferson Davis's birthday. In Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Texas, and South Carolina. In Louisiana, called Confederate Memorial Day. July 4th, Independence Day, in all states, territories, and the district. September 4th, 1911, Labor Day, in all states, territories, and the district except North Dakota. October 12th, Columbus Day, in New York, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Connecticut, New Jersey, Michigan, Montana, California, Ohio, Maryland, Kentucky, and Rhode Island. November 1st, All Saints' Day, in Louisiana. November, General Election Day, in Arizona, California, Colorado, Delaware, Florida, Idaho, Illinois, Chicago, Springfield, and East St. Louis only, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, Montana, Missouri, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, 5:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. only, Oklahoma, Oregon, presidential only, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, West Virginia, Washington, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. By Act of March 3, 1875, elections of representatives in Congress take place on the Tuesday next after the first Monday in November 1876 and every second year thereafter. November 30th, 1911, Thanksgiving Day, observed in all the states, Arizona, New Mexico, and the District of Columbia. December 25th, Christmas Day, in all the states, territories, and the district. Arbor Day, in Arizona, Maine, Maryland, New Mexico, Wisconsin, Wyoming, and Pennsylvania by appointment of the governor. Texas, February 22nd. Nebraska, April 22nd. Utah, April 15th. Rhode Island, second Friday in May. Montana, second Tuesday in May. Georgia, first Friday in December. Colorado, in the schools, third Friday in April. Oklahoma, Friday after second Monday in March. Arkansas, first Saturday in March. Half holidays. Every Saturday after 12 o'clock noon in California, public offices; in Illinois, cities of 200,000 or more inhabitants; in Maryland, Michigan, New York, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Virginia, District of Columbia for banking; New Orleans, Charleston, Louisiana, and Missouri, cities of 100,000 or more inhabitants; in Tennessee, state and county offices; in Colorado for June, July, and August; in Indiana from first Saturday in June to last Saturday in October, for public offices in counties with a county seat of 100,000 or more of population. Principal points of constitutional law. Congress must meet at least once a year. One state cannot undo the acts of another. Congress may admit as many new states as desired. The Constitution guarantees every citizen a speedy trial by jury. A state cannot exercise a power which is vested in Congress alone. One state must respect the laws and legal decisions of another. Congress cannot pass a law to punish a crime already committed. U.S. Senators are chosen by the legislatures of the states by joint ballot. Bills for revenue can originate only in the House of Representatives. A person committing a felony in one state cannot find refuge in another. The Constitution of the United States forbids excessive bail or cruel punishment. Treaties with foreign countries are made by the President and ratified by the Senate. In the U.S. Senate, Rhode Island or Nevada has an equal voice with New York. When Congress passes a bankruptcy law, it annuls all the state laws on that subject. Writing alone does not constitute treason against the United States. There must be an overt act. Congress cannot lay any disabilities on the children of a person convicted of crime or misdemeanor. The territories each send a delegate to Congress, who has the right of debate but not the right to vote. The Vice President, who ex officio presides over the Senate, has no vote in that body except on a tie ballot. An act of Congress cannot become a law over the President's veto except on a two-thirds vote of both houses. An officer of the government cannot accept title of nobility, order, or honor without the permission of Congress. Money lost in the mails cannot be recovered from the government. Registering a letter does not ensure its contents. It is the House of Representatives that may impeach the President for any crime, and the Senate hears the accusation. If the President holds a bill longer than 10 days while Congress is still in session, it becomes a law without his signature. Silver coin of denominations less than $1 is not a legal tender for more than $5. Copper and nickel coin is not legal tender. The term of a congressman is 2 years, but a congressman may be reelected to as many successive terms as his constituents may wish. Amendments to the Constitution require two-thirds vote of each House of Congress and must be ratified by at least three-fourths of the states. When the militia is called out in the service of general government, they pass out of the control of the various states under the command of the President. The President of the United States must be 35 years of age, a United States Senator 30, a Congressman 25. The President must have been a resident of the United States for 14 years. A grand jury is a secret tribunal and may hear only one side of a case. It simply decides whether there is a good reason to hold for trial. It consists of 24 men, 12 of whom may indict. A naturalized citizen cannot become President or Vice President of the United States. A male child born abroad of American parents has an equal chance to become President with one born on American soil. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosalind Wills. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published in 1911. Section 26. Chamois skins. The animal from which the chamois skin derives its name inhabits the high mountains from the Pyrenees to the Caucasus. Chamois are most numerous in the Alps, where they dwell in small herds and feed on the herbage of the mountainsides. They are about the size of a small goat, dark chestnut brown in color, with the exception of the forehead, the sides of the lower jaws, and the muzzle, which are white. Its horns, rising above the eyes, are black, smooth, and straight for 2/3 of their length, when they suddenly curve backward. The chamois hunter, provided with a gun, a bag of provisions, an iron-shod staff to assist him in climbing and leaping, an axe to cut steps in the ice, and shoes studded with iron points, traverses the mountains and follows his prey not only during the day but also at night. Nearly all the chamois skins now in the market are made from the skins of the lamb or sheep. This industry has been largely developed in England and France, and these countries have supplied the market of the United States almost exclusively until recent years, when the manufacture of these goods was commenced in the United States. What's in a name? Origin and meaning of names of men. A. Aaron, Hebrew, a mountain or lofty. Abel, Hebrew, vanity. Abraham, Hebrew, the father of many. Absalom, Hebrew, the father of peace. Adam, Hebrew, red earth. Adolphus, Saxon, happiness and help. Adrian, Latin, one who helps. Alan, Celtic, harmony, or Slavonic, a hound. Albert, Saxon, all bright. Alexander, Greek, a helper of men. Alfred, Saxon, all peace. Alonzo, form of Alfonso, q.v. Alfonso, German, ready or willing. Ambrose, Greek, immortal. Amos, Hebrew, a burden. Andrew, Greek, courageous. Anthony, Latin, flourishing. Archibald, German, a bold observer. Arnold, German, a maintainer of honor. Arthur, British, a strong man. Augustus, Latin, venerable, grand. B. Baldwin, German, a bold winner. Barnaby, Hebrew, a prophet's son. Bartholomew, Hebrew, the son of him who made the waters to rise. Beaumont, French, a pretty mount. Benjamin, Hebrew, the son of a right hand. Bennett, Latin, blessed. Bertram, German, fair, illustrious. Bertrand, German, bright, raven. Boniface, Latin, a well-doer. Brian, French, having a thundering voice. C. Cadwallader, British, valiant in war. Caesar, Latin, adorned with hair. Caleb, Hebrew, a dog. Cecil, Latin, dim-sighted. Charles, German, noble-spirited. Christopher, Greek, bearing Christ. Clement, Latin, mild-tempered. Conrad, German, able counsel. Cornelius, Latin, meaning uncertain. Crispin, Latin, having curled locks. Cuthbert, Saxon, known famously. D. Daniel, Hebrew, God is judge. David, Hebrew, well beloved. Dennis, Greek, belonging to the god of wine. Douglas, Gaelic, dark gray. Duncan, Saxon, brown chief. Dunstan, Saxon, most high. E. Edgar, Saxon, happy honor. Edmund, Saxon, happy peace. Edward, Saxon, happy keeper. Edwin, Saxon, happy conqueror. Egbert, Saxon, ever bright. Elijah, Hebrew, God the Lord. Elisha, Hebrew, the salvation of God. Emmanuel, Hebrew, God with us. Enoch, Hebrew, dedicated. Ephraim, Hebrew, fruitful. Erasmus, Greek, lovely, worthy to be loved. Ernest, Greek, earnest, serious. Esau, Hebrew, hairy. Eugene, Greek, nobly descended. Eustace, Greek, standing firm. Evan or Ivan, British, the same as John. Evard, German, well reported. Ezekiel, Hebrew, the strength of God. F. Felix, Latin, happy. Ferdinand, German, pure peace. Fergus, Saxon, manly strength. Francis, German, free. Frederick, German, rich peace. G. Gabriel, Hebrew, the strength of God. Geoffrey, German, joyful. George, Greek, a husbandman. Gerald, Saxon, all towardliness. Gideon, Hebrew, a breaker. Gilbert, Saxon, bright as gold. Giles, Greek, a little goat. Godard, German, a godly disposition. Godfrey, German, God's peace. Godwin, German, victorious in God. Griffith, British, having great faith. Guy, French, a leader. H. Hannibal, Punic, a gracious lord. Harold, Saxon, a champion. Hector, Greek, a stout defender. Henry, German, a rich lord. Herbert, German, a bright lord. Hercules, Greek, the glory of Hera or Juno. Horace, Latin, meaning uncertain. Howl, British, sound or whole. Hubert, German, a bright color. Hugh, Dutch, high, lofty. Humphrey, German, domestic peace. I. Ignatius, Latin, fiery. Ingram, German, of angelic purity. Isaac, Hebrew, laughter. J. Jabez, Hebrew, one who causes pain. Jacob, Hebrew, a supplanter. James or Jacques, beguiling. Job, Hebrew, sorrowing. Joel, Hebrew, acquiescing. John, Hebrew, the grace of the Lord. Jonah, Hebrew, a dove. Jonathan, Hebrew, the gift of the Lord. Joseph, Hebrew, addition. Joshua, Hebrew, a savior. Josiah or Josias, Hebrew, the fire of the Lord. Julius, Latin, soft-haired. L. Lambert, Saxon, a fair lamb. Lancelot, Spanish, a little lance. Lawrence, Latin, crowned with laurels. Lazarus, Hebrew, destitute of help. Leonard, German, like a lion. Leopold, German, defending the people. Louis or Louis, French, the defender of the people. Lionel, Latin, a little lion. Llewellyn, British, like a lion. Llewellyn, Celtic, lightning. Lucius, Latin, shining. Luke, Greek, a wood or grove. M. Manfred, German, great peace. Mark, Latin, a hammer. Martin, Latin, martial. Matthew, Hebrew, a gift or present. Maurice, Latin, sprung of a Moor. Meredith, British, the roaring of the sea. Michael, Hebrew, who is like God. Morgan, British, a mariner. Moses, Hebrew, drawn out. N. Nathaniel, Hebrew, the gift of God. Neil, French, somewhat black. Nicholas, Greek, victorious over the people. Noel, French, belonging to one's nativity. Norman, French, one born in Normandy. O. Oliver, Latin, an olive. Orlando, Italian, counsel for the land. Orson, Latin, a bear. Osmond, Saxon, house peace. Oswald, Saxon, ruler of a house. Owen, British, well descended. P. Patrick, Latin, a nobleman. Paul, Latin, small, little. Percival, French, a place in France. Percy, English, adaptation of pierce eye. Peter, Greek, a rock or stone. Philip, Greek, a lover of horses. Phineas, Hebrew, of bold countenance. R. Ralph, contracted from Randolph or Randall or Rudolph. Saxon, pure help. Raymond, German, quiet peace. Reuben, Hebrew, the son of vision. Reynold, German, a lover of purity. Richard, Saxon, powerful. Robert, German, famous in council. Roderick, German, rich in fame. Rollo, form of Roland, q.v. Rufus, Latin, reddish. Roger, German, strong counsel. Roland, German, counsel for the land. S. Samson, Hebrew, a little son. Samuel, Hebrew, heard by God. Saul, Hebrew, desired. Seth, Hebrew, appointed. Silas, Latin, sylvan or living in the woods. Simeon, Hebrew, hearing. Simon, Hebrew, obedient. Solomon, Hebrew, peaceable. Stephen, Greek, a crown or garland. Swithin, Saxon, very high. T. Theobald, Saxon, bold over the people. Theodore, Greek, the gift of God. Thomas, Hebrew, a twin. Timothy, Greek, a fearer of God. Titus, Greek, meaning uncertain. Toby, Hebrew, goodness of the Lord. V. Valentine, Latin, powerful. Victor, Latin, conqueror. Vincent, Latin, conquering. Vivian, Latin, living. W. Walter, German, a conqueror. Wilfred, Saxon, bold and peaceful. William, German, defending many. Z. Zacchaeus, Syriac, innocent. Christian names of women. A. Adela, German, same as Adeline, q.v. Adelaide, German, same as Adeline, q.v. Adeline, German, a princess. Agatha, Greek, good. Agnes, German, chaste. Althea, Greek, hunting. Alice, Alicia, German, noble. Alma, Latin, benignant. Amabel, Latin, lovable. Amy, Amelia, French, beloved. Angelina, Greek, lovely, angelic. Anna or Anne, Hebrew, gracious. Arabella, Latin, a fair altar. Aurora, Latin, morning brightness. B. Barbara, Latin, foreign or strange. Bella, Italian, beautiful. Benedicta, Latin, blessed. Bernice, Greek, bringing victory. Bertha, Greek, bright or famous. Bessie, short form of Elizabeth, q.v. Blanche, French, fair. Bona, Latin, good. Bridget, Irish, shining bright. C. Camilla, Latin, attendant at a sacrifice. Carlotta, Italian, same as Charlotte, q.v. Caroline, Latin, noble-spirited. Cassandra, Greek, a reformer of men. Catherine, Greek, pure or clean. Charity, Greek, love, bounty. Charlotte, French, all noble. Chloe, Greek, a green herb. Christina, Greek, belonging to Christ. Clara, Latin, clear or bright. Constance, Latin, constant. D. Dagmar, German, joy of the Danes. Deborah, Hebrew, a bee. Diana, Greek, Jupiter's daughter. Dorcas, Greek, a wild rose. Dorothy, Greek, gift of God. E. Edith, Saxon, happiness. Eleanor, Saxon, all fruitful. Eliza, Elizabeth, Hebrew, the oath of God. Emily, corrupted from Amelia. Emma, German, a nurse. Esther, Hester, Hebrew, secret. Eudora, Greek, good gift. Eugenia, French, well born. Eunice, Greek, fair victory. Eva or Eve, Hebrew, causing life. F. Fanny, diminutive of Frances, q.v. Flora, Latin, flowers. Florence, Latin, blooming, flourishing. Francis, German, free. G. Gertrude, German, all truth. Grace, Latin, favor. H. Hannah, Hebrew, gracious. Harriet, German, head of the house. Helen or Helena, Greek, alluring. Henrietta, feminine and diminutive of Henry, q.v. Hilda, German, warrior maiden. Honora, Latin, honorable. Huldah, Hebrew, a weasel. Irene, peaceful. Isabella, Spanish, fair Eliza. J. Jane or Jean, feminine of John, q.v. Janet, Jeanette, little Jane. Jemima, Hebrew, a dove. Joan, Joanna, Hebrew, feminine of John, q.v. Joyce, French, pleasant. Judith, Hebrew, praising. Julia, Juliana, feminine of Julius, q.v. K. Catherine, form of Catherine, q.v. Keturah, Hebrew, incense. L. Laura, Latin, a laurel. Lavinia, Latin, of Latium. Letitia, Latin, joy or gladness. Lillian, Lily, Latin, a lily. Lois, Greek, better. Louisa, German, feminine of Louis, q.v. Lucretia, Latin, a chaste Roman lady. Lucy, Latin, feminine of Lucius. Lydia, Greek, descended from Lud. M. Mabel, Latin, lovely or lovable. Madeline, form of Magdalene, q.v. Margaret, Greek, a pearl. Martha, Hebrew, bitterness. Mary, Hebrew, bitter. Matilda, German, a lady of honor. Maud, German, form of Matilda, q.v. May, Latin, month of May. Mercy, English, compassion. Mildred, Saxon, speaking mild. Minnie, diminutive of Margaret, q.v. N. Naomi, Hebrew, alluring. O. Olive, Olivia, Latin, an olive. Ophelia, Greek, a serpent. P. Patience, Latin, bearing patiently. Penelope, Greek, a weaver. Persis, Greek, destroying. Philippa, Greek, feminine of Philip. Phoebe, Greek, the light of life. Phyllis, Greek, a green bough. Polly, variation of Molly, diminutive of Mary, q.v. Priscilla, Latin, somewhat old. Prudence, Latin, discretion. R. Rachel, Hebrew, a lamp. Rebecca, Hebrew, fat or plump. Rhoda, Greek, a rose. Rose or rosa, Latin, a rose. Rosalind, Latin, beautiful as a rose. Roxana, Persian, dawn of day. Rosamund, Saxon, rose of peace. Ruth, Hebrew, trembling or beauty. S. Sabina, Latin, sprung from the Sabines. Salome, Hebrew, a princess. Selina, Greek, the moon. Sibylla, Greek, the counsel of God. Sophia, Greek, wisdom. Susan, Susanna, Hebrew, a lily. T. Tabitha, Syriac, a rose. Theodosia, Greek, given by God. U. Ursula, Latin, a she-bear. V. Victoria, Latin, victory. Vida, Urs, feminine of David. W. Walburga, Saxon, gracious. Winifred, Saxon, winning peace. Z. Zenobia, Greek, the life of Jupiter. End of Section 26. Recording by Rosalind Wills of Silver Spring, Maryland.
Section 27 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larissa Jaworski, Brisbane, Australia, March 2007. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published in 1911. Section 27. Principal American cities, with population of over 100,000 in 1910. The population for 1900 is given by way of comparison. New York, New York. Population in 1910, 4,766,883. In 1900, 3,437,202. Chicago, Illinois. Population in 1910, 2,185,283. In 1900, 1,698,572. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Population in 1910, 1,549,008. In 1900, 1,293,697. St. Louis, Missouri. Population in 1910, 687,029. In 1900, 575,238. Boston, Massachusetts. Population in 1910, 670,585. In 1900, 560,892. Cleveland, Ohio. Population in 1910, 560,663. In 1900, 381,867. Baltimore, Maryland. Population in 1910, 558,485. In 1900, 508,957. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Population in 1910, 533,905. In 1900, 451,512. Detroit, Michigan. Population in 1910, 465,766. In 1900, 285,704. Buffalo, New York. Population in 1910, 423,715. In 1900, 352,387. San Francisco, California. Population in 1910, 416,912. In 1900, 342,782. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Population in 1910, 373,857. In 1900, 285,315. Cincinnati, Ohio. Population in 1910, 364,462. In 1900, 325,902. Newark, New Jersey. Population in 1910, 347,469. In 1900, 246,070. New Orleans, Louisiana. Population in 1910, 339,075. In 1900, 287,104. Washington, District of Columbia. Population in 1910, 331,069. In 1900, 278,817. Los Angeles, California. 319,198. In 1900, 102,479. Minneapolis, Minnesota. Population in 1910, 301,408. In 1900, 202,718. Jersey City, New Jersey. Population in 1910, 267,779. In 1900, 206,433. Kansas City, Missouri. Population in 1910, 248,331. In 1900, 163,752. Seattle, Washington. Population in 1910, 237,194. In 1900, 80,671. Indianapolis, Indiana. Population in 1910, 233,650. In 1900, 169,164. Providence, Rhode Island. Population in 1910, 224,326. In 1900, 175,597. Providence, Rhode Island. Population in 1910, 224,326. In 1900, 175,597. Louisville, Kentucky. Population in 1910, 223,928. In 1900, 204,731. Rochester, New York. Population in 1910, 218,149. In 1900, 162,608. St. Paul, Minnesota. Population in 1910, 214,744. In 1900, 163,065. Denver, Colorado. Population in 1910, 213,381. In 1900, 133,859. Portland, Oregon. Population in 1910, 207,214. In 1900, 90,426. Columbus, Ohio. Population in 1910, 181,548. In 1900, 125,560. Toledo, Ohio. Population in 1910, 168,497. In 1900, 131,822. Atlanta, Georgia. Population in 1910, 154,839. In 1900, 89,672. Oakland, California. Population in 1910, 150,174. In 1900, 66,960. Worcester, Massachusetts. Population in 1910, 145,986. In 1900, 118,421. Syracuse, New York. Population in 1910, 137,249. In 1900, 108,374. New Haven, Connecticut. Population in 1910, 133,605. In 1900, 108,027. Birmingham, Alabama. Population in 1910, 132,683. In 1900, 38,415. Memphis, Tennessee. Population in 1910, 131,105. In 1900, 102,320. Scranton, Pennsylvania. Population in 1910, 129,867. In 1900, 102,026. Richmond, Virginia. Population in 1910, 127,628. In 1900, 85,050. Paterson, New Jersey. Population in 1910, 125,600. In 1900, 105,171. Omaha, Nebraska. Population in 1910, 124,096. In 1900, 102,555. Fall River, Massachusetts. Population in 1910, 119,295. In 1900, 104,803. Dayton, Ohio. Population in 1910, 116,577. In 1900, 85,333. Grand Rapids, Michigan. Population in 1910, 112,571. In 1900, 87,565. Nashville, Tennessee. Population in 1910, 110,364. In 1900, 80,865. Lowell, Massachusetts. Population in 1910, 106,294. In 1900, 94,969. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Population in 1910, 104,839. In 1900, 91,886. Spokane, Washington. Population in 1910, 104,402. In 1900, 36,848. Bridgeport, Connecticut. Population in 1910, 102,054. In 1900, 70,996. Albany, New York. Population in 1910, 100,253. In 1900, 94,151. State flowers. The following list includes all the state flowers commonly accepted or officially adopted. Alabama, goldenrod. Arizona, sequoia cactus. Arkansas, apple blossom. California, poppy. Colorado, columbine. Delaware, peach blossom. Georgia, Cherokee rose. Idaho, syringa. Illinois, violet. Iowa, wild rose. Kansas, sunflower. Louisiana, magnolia. Maine, pine cone. Michigan, apple blossom. Minnesota, moccasin. Mississippi, magnolia. Montana, bitterroot. Missouri, goldenrod. Nebraska, goldenrod. New Jersey, sugar maple tree. New York, rose. North Dakota, goldenrod. Oklahoma, mistletoe. Oregon, Oregon grape. Rhode Island, violet. Texas, bluebonnet. Utah, sego lily. Vermont, red clover. Washington, rhododendron. Height of noted structures. Following is the height in feet of some noted monuments and structures. Amiens Cathedral, 383 feet. Bunker Hill Monument, 221 feet. Capitol, Washington, 288 feet. City Hall, Philadelphia, 535 feet. Cologne Cathedral, 512 feet. Eiffel Tower, 984 feet. Florence Cathedral, 387 feet. Fribourg Cathedral, 386 feet. Masonic Temple, Chicago, 354 feet. Metropolitan Building, New York, 700 feet. Milan Cathedral, 360 feet. The Great Pyramid, 451 feet. Rouen Cathedral, 464 feet. St. Paul's, London, 404 feet. St. Peter's, Rome, 433 feet. The Singer Building, New York, 612 feet. Strasbourg Cathedral, 465 feet. St. Stephen's, Vienna, 470 feet. Ward Building, Chicago, 394 feet. Washington Monument, 556 feet. The maximum age of trees. Palm, 250 years. Elm, 355 years. Cypress, 388 years. Ivy, 448 years. Maple, 516 years. Larch, 576 years. Lemon, 640 years. Plane, 720 years. Cedar, 800 years. Chestnut, 860 years. Walnut, 900 years. Lime, 1076 years. Spruce, 1200 years. Oak, 1600 years. Olive, 2000 years. Yew, 2880 years. Baobab, 5100 years. And dragon, 5900 years. Eucalyptus, or Australian gum tree, sometimes grows 24 feet in 3 months. Bamboo, 2 feet in 24 hours. Dictionary of Aeronautics. The new science of aeronautics has given rise to many new words, among them some of awkward derivation, and even those properly formed and worthy of preservation in the language are often erroneously used. The following compact lexicon is therefore both interesting and instructive. Aeroplane, a generic term applied in common use to all classes of sustaining surfaces, strictly applicable only to flat surfaces. Adjusting surfaces, commonly a comparatively small surface, usually at the end of a wing tip, used to adjust lateral balance, preferably restricted to surfaces capable of variable adjustment but not of movement by controlling devices. See stabilizer and wing tip, and compare aileron. Advancing edge, the front edge of a sustaining or other surface. Advancing surface, a surface that precedes another through the air, as in a double monoplane. Aerocurve, a proposed substitute for aeroplane. Aerodrome, a substitute proposed by Langley for aeroplane, strictly applicable to a course rather than to a vehicle. Aileron, a small, hinged or separated wing tip or surface capable of independent manipulation for the purpose of maintaining lateral balance. Aviation, dynamic flight by means of heavier-than-air mechanisms. Aviator, the operator or pilot of a heavier-than-air machine. Aerofoil, term used to indicate lifting surface. Angle of incidence, the angle which a line drawn from the leading to trailing edge of the plane makes with the horizontal trailing angle between the tangent to the trailing edge of the plane and the chord, or a line drawn from the leading edge to the trailing edge. Arc, any portion of a circle or other curve. Aspect, the top or plan view of an aeroplane surface. Automatic stability, applied to lateral or longitudinal stability, maintained by the action of suitable elements on mechanisms independent of any control exercised by the operator. There is a tendency to restrict the term of such stability secured by an automatic manipulation of controlling devices, rather than to systems in which balance is maintained by the use of dihedral arrangements. Biplane, an aeroplane with two superposed main surfaces. Balance, to maintain equilibrium by hand or automatic movement of balancing surfaces, as opposed to equilibrium maintained by stabilizing. See stabilizer. Body, the center part of an aeroplane or other aerial vehicle, in which the motor, fuel tanks, passenger accommodation, etc. are placed. Camber, the camber of the ribs is the amount of curvature which is imparted to them in the same way that a motor car spring or a road has a camber or curvature. Chassis, that part of the main framework of a monoplane to which the main planes and tail planes are fitted, and which contains the engine and aviator's seat. Centre of pressure, really a line of pressure along the underside of a wing or aeroplane surface, on either side of which the pressures are equal. Centre of gravity, the centre of weight about which the vehicle balances in all directions. Chord, a straight line drawn between the ends of the arc of a circle or other curve. Dirigible, steerable or navigable, applied to balloons. Derrick, a tower in which a falling weight is dropped in starting an aeroplane. Diagonal, a diagonal brace or stay in a framework. Dihedral, set of wings, pairs inclined at an upward angle to each other. Elevator, a principal supplementary surface, usually of a miniature form of the main planes, used for purpose of altering the vertical direction of machine. Gap, the distance between two main planes in a biplane. Gliding, flying down a slant of air without power. Gyroscopic effect, the property of any rotating mass whereby it tends to maintain its plane of rotation against disturbing forces. Gauchissement or warping, applied to the main planes and produces the same ultimate effect as the use of ailerons. Hangar, a shed for housing balloons or aeroplanes, generally the latter. Horsepower, a rate of work equivalent to the lifting of 33,000 foot-pound a minute. Head resistance, the resistance of the surface to movement through the air, closely proportionate to its projected area. Heavier than air, applied to dynamic flying machines weighing more than the air they displace. Horizontal rudder, a horizontally placed rudder for steering in vertical directions. Lift, the sustaining effect, expressed in units of weight, of an aeroplane or wing surface. Monoplane, an aeroplane with one or more main surfaces in the same horizontal plane. Main plane, usually the largest or lowest supporting surface of a multi-surfaced aeroplane. Mast, a spar or strut used for the attachment of wire or other stays to stiffen the wings or other parts of a structure. Main spars, lateral spars upon which the main planes are built. Main landing wheels, in an alighting gear, the wheels that take the chief shock in landing. Ornithopter, a dynamic flying machine of the heavier than air type, in which sustension is provided by the effect of reciprocating wing surfaces. Pylon, a tower to mark the course in aerial racing contests. Ribs, supports for the fabric, made of ash or spruce and bent to the correct curves. Rudder, one or more steering planes are invariably fitted to practical machines to control the direction of flight. Superposed planes, arrangement of one plane over the other, as in the Wright, Voisin and Farman machines. Supplementary planes or surfaces, additional surfaces which are used for stabilization. Stabilizer, any surface for automatically maintaining lateral or longitudinal balance. Struts, fixtures used in biplane construction to maintain an equal distance between two planes. Skids, long skates on which the machine can land safely. Span, the distance from tip to tip of the main planes in a transverse direction of that flight. Soaring flight, the flight of certain large birds without wing flapping. Its solution and imitation constitute one of the problems of aerial navigation. Sustaining surface, any surface placed in a horizontal or approximately horizontal position, primarily for the purpose of affording sustension. Triplane, an aeroplane with three main surfaces. Webs, small blocks of wood placed between the ribs which act as distance pieces. Wind warping, a system of maintaining lateral balance by differential twisting of wing tips in such manner as to increase the sustension on one side and decrease it on the other. New York Tribune. College colours: Amherst, purple and white; Beloit, old gold; Bodin, white; Brown, brown and white; Columbia, light blue and white; Cornell, carnelian and white; Dartmouth, green; Harvard, crimson; Indiana, crimson and cream; Iowa, scarlet and black; Iowa State, cardinal and gold; Johns Hopkins, black and old gold; Lake Forest, red and black; Leland Stanford, cardinal; Northwestern, royal purple; Oberlin, crimson and gold; Princeton, orange and black; Purdue, old gold and black; University of Chicago, maroon; University of Illinois, orange and navy blue; University of Michigan, maize and blue; University of Minnesota, old gold and maroon; University of Notre Dame, gold and blue; University of Pennsylvania, red and blue; University of Rochester, dandelion yellow; University of Wisconsin, cardinal; Vassar, rose and grey; Williams, royal purple; and Yale, blue. The claims of osteopathy. Strictly construing the claims of osteopathic doctors, it is an anti-medicine system of practice for the cure of every disease to which the human body is liable. Dr. Andrew T. Still, who claims to have made the discoveries that led to the establishment of the school of osteopathy, asserts that all diseases and lesions are the result of the luxation, dislocation, or breakage of some bone or bones. This, however, is not now maintained to any great extent by his followers. Osteopathists, though, do generally claim that all diseases arise from some maladjustment of the bones of the human body, and that treatment, therefore, must be to secure the normal adjustment of the bones and ligaments that form the skeleton. They claim that a dislocation is not always the result of external violence. It may be caused by the ulceration of bones, the elongation of ligaments, or excessive muscular action. The constriction of an important artery or vein, which may be caused by a very slightly displaced bone, an indurated muscle, or other organ, may produce an excess of blood in one part of the body, thereby causing a deficiency in some other part. A dislocated member will generally show alteration in the form of the joint and axis of the limb, loss of power and proper motion, increased length or shortening of the limb, prominence at one point and depression at another, greatly impaired circulation, and pain due to the obstruction of the nerve force in the parts involved. The osteopathist claims that pain and disease arise mainly from some maladjustment in some part of the body, and that a return to good health involves treatment for the normal adjustment of the skeleton. He asserts, though any laxation may only be partial, it may cause pressure at some point upon a blood vessel or a nerve of which the patient may be unconscious, and thus be a barrier to the restoration of good health. Osteopathy asserts that trying to heal the body of an ailment caused by a dislocated member, be it bone, ligament, or nerve, by which abnormal pressure is maintained upon a blood vessel or a nerve, would be like trying to operate a machine with an important cog out of gear. To cure it involves the reduction of a dislocation, the breaking up of adhesions, and the arousing of the innervated organ or organs partially or wholly failing in the performance of function. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko, 2007. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published 1911. Section 28. The Law of Trademarks. Any person, firm, or corporation can obtain protection for any lawful trademark by complying with the following. 1. By causing to be recorded in the Patent Office the name, residence, and place of business of persons desiring the trademark. 2. The class of merchandise and description of the same. 3. A description of the trademark itself with facsimiles. 4. The length of time that the said mark has already been used. 5. By payment of the required fee, $6 for labels and $25 for trademarks. 6. By complying with such regulations as may be prescribed by the Commissioner of Patents. 7. A lawful trademark must consist of some arbitrary word, not the name of a person or place, indicating, or not, the use or nature of the thing to which it is applied, of some designating symbol, or of both said word and symbol. How to obtain a patent. Patents are issued in the name of the United States and under the seal of the Patent Office. A patent is a grant by the government to the inventor, his heirs or assigns, for a limited period, of the exclusive right to make, use, or sell any new and useful art, machine, manufacture, or composition of matter, or any new or useful improvement thereof, or any new, original, and ornamental design for any article of manufacture. Every patent contains a grant to the patentee, his heirs or assigns, for the term of 17 years, of the exclusive right to make, use, and vend the invention or discovery throughout the United States and the Territories, referring to the specification for the particulars thereof. If it appears that the inventor, at the time of making his application, believed himself to be the first inventor or discoverer, a patent will not be refused on account of the invention or discovery, or any part thereof having been known or used in any foreign country before his invention or discovery thereof, if it had not been patented or described in any printed publication. Joint inventors are entitled to a joint patent. Neither one can claim one separately. independent inventors of distinct and independent improvements in the same machine cannot obtain a joint patent for their separate inventions, nor does the fact that one furnishes the capital and the other makes the invention entitle them to make application as joint inventors, but in such cases they may become joint patentees. Application for a patent must be made in writing to the Commissioner of Patents, from whom blanks and printed instructions can be obtained by mail. Reissues. A reissue is granted to the original patentee, his legal representatives, or the assignees of the entire interest when, by reason of a defective or insufficient specification, or by reason of the patentee claiming as his invention or discovery more than he had a right to claim as new, the original patent is inoperative or invalid, provided the error has arisen from inadvertence, accident, or mistake, and without any fraudulent or deceptive intention. Caveats. A caveat, under patent law, is a notice given to the office of the caveator's claim as inventor, in order to prevent the grant of a patent to another for the same alleged invention upon an application filed during the life of the caveat without notice to the caveator. Any citizen of the United States who has made a new invention or discovery, and desires further time to mature the same, may, on payment of a fee of $10, file in the Patent Office a caveat setting forth the object and the distinguishing characteristics of the invention, and praying protection of his right until he shall have matured his invention. Such caveat shall be filed in the confidential archives of the office and preserved in secrecy, and shall be operative for the term of 1 year from the filing thereof. An alien has the same privilege if he has resided in the United States 1 year next preceding the filing of his caveat, and has made oath of his intention to become a citizen. The caveat must comprise a specification, oath, and when the nature of the case admits it, a drawing, and, like the application, must be limited to a single invention or improvement. Fees. Fees must be paid in advance, and are as follows. On filing each original application for a patent, $15. On issuing each original patent, $20. In design cases, for 3 years and 6 months, $10. For 7 years, $15. For 14 years, $30. On filing each caveat, $10. On every application for the reissue of a patent, $30. Added to these are the usual charges of patent solicitors for preparing the application and for drawings, etc. Shakespeare's counsel. Polonius's advice to his son Laertes. And these few precepts in thy memory see thou character. Give thy thoughts no tongue, nor any unproportioned thought his act. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. Those friends thou hast, and their adoption tried, grapple them to thy soul with hooks of steel. But do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each new-hatched, unfledged comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but being in, bear't that the opposed may beware of thee. Give every man thy ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy, rich, not gaudy, for the apparel oft proclaims the man. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow, as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Hamlet 1:3. Poor Richard's Sayings. Benjamin Franklin. Drive thy business, let not thy business drive thee. Diligence is the mother of good luck. Now I have a sheep and a cow, and everybody bids me good morrow. If you would know the value of money, go and try to borrow some. Great estates may venture more, but little boats should keep near shore. What maintains one vice would bring up 2 children. God helps them that help themselves. Poverty often deprives a man of all spirit and virtue, 'Tis hard for an empty bag to stand upright. Beware of little expenses. A small leak will sink a great ship. For age and want, save while you can. No morning sun lasts a whole day. How to make change quickly. Always consider the amount of purchase as if that much money were already counted out. Then add to amount of purchase enough small change to make an even dollar, counting out the even dollars last until full amount is made up. If the purchase amounts to 57 cents and you are handed $2 in payment, count out 43 cents first to make an even dollar, then lay out the other dollar. Should the purchase be $3.69 to be taken out of $20, begin with $3.69 as the basis and make up even $4 by laying out 31 cents. This 31 cents with the amount of the purchase you will consider as $4 and count out even dollars to make up to the 20 which the customer has handed in. Merchants' cost and price marks. All merchants use private cipher marks to note cost or selling price of goods. The cipher is usually made up of some short word or sentence of 9 or 10 letters, as Cornelius A. C1O2R3N4E5L6I7U8S9A0. $5 according to this key would be EAA. But generally, an extra letter is used to prevent the repeating of the mark for 00. If the sign for a second zero in this case were Y, we would have EAY instead of EAA. Time in which money doubles. At 2%, simple interest, 50 years, compound interest, 35 years. At 2.5%, simple interest, 40 years, compound interest, 28 years, 26 days. At 3%, simple interest, 33 years, 4 months, compound interest, 23 years, 164 days. At 3.5%, simple interest, 28 years, 208 days, compound interest, 20 years, 54 days. At 4%, simple interest, 25 years, compound interest, 17 years, 246 days. At 4.5%, simple interest, 22 years, 81 days, compound interest, 15 years, 273 days. At 5%, simple interest, 20 years, compound interest, 14 years, 75 days. At 6%, simple interest, 16 years, 8 months, compound interest, 11 years, 327 days. At 7%, simple interest, 14 years, 104 days, compound interest, 10 years, 89 days. At 8%, simple interest, 12.5 years, compound interest, 9 years, 2 days. At 9%, simple interest, 11 years, 40 days, compound interest, 8 years, 16 days. At 10%, simple interest, 10 years, compound interest, 7 years, 100 days. A dollar saved, a dollar earned. The way to accumulate money is to save small sums with regularity. A small sum saved daily for 50 years will grow at the following rate. Daily savings of 1 cent, result, $950. 10 cents, $9,504. 20 cents, $19,006. 30 cents, $28,512. 40 cents, $38,015. 50 cents, $47,520. 60 cents, $57,024. 70 cents, $66,528. 80 cents, $76,032. 90 cents, $85,537. $1, $475,208. Transcriber's note: the figures from 1 to 90 cents assume about 5.5% interest. The $1 amount assumes about 10% interest. Short interest rules. To find the interest on any given sum for a number of days, at any rate of interest, multiply the principal by the number of days and divide as follows: at 3%, by 120; at 4%, by 90; at 5%, by 72; at 6%, by 60; at 7%, by 52; at 8%, by 45; at 9%, by 40; at 10%, by 36; at 12%, by 30; at 15%, by 24; at 20%, by 18. Trade discounts. Wholesale houses usually invoice their goods to retailers at list prices. List prices were once upon a time supposed to be retail prices, but of late a system of long list prices has come into vogue in many lines of trade. That is, the list price is made exorbitantly high so that wholesalers can give enormous discounts. These discounts, whether large or small, are called trade discounts, and are usually deducted at a certain rate per cent from the face of the invoice. The amount of discount generally depends upon size of bill or terms of settlement, or both. Sometimes 2 or more discounts are allowed. Thus 30% and 5% is expressed 30 and 5, meaning first a discount of 30% and then 5% from the remainder. 30 and 5 is not 35%, but 33 and 1/3%. 10, 5, and 3 off means 3 successive discounts. A wholesale house allowing 10, 5, and 3 off gets more for its goods than it would at 18 off. How to detect counterfeit money. In the space at disposal here, it is impossible, of course, to give a complete illustrated counterfeit detector, but the following simple rules, laid down by bank note examiner Geo.R. Baker, will be found extremely valuable. Examine the form and features of all human figures. If graceful and features distinct, examine the drapery. Notice whether the folds lie naturally, and observe whether the fine strands of the hair are plain and distinct. Examine the lettering. In a genuine bill it is absolutely perfect. There has never been a counterfeit put out but was more or less defective in the lettering. Counterfeiters rarely, if ever, get the imprint or engraver's name perfect. The shading in the background of the vignette and over and around the letters forming the name of the bank on a good bill is even and perfect. On a counterfeit is uneven and imperfect. The die work around the figures of the denomination should be of the same character as the ornamental work surrounding it. Never take a bill deficient in any of these points. Big trees. Of 92 redwood trees in Calaveras Grove, California, 10 are over 30 feet in diameter, and 82 have a diameter of from 15 to 30 feet. Their ages are estimated at from 1,000 to 3,500 years. Their height ranges from 150 to 237 feet. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Cho. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published in 1911. Section 29. Big Trees. Of 92 redwood trees in Calaveras Grove, California, 10 are over 30 feet in diameter, and 82 have a diameter of from 15 to 30 feet. Their ages are estimated at from 1,000 to 3,500 years. Their height ranges from 150 to 237 feet. Facts of general interest. A hawk flies 150 miles per hour, an eider duck 90 miles, a pigeon 40 miles. A man's working life is divided into 4 decades: 20 to 30 bronze, 30 to 40 silver, 40 to 50 gold, 50 to 60 iron. Intellect and judgment are strongest between 40 and 50. Hair that is lightest in color is also lightest in weight. Light or blonde hair is generally the most luxuriant, and it has been calculated that the average number of hairs of this color on an average person's head is 140,000, while the number of brown hairs is 110,000, and black only 103,000. Goldsmith received $300 for The Vicar of Wakefield. Moore $15,500 for Lalla Rookh. Victor Hugo $12,000 for Hernani. Chateaubriand $110,000 for his works. Lamartine $16,000 for Travels in Palestine. Disraeli $50,000 for Endymion. Anthony Trollope $315,000 for 45 novels. Lingard $21,000 for his History of England. Mrs. Grant received over $600,000 as royalty from the sale of the personal memoirs of U.S. Grant. 1 woman in 20, 1 man in 30 is barren, about 4%. It is found that 1 marriage in 20 is barren, 5%. Among the nobility of Great Britain, 21% have no children, owing partly to intermarriage of cousins, no less than 4.5% being married to cousins. The largest bells are the following, and their weight is given in tons. Moscow, 216. Burma, 117. Peking, 53. Novgorod, 31. Notre Dame, 18. Rouen, 18. Olmutz, 18. Vienna, 18. St. Paul's, 16. Westminster, 14. Montreal, 12. Cologne, 11. Oxford, 8. St. Peter's, 8. Bell metal should have 77 parts copper and 23 tin. American life averages for professions, Boston. Storekeepers, 41.8 years. Teamsters, 43.6 years. Laborers, 44.6 years. Seamen, 46.1 years. Mechanics, 47.3 years. Merchants, 48.4 years. Lawyers, 52.6 years. Farmers, 64.2 years. A camel has twice the carrying power of an ox. With an ordinary load of 400 pounds, he can travel 12 to 14 days without water, going 40 miles a day. Camels are fit to work at 5 years old, but their strength begins to decline at 25, although they live usually till 40. The checks paid in New York in 1 year aggregate $77,020,672,494, which is more than 9 times the value of all the gold and silver coin in existence. Pounds of water evaporated by 1 pound of fuel as follows: straw, 1.9; wood, 3.1; peat, 3.8; coke or charcoal, 6.4; coal, 7.9; petroleum, 14.6. The average elevation of continents above sea level is: Europe, 670 feet; Asia, 1,140 feet; North America, 1,150 feet; South America, 1,100 feet. A body weighing 140 pounds produces 3 pounds ashes. Time for burning, 55 minutes. The 7 largest diamonds in the world weigh, respectively, as follows: Koh-i-Noor, 103 carats; Star of Brazil, 126 carats; Regent of France, 136 carats; Austrian Kaiser, 139 carats; Russian Tsar, 195 carats; Raja of Borneo, 367 carats; Braganza, 1,880 carats. The value of the above is not regulated by size, nor easy to estimate, but none of them is worth less than $500,000. According to Orfila, the proportion of nicotine in Havana tobacco is 2%, in French 6%. and Virginia tobacco 7%. That in Brazilian is still higher. 1 horsepower will raise 16.5 tons per minute, a height of 12 inches, working 8 hours a day. This is about 9,900 foot-tons daily, or 12 times a man's work. Good clear ice 2 inches thick will bear men to walk on. 4 inches thick will bear horses and riders. 6 inches thick will bear horses and teams with moderate loads. 1 pair of rabbits can become multiplied in 4 years into 1,250,000. Australia ships 6 million rabbit skins yearly to England. The largest of the pyramids, that of Cheops, is composed of 4 million tons of stone and occupied 100,000 men during 20 years, equal to an outlay of $200 million. It would now cost $20 million at a contract price of 36 cents per cubic foot. 1 tug on the Mississippi can take, in 6 days, from St. Louis to New Orleans, barges carrying 10,000 tons of grain, which would require 70 railway trains of 15 cars each. Comparative scale of strength. Ordinary man, 100. Byron's Gladiator, 173. Farney's Hercules, 362. Horse, 750. A man will die for want of air in 5 minutes, for want of sleep in 10 days, for want of water in a week, for want of food at varying intervals dependent on various circumstances. The average of human life is 33 years. 1 child out of every 4 dies before the age of 7 years, and only 1/2 of the world's population reach the age of 17. 1 out of 10,000 reaches 100 years. The average number of births per day is about 120,000, exceeding the deaths by about 15 per minute. There have been many alleged cases of longevity in all ages, but only a few are authentic. The various nations of Europe are represented in the list of popes as follows: English 1, Dutch 1, Swiss 1, Portuguese 1, African 2, Austrian 2, Spanish 5, German 6, Syrian 8, Greek 14, French 16, Italian 200. 11 popes reigned over 20 years, 69 from 10 to 20, 57 from 5 to 10, and the reign of 116 was less than 5 years. The reign of Pius IX was the longest of all, the only one exceeding 25 years. A knot in sailor phrase is a nautical mile, 6,080 feet, or 800 feet more than a land mile. The Garden of the Gods is near Colorado Springs and consists of a tract some 50 acres in area surrounded by mountains and ravines of red sandstone. A number of large upright rocks, some as high as 350 feet, have given the beautiful valley its name. It is entered by a very narrow pass called the Beautiful Gate. The Trans-Siberian Railway is 6,003 miles long and was built at a cost of $201,350,860. The longest reigns in English history were Victoria, 64 years, George III, 60, Henry III, 56, Edward III, 50, Elizabeth, 45, Henry VIII, 38. The highest mountain in North America is Mount McKinley, at the headwaters of the Suswhitna and Kuskokwim rivers, Alaska. Its height is 20,464 feet. The largest viaduct in the world was designed and built by American engineers for the English Railway in Burma. It crosses the Gokteik Gorge 80 miles from Mandalay. It is 2,260 feet long and 325 feet high, and was constructed in 1900. The degrees of alcohol in wines and liquors are: beer, 4.0, porter, 4.5, ale, 7.4, cider, 8.6, Moselle, 9.6, Tokay, 10.2, Rhine 11.0, Orange 11.2, Bordeaux 11.5, Hock 11.6, Gooseberry 11.8, Champagne 12.2, Claret 13.3, Burgundy 13.6, Malaga 17.3, Lisbon 18.5, Canary 18.8, Sherry 19.0, Vermouth 19.0, Cape 19.2, Malmsey 19.7, Marsala 20.2, Madeira 21.0, Port 23.2, Curacao 27.0, Aniseed 33.0, Maraschino 34.0, Chartreuse 43.0, Gin 51.6, Brandy 53.4, Rum 53.7, Irish whiskey 53.9, Scotch 54.3. Spirits are said to be proof when they contain 57%. The maximum amount of alcohol, says Parks, that a man can take daily without injury to his health is that contained in 2 ounces of brandy, 1/4 a pint of sherry, half a pint of claret, or 1 pint of beer. The measurement of that part of the skull which holds the brain is stated in cubic inches thus: Anglo-Saxon 105, German 105, Negro 96, Ancient Egyptian 93, Hottentot 58, Australian Native 58. In all races, the male brain is about 10% heavier than the female. The highest class of apes has only 16 ounces of brain. A man's brain, it is estimated, consists of 300 million nerve cells, of which over 3,000 are disintegrated and destroyed every minute. Everyone, therefore, has a new brain once in 60 days. But excessive labor or lack of sleep prevents the repair of the tissues, and the brain gradually wastes away. Diversity of occupation, by calling upon different portions of the mind or body successively, affords in some measure the requisite repose to each. But in this age of overwork there is no safety except in that perfect rest which is the only natural restorative of exhausted power. The King James Version of the Bible contains 3,566,480 letters, 773,746 words, 31,173 verses, and 1,189 chapters and 66 books. The word "and" occurs 46,277 times. The word "Lord" occurs 1,855 times. The word "reverend" occurs but once, which is in the 9th verse of the 111th Psalm. The middle verse is the 8th verse of the 118th Psalm. The 21st verse of the 7th chapter of Ezra contains all the letters of the alphabet except the letter J. The 19th chapter of 2 Kings and the 37th chapter of Isaiah are alike. The longest verse is the 9th verse of the 8th chapter of Esther. The shortest verse is the 35th verse of the 11th chapter of St. John. There are no words or names of more than 6 syllables. Some of nature's wonders. The human body has 240 bones. Man's heart beats 92,160 times in a day. A salmon has been known to produce 10 million eggs. Some female spiders produce 2,000 eggs. A queen bee produces 100,000 eggs in a season. There are 9,000 cells in a square foot of honeycomb. It requires 2,300 silkworms to produce 1 pound of silk. It would take 27,600 spiders to produce 1 pound of web. The rule of the road. The rule of the road in the United States is turn to the right. In England it is the reverse. The rule holds in this country in the case where 2 vehicles going in opposite directions meet. When one vehicle overtakes another, the foremost gives way to the left and the other passes by on the off side, and when a vehicle is crossing the direction of another, it keeps to the left and crosses in its rear. These two rules are the same in this country as in England, and why the rule concerning meeting vehicles should have been changed, it is impossible to say. Canary birds. How to keep them healthy and in good song. Place the cage so that no draught of air can strike the bird. Give nothing to healthy birds but rape, hemp, canary seed, water, cuttlefish bone, and gravel, paper, or sand on floor of cage. A bath 3 times a week. The room should not be overheated. When molting, keep warm and avoid all draughts of air. Give plenty of German summer rapeseed. A little hard-boiled egg mixed with cracker grated fine once or twice a week is excellent. Feed at a certain hour in the morning. Diseases and cures. Husk or asthma. The curatives are aperients, such as endive, watercresses, bread and milk, and red pepper. Pip. Mix red pepper, butter, and garlic and swab out the throat. Sweating. Wash the hen in salt and water, and dry rapidly. Costiveness. Plenty of green food and fruit. Obstruction of the rump gland. Pierce with a needle. Press the inflamed matter out, and drop fine sugar over the wound. Lice. Keep a saucer of fresh water in the cage, and the bird will free itself. Overgrown claws or beak. Pare carefully with a sharp knife. Molting. Give plenty of good food and keep warm. Saffron and a rusty nail put in the drinking water is excellent. Loss of voice. Feed with paste of bread, lettuce, and rapeseed with yolk of egg. Whiskey and sugar is an excellent remedy. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Ann Dozier. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published in 1911, Section 30. Recipes, trade secrets, etc. Toothache cure. Compound of tincture of benzoin is said to be one of the most certain and speedy cures for toothache. Pour a few drops on cotton and press at once into the diseased cavity, when the pain will almost instantly cease. Toothache tincture. Mix tannin 1 scruple, mastic 3 grains, ether 2 drachms. Apply on cotton wool to the tooth previously dried. Charcoal toothpaste. Chlorate of potash 1/2 dram. Mint water 1 ounce. Dissolve and add powdered charcoal 2 ounces. Honey 1 ounce. Excellent mouthwash. Powdered white Castile soap 2 drachms. Alcohol 3 ounces. Honey 1 ounce. Essence or extract of jasmine 2 drachms. Dissolve the soap in alcohol and add honey and extract. Removing tartar from the teeth. This preparation is used by dentists. Pure muriatic acid 1 ounce. Water 1 ounce. Honey 2 ounces. Mix thoroughly. Take a toothbrush and wet it freely with this preparation and briskly rub the black teeth, and in a moment's time they will be perfectly white. Then immediately wash out the mouth well with water, that the acid may not act on the enamel of the teeth. This should be done only occasionally. Test for glue. The following simple and easy test for glue is given. A weighed piece of glue, say 1/3 of an ounce, is suspended in water for 24 hours, the temperature of which is not above 50 degrees Fahrenheit. The coloring material sinks, and the glue swells from the absorption of the water. The glue is then taken out and weighed. The greater the increase in weight, the better the glue. If it then be dried perfectly and weighed again, the weight of the coloring matter can be learned from the difference between this and the original weight. Bad breath. Bad breath from catarrh, foul stomach, or bad teeth may be temporarily relieved by diluting a little bromochloralum with 8 or 10 parts of water, and using it as a gargle, and swallowing a few drops before going out. A pint of bromochloralum costs 50 cents, but a small vial will last a long time. Good tooth powder. Procure at a druggist's half an ounce of powdered orris root, half an ounce of prepared chalk finely pulverized, and 2 or 3 small lumps of Dutch pink. Let them all be mixed in a mortar and pounded together. The Dutch pink is to impart a pale reddish color. Keep it in a close box. Another tooth powder. Mix together in a mortar half an ounce of red Peruvian bark finely powdered, a quarter of an ounce of powdered myrrh, and a quarter of an ounce of prepared chalk. A safe depilatory. Take a strong solution of sulphuret of barium, and add enough finely powdered starch to make a paste. Apply to the roots of the hair and allow it to remain on a few minutes. Then scrape off with the back edge of a knife blade and rub with sweet oil. Quick depilatory for removing hair. Best slaked lime 6 ounces. Orpiment fine powder 1 ounce. Mix with a covered sieve and preserve in a dry place in closely stoppered bottles. In using, mix the powder with enough water to form a paste and apply to the hair to be removed. In about 5 minutes, or as soon as the caustic action is felt on the skin, remove as in shaving with an ivory or bone paper knife. Wash with cold water freely and apply cold cream. Trichophorus for the hair. Castor oil, alcohol, each 1 pint. Tincture of cantharides, 1 ounce. Oil of bergamot, 1/2 ounce. Alkanet coloring, to color as wished. Mix and let it stand 48 hours with occasional shaking and then filter. Liquid shampoo. Take bay rum 2 1/2 pints. Water 1/2 pint. Glycerin 1 ounce. Tincture of cantharides 2 drachms. Carbonate of ammonia 2 drachms. Borax 1/2 ounce. Or take New England rum 1 1/2 pints. Bay rum 1 pint. Water 1/2 pint. Glycerin 1 ounce. Tincture of cantharides 2 drachms. Ammonium carbonate 2 drachms. Borax 1/2 ounce. The salts to be dissolved in water and the other ingredients to be added gradually. Cleaning hair brushes. Put a teaspoonful or dessertspoonful of aqua ammonia into a basin half full of water. Comb the loose hairs out of the brush, then agitate the water briskly with the brush and rinse it well with clear water. Hair invigorator. Bay rum 2 pints, alcohol 1 pint, castor oil 1 ounce, carbonate of ammonia 1/2 ounce, tincture of cantharides 1 ounce. Mix them well. This compound will promote the growth of hair and prevent it from falling out. For dandruff, take glycerin 4 ounces, tincture of cantharides 5 ounces, bay rum 4 ounces, water 2 ounces. Mix and apply once a day and rub well into the scalp. Mustache grower. Simple cerate 1 ounce, oil of bergamot 10 minims, saturated tincture of cantharides 15 minims. Rub them together thoroughly, or melt the cerate and stir in the tincture while hot, and the oil as soon as it is nearly cold. Then run into molds or rolls, to be applied as a pomade, rubbing in at the roots of the hair. Care must be used not to inflame the skin by too frequent application. Razor strop paste. Wet the strop with a little sweet oil and apply a little flour of emery evenly over the surface. Shaving compound. 1/2 pound of plain white soap dissolved in a small quantity of alcohol, as little as can be used. Add a tablespoonful of pulverized borax. Shave the soap and put it in a small tin basin or cup. Place it on the fire in a dish of boiling water. When melted, add the alcohol and remove from the fire. Stir in oil of bergamot sufficient to perfume it. Cure for prickly heat. Mix a large portion of wheat bran with either cold or lukewarm water, and use it as a bath twice or thrice a day. Children who are covered with prickly heat in warm weather will be thus effectually relieved from that tormenting eruption. As soon as it begins to appear on the neck, face, or arms, commence using the bran water on these parts repeatedly through the day, and it may probably spread no farther. If it does, the bran water bath will certainly cure it, if persisted in. To remove corns from between the toes. These corns are generally more painful than any others, and are frequently situated as to be almost inaccessible to the usual remedies. Wetting them several times a day with hartshorn will in most cases cure them. Try it. Superior cologne water. Oil of lavender, 2 drams. Oil of rosemary, 1 dram and a half. Orange, lemon, and bergamot, 1 dram each of the oil. Also 2 drams of the essence of musk, attar of rose, 10 drops, and a pint of proof spirit. Shake all together thoroughly 3 times a day for a week. Inexhaustible smelling salts. Sal tartar, 3 drams. Muriate ammonia, granulated, 6 drams. Oil of neroli, 5 minims. Oil of lavender flowers, 5 minims. Oil of rose, 3 minims. Spirits of ammonia, 15 minims. Put into the pungent a small piece of sponge filling about 1/4 the space, and pour on it a due portion of the oils. Then put in the mixed salts until the bottle is 3/4 full, and pour on the spirits of ammonia in proper proportion and close the bottle. Volatile salts for pungents. Liquor ammonia, 1 pint. Oil of lavender flowers, 1 dram. Oil of rosemary, fine, 1 dram. Oil of bergamot, 1/2 dram. Oil of peppermint, 10 minims. Mix thoroughly and fill pungents or keep in well stoppered bottle. Another formula is sesquicarbonate of ammonia, small pieces, 10 ounces. Concentrated liquid ammonia, 5 ounces. Put the sesquicarbonate in a wide-mouthed jar with air-tight stopper. Perfume the liquor ammonia to suit and pour over the carbonate. Close tightly the lid and place in a cool place. Stir with a stiff spatula every other day for a week, and then keep it closed for 2 weeks, or until it becomes hard, when it is ready to use. Paste for papering boxes. Boil water and stir in batter of wheat or rye flour. Let it boil 1 minute, take off, and strain through a colander. Add, while boiling, a little glue or powdered alum. Do plenty of stirring while the paste is cooking, and make of consistency that will spread nicely. Aromatic spirit of vinegar. Acetic acid No. 8, pure, 8 ounces. Camphor, 1/2 ounce. Dissolve and add oil of lemon, oil of lavender flowers, each 2 drams. Oil of cassia, oil of cloves, 1/2 dram each. Thoroughly mix and keep in well stoppered bottle. Rose water, preferable to the distilled for a perfume or for ordinary purposes. Attar of roses, 12 drops. Rub it up with 1/2 ounce of white sugar and 2 drams carbonate magnesia. Then add gradually 1 quart of water and 2 ounces of proof spirit, and filter through paper. Bay rum. French proof spirit, 1 gallon. Extract of bay, 6 ounces. Mix and color with caramel. Needs no filtering. Fine lavender water. Mix together in a clean bottle a pint of inodorous spirit of wine, an ounce of oil of lavender, a teaspoon of oil of bergamot, and a tablespoonful of oil of ambergris. The virtues of turpentine. After a housekeeper fully realizes the worth of turpentine in the household, she is never willing to be without a supply of it. It gives quick relief to burns. It is an excellent application for corns. It is good for rheumatism and sore throat. and it is the quickest remedy for convulsions or fits. Then it is a sure preventive against moths. By just dropping a trifle in the bottom of drawers, chests, and cupboards, it will render the garments secure from injury during the summer. It will keep ants and bugs from closets and storerooms by putting a few drops in the corners and upon the shelves. It is sure destruction to bedbugs, and will effectually drive them away from their haunts if thoroughly applied to all joints of the bedstead in the spring cleaning time, and injures neither furniture nor clothing. A spoonful of it added to a pail of warm water is excellent for cleaning paint. A little in suds washing days lightens laundry labor. A perpetual paste. A perpetual paste is a paste that may be made by dissolving an ounce of alum in a quart of warm water. When cold, add as much flour as will make it the consistency of cream. Then stir into it a half teaspoonful of powdered resin and 2 or 3 cloves. Boil it to a consistency of mush, stirring all the time. It will keep for 12 months, and when dry may be softened with warm water. Paste for scrapbooks. Take half a teaspoonful of starch, same of flour. Pour on a little boiling water, let it stand a minute, add more water, stir, and cook it until it is thick enough to starch a shirt bosom. It spreads smooth, sticks well, and will not mold or discolor paper. Starch alone will make a very good paste. A strong paste. A paste that will neither decay nor become moldy. Mix good clean flour with cold water into a thick paste well blended together. Then add boiling water, stirring well up until it is of a consistency that can be easily and smoothly spread with a brush. Add to this a teaspoon or 2 of brown sugar, a little corrosive sublimate, and about half a dozen drops of oil of lavender, and you will have a paste that will hold with wonderful tenacity. A brilliant paste. A brilliant and adhesive paste, adapted to fancy articles, may be made by dissolving casein precipitated from milk by acetic acid and washed with pure water in a saturated solution of borax. A sugar paste. In order to prevent the gum from cracking, to 10 parts by weight of gum arabic and 3 parts of sugar, add water until the desired consistency is obtained. If a very strong paste is required, add a quantity of flour equal in weight to the gum, without boiling the mixture. The paste improves in strength when it begins to ferment. Tin box cement. To fix labels to tin boxes, either of the following will answer. 1. Soften good glue in water, then boil it in strong vinegar, and thicken the liquid while boiling with fine wheat flour so that a paste results. 2. Starch paste, with which a little Venice turpentine has been incorporated while warm. Paper and leather paste. Cover 4 parts by weight of glue with 15 parts of cold water, and allow it to soak for several hours. Then warm moderately till the solution is perfectly clear, and dilute with 60 parts of boiling water, intimately stirred. Next, prepare a solution of 30 parts starch in 200 parts of cold water, so as to form a thin homogeneous liquid, free from lumps, and pour the boiling glue solution into it with thorough stirring, and at the same time keep the mass boiling. Commercial mucilage. The best quality of mucilage in the market is made by dissolving clear glue in equal volumes of water and strong vinegar, and adding 1/4 of an equal volume of alcohol, and a small quantity of a solution of alum in water. Some of the cheaper preparations offered for sale are merely boiled starch or flour mixed with nitric acid to prevent their gelatinizing. Acid-proof paste. A paste formed by mixing powdered glass with a concentrated solution of silicate of soda makes an excellent acid-proof cement. Paste to fasten cloth to wood. Take a plump pound of wheat flour, 1 tablespoon of powdered resin, 1 tablespoon of finely powdered alum, and rub the mixture in a suitable vessel with water to a uniform smooth paste. Transfer this to a small kettle over a fire, and stir until the paste is perfectly homogeneous without lumps. As soon as the mass has become so stiff that the stirrer remains upright in it, transfer it to another vessel and cover it up so that no skin may form on its surface. This paste is applied in a very thin layer to the surface of the table. The cloth or leather is then laid and pressed upon it and smoothed with a roller. The ends are cut off after drying. If leather is to be fastened on, this must be moistened with water. The paste is then applied and the leather rubbed smooth with a cloth. Paste for printing office. Take 2 gallons of cold water and 1 quart wheat flour. Rub out all the lumps, then add 1/4 pound of finely pulverized alum and boil the mixture for 10 minutes, or until a thick consistency is reached. Now add 1 quart of hot water and boil again until the paste becomes a pale brown color and thick. The paste should be well stirred during both processes of cooking. Paste thus made will keep sweet for 2 weeks and prove very adhesive. End of section 30. Recording by Sue Ann Dozier, Kansas City, Kansas, April 19th, 2007.
Section 31 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Ann Dozier. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens. Published in 1911. Section 31. Recipes, Trade Secrets continued. To take smoke stains from walls. An easy and sure way to remove smoke stains from common plain ceilings is to mix wood ashes with the whitewash just before applying. A pint of ashes to a small pail of whitewash is sufficient, but a little more or less will do no harm. To remove stains from broadcloth. Take an ounce of pipe clay, which has been ground fine, mix it with 12 drops of alcohol and the same quantity of spirits of turpentine. Whenever you wish to remove any stains from cloth, moisten a little of this mixture with alcohol and rub it on the spots. Let it remain till dry, then rub it off with a woolen cloth and the spots will disappear. To remove red stains of fruit from linen. Moisten the cloth and hold it over a piece of burning sulfur, then wash thoroughly, or else the spots may reappear. To remove oil stains. Take 3 ounces of spirits of turpentine and 1 ounce of essence of lemon, mix well, and apply it as you would any other scouring drops. It will take out all the grease. Iron stains may be removed by the salt of lemons. Many stains may be removed by dipping the linen in some buttermilk, and then drying it in a hot sun. Wash it in cold water. Repeat this 3 or 4 times. To remove oil stains from wood. Mix together fuller's earth and soap leaves, and rub it into the boards. Let it dry, and then scour it off with some strong soft soap and sand, or use leaves to scour it with. It should be put on hot, which may easily be done by heating the leaves. To remove tea stains. Mix thoroughly soft soap and salt. Say a tablespoon of salt to a teacupful of soap. Rub on the spots, and spread the cloth on the grass where the sun will shine on it. Let it lie 2 or 3 days, then wash. If the spots are wet occasionally while lying on the grass, it will hasten the bleaching. To remove stains from muslin. If you have stained your muslin or gingham dress or similar articles with berries, Before wetting with anything else, pour boiling water through the stains and they will disappear. Before fruit juice dries, it can often be removed by cold water, using a sponge and towel if necessary. To remove acid stains. Stains caused by acid may be removed by tying some pearlash up in the stained part, scrape some soap in cold soft water, and boil the linen until the stain is gone. To disinfect sinks and drains. Copperas dissolved in water, 1/4 pound to a gallon, and pour into a sink and water drain occasionally, will keep such places sweet and wholesome. A little chloride of lime, say 1/2 pound to a gallon of water, will have the same effect, and either of these costs but a trifle. A preparation may be made at home which will answer about as well as the chloride of lime. Dissolve a bushel of salt in a barrel of water, and with the salt water slake a barrel of lime, which should be made wet enough to form a thin paste or wash. To disinfect a cellar. A damp, musty cellar may be sweetened by sprinkling upon the floor pulverized copperas, chloride of lime, or even common lime. The most effective means I have ever used to disinfect decaying vegetable matter is chloride of lime solution. 1 pound may be dissolved in 2 gallons of water. Plaster of Paris has also been found an excellent absorbent of noxious odors. If used 1 part with 3 parts of charcoal, it will be found still better. How to thaw out a water pipe. Water pipes usually freeze up when exposed, for inside the walls where they cannot be reached they are or should be packed to prevent freezing. To thaw out a frozen pipe, bundle a newspaper into a torch, light it, and pass it along the pipe slowly. The ice will yield to this much quicker than to hot water or wrappings or hot cloths, as is the common practice. To prevent mold. A small quantity of carbolic acid added to paste, mucilage, and ink will prevent mold. An ounce of the acid to a gallon of whitewash will keep cellars and dairies from the disagreeable odor which often taints milk and meat kept in such places. Thawing frozen gas pipe. Mr. F. H. Shelton says, I took off from over the pipe some 4 or 5 inches, just a crust of earth, and then put a couple of bushels of lime in the space, poured water over it, and slaked it, and then put canvas over that, and rocks on the canvas so as to keep the wind from getting underneath. Next morning, on returning there, I found that the frost had been drawn out from the ground for nearly 3 feet. You can appreciate what an advantage that was, for picking through frozen ground with the thermometer below 0 is no joke. Since then we have tried it several times. It is an excellent plan if you have time enough to let the lime work. In the daytime you cannot afford to waste the time, but if you have a spare night in which to work, it is worth while to try it. How to test a thermometer. The common thermometer in a japanned iron case is usually inaccurate. To test the thermometer, bring water into the condition of active boiling. Warm the thermometer gradually in the steam and then plunge it into the water. If it indicates a fixed temperature of 212 degrees, the instrument is a good one. Indelible ink. An indelible ink that cannot be erased, even with acids, can be obtained from the following recipe. To good gall ink, add a strong solution of Prussian blue dissolved in distilled water. This will form a writing fluid which cannot be erased without destruction of the paper. The ink will write greenish blue, but afterward will turn black. To get a broken cork out of a bottle. If, in drawing a cork, it breaks, and the lower part falls into the liquid, tie a long loop in a bit of twine or small cord, and put it in, holding the bottle so as to bring the piece of cork near to the lower part of the neck. Catch it in the loop so as to hold it stationary. You can then easily extract it with a corkscrew. A wash for cleaning silver. Mix together 1/2 ounce of fine salt, 1/2 ounce of powdered alum, and 1/2 ounce of cream of tartar. Put them into a large whiteware pitcher and pour on 2 ounces of water and stir them frequently till entirely dissolved. Then transfer the mixture to clean bottles and cork them closely. Before using it, shake the bottles well. Pour some of the liquid into a bowl and wash the silver all over with it, using an old, soft, fine linen cloth. Let it stand about 10 minutes and then rub it dry with a buckskin. It will make the silver look like new. To remove the odor from a vial. The odor of its last contents may be removed from a vial by filling it with cold water and letting it stand in any airy place uncorked for 3 days, changing the water every day. To loosen a glass stopper. The manner in which apothecaries loosen glass stoppers when there is difficulty in getting them out is to press the thumb of the right hand very hard against the lower part of the stopper, and then give the stopper a twist the other way with the thumb and forefinger of the left hand, keeping the bottle stiff in a steady position. To soften boots and shoes. Kerosene will soften boots and shoes which have been hardened by water and render them as pliable as new. To remove stains, spots, and mildew from furniture. Take half a pint of 98% alcohol, a quarter of an ounce each of pulverized resin and gum shellac, add half a pint of linseed oil. Shake well and apply with a brush or sponge. Sweet oil will remove finger marks from the varnished furniture and kerosene from oiled furniture. To freshen gilt frames. Gilt frames may be revived by carefully dusting them and then washing with 1 ounce of soda beaten up with the whites of 3 eggs. Scraped patches should be touched up with gold paint. Castile soap and water with proper care may be used to clean oil paintings. Other methods should not be employed without some skill. To fill cracks in plaster. Use vinegar instead of water to mix your plaster of Paris. The resultant mass will be like putty and will not set for 20 or 30 minutes, whereas if you use water the plaster will become hard almost immediately before you have time to use it. Push it into the cracks and smooth it off nicely with a table knife. To toughen lamp chimneys and glassware. Immerse the article in a pot filled with cold water, to which some common salt has been added. Boil the water well, then cool slowly. Glass treated this way will resist any sudden change of temperature. To remove paint from window glass. Rub it well with hot, sharp vinegar. To clean stovepipe. A piece of zinc put on the live coals in the stove will clean out the stovepipe. To brighten carpets. Carpets, after the dust has been beaten out, may be brightened by scattering upon them cornmeal mixed with salt, then sweeping it off. Mix salt and meal in equal proportions. Carpets should be thoroughly beaten on the wrong side first and then on the right side, after which spots may be removed by the use of oxgall or ammonia and water. To keep flowers fresh, exclude them from the air. To do this, wet them thoroughly, put in a damp box, and cover with wet cotton or wet newspaper, then place in a cool spot. To preserve bouquets, put a little saltpeter in the water you use for your bouquets, and the flowers will live for a fortnight. To preserve brooms. Dip them for a minute or two in a kettle of boiling suds once a week, and they will last much longer, making them tough and pliable. A carpet wears much longer swept with a broom cared for in this manner. To clean brassware. Mix 1 ounce of oxalic acid, 6 ounces of rotten stone, all in powder, 1 ounce of sweet oil, and sufficient water to make a paste. Apply a small proportion and rub dry with a flannel or leather. The liquid dip most generally used consists of nitric and sulfuric acids, but this is more corrosive. To keep out mosquitoes. If a bottle of the oil of pennyroyal is left uncorked in a room at night, not a mosquito nor any other bloodsucker will be found there in the morning. To kill cockroaches. A teacup full of well bruised plaster of Paris, mixed with double the quantity of oatmeal, to which a little sugar may be added, although this last named ingredient is not essential. Strew it on the floor or into the chinks where they frequent. To destroy ants, drop some quicklime on the mouth of their nest, and wash it with boiling water, or dissolve some camphor in spirits of wine, then mix with water, and pour into their haunts, or tobacco water, which has been found effectual. They are averse to strong scents. Camphor or a sponge saturated with creosote will prevent their infesting a cupboard. To prevent their climbing up trees, place a ring of tar about the trunk, or a circle of rag moistened occasionally with creosote. To prevent moths, in the month of April or May, beat your fur garments well with a small cane or elastic stick, then wrap them up in linen, without pressing them too hard, and put betwixt the folds some camphor in small lumps. Then put your furs in this state in boxes well closed. When the furs are wanted for use, beat them well as before, and expose them for 24 hours to the air, which will take away the smell of the camphor. If the fur has long hair, as bear or fox, add to the camphor an equal quantity of black pepper in powder. To get rid of moths. 1. Procure shavings of cedar wood and enclose in muslin bags which can be distributed freely among the clothes. 2. Procure shavings of camphor wood and enclose in bags. 3. Sprinkle pimento, allspice berries, among the clothes. 4. Sprinkle the clothes with the seeds of the musk plant. 5. To destroy the eggs, when deposited on woolen clothes, etc., use a solution of acetate of potash in spirits of rosemary, 15 grains to the pint. Bed bugs. Spirits of naphtha rubbed with a small painter's brush into every part of the bedstead is a certain way of getting rid of bugs. The mattress and binding of the bed should be examined, and the same process attended to, as they generally harbor more in these parts than in the bedstead. 10 cents worth of naphtha is sufficient for one bed. Bug poison. Proof spirit 1 pint, camphor 2 ounces, oil of turpentine 4 ounces, corrosive sublimate 1 ounce. Mix. A correspondent says, I have been for a long time troubled with bugs, and never could get rid of them by any clean and expeditious method, until a friend told me to suspend a small bag of camphor to the bed, just in the center overhead. I did so, and the enemy was most effectually repulsed, and has not made his appearance since, not even for a reconnaissance. This is a simple method of getting rid of these pests, and is worth a trial to see if it be effectual in other cases. Mixture for destroying flies. Infusion of quassia 1 pint, brown sugar 4 ounces, ground pepper 2 ounces, to be well mixed together, and put in small shallow dishes when required. To destroy flies in a room, take half a teaspoon of black pepper in powder, 1 teaspoonful of brown sugar, and 1 tablespoonful of cream. Mix them well together, and place them in a room on a plate where the flies are troublesome, and they will soon disappear. To drive flies from the house. A good way to rid the house of flies is to saturate small cloths with oil of sassafras, and lay them in windows and doors. The flies will soon leave. Aging oak. Strong ammonia fumes may be used for aging oak. Place the piece to be fumed with an evaporating dish containing concentrated ammonia in a box and close it airtight. Leave for 12 hours and finish with a wax polish, applying first a thin coat of paraffin oil and then rubbing with a pomade of prepared wax made as follows: 2 ounces each of yellow and white beeswax heated over a slow fire in a clean vessel, agate ware is good, until melted. Add 4 ounces of turpentine and stir till entirely cool. Keep the turpentine away from the fire. This will give the oak a lustrous brown color, and nicking will not expose a different surface, as the ammonia fumes penetrate to a considerable depth. End of section 31. Recording by Sue Ann Dozier, Kansas City, Kansas.
Section 32 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.L. Cohen, Cleveland, Ohio, February 2007. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published in 1911. Section 32. Opportunity. They do me wrong who say I come no more, when once I've knocked and failed to find you in. For every day I stand outside your door and bid you wake and ride to fight to win. Wait not for precious chances passed away. Weep not for golden ages on the wane. Each night I burn the records of the day. At sunrise every soul is born again. Laugh like a boy at splendors that have sped. To vanished hopes be blind and deaf and dumb. My judgment seal the dead past with its dead, but never bind a moment yet to come. Though deep in mire, wring not your hands and weep. I lend my arm to all who say I can. No shamefaced outcast ever sank so deep, but yet might rise and be again a man. Dost thou behold thy lost youth all aghast? Dost reel from righteous retribution's blow? Then turn from blotted archives of the past, and find the future's pages white as snow. Art thou a mourner? Rouse thee from thy spell. Art thou a sinner? Sins may be forgiven. Each morning gives thee wings to flee from hell, each night a star to guide to heaven. Weights and measures. Troy weight. 24 grains make 1 pennyweight. 20 pennyweights make 1 ounce. By this weight, gold, silver, and jewels only are weighed. The ounce and pound in this are the same as in apothecary's weight. Apothecary's weight. 20 grains make 1 scruple. 3 scruples make 1 dram. 8 drams make 1 ounce. 12 ounces make 1 pound. Avoirdupois weight. 6 drams make 1 ounce. 16 ounces make 1 pound. 25 pounds make 1 quarter. 4 quarters make 100 weight. 2,000 pounds make 1 ton. Dry measure. 2 pints make 1 quart. 8 quarts make 1 peck. 4 pecks make 1 bushel. 36 bushels make 1 chaldron. Liquid or wine measure. 4 gills make 1 pint. 2 pints make 1 quart. 4 quarts make 1 gallon. 31 1/2 gallons make 1 barrel. 2 barrels makes 1 hogshead. Time measure. 60 seconds make 1 minute. 60 minutes make 1 hour. 24 hours make 1 day. 7 days make 1 week. 4 weeks make 1 lunar month. 28, 29, 30, or 31 days make 1 calendar month. Parentheses, 30 days make 1 month in computing interest, close parentheses. 52 weeks and 1 day, or 12 calendar months, make a year. 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 49 seconds make 1 solar year. Circular measure. 60 seconds make 1 minute. 60 minutes make 1 degree. 30 degrees make 1 sine. 90 degrees make 1 quadrant. 4 quadrant, or 360 degrees, make 1 circle. Long measure. Distance. 3 barleycorns equal 1 inch. 12 inches equal 1 foot. 3 feet equal 1 yard. 5 1/2 yards equal 1 rod. 40 rods equal 1 furlong. 8 furlong equal 1 mile. Cloth measure. 2 1/2 inches equals 1 nail. 4 nails equal 1 quarter. 4 quarters equal 1 yard. Miscellaneous. 3 inches equal 1 palm. 4 inches equal 1 hand. 9 inches equal 1 span. 18 inches equals 1 cubit. 21.8 inches equals 1 Bible cubit. 2 1/2 feet equal 1 military pace. Square measure. 144 square inches equals 1 square foot. 9 square feet equal 1 square yard. 30 1/4 square yards equals 1 square rod. 40 square rods equals 1 rood. 4 roods equals 1 acre. Surveyor's measure. 7.92 inches equal 1 link. 25 links equals 1 rod. 4 rods equals 1 chain. 10 square chains or 160 square rods equals 1 acre. 640 acres equals 1 square mile. Cubic measure. 1,728 cubic inches equals 1 cubic foot. 27 cubic feet equals 1 cubic yard. 128 cubic feet equals 1 cord, parentheses wood, close parentheses. 40 cubic feet equals 1 ton, parentheses shipping, close parentheses. 2,150.42 cubic inches equals 1 standard bushel. 268.8 cubic inches equals 1 standard gallon. 1 cubic foot equals 4/5 of a bushel. Metric weights. 10 milligrams equals 1 centigram. 10 centigrams equals 1 decigram. 10 decigrams equals 1 gram. 10 grams equals 1 decagram. 10 decagrams equals 1 hectogram. 10 hectograms equals 1 kilogram. Metric measure. Parens, 1 milliliter equals 1 cubic centimeter, close parens. 10 milliliters equals 1 centiliter. 10 centiliters equals 1 deciliter. 10 deciliters equals 1 liter. 10 liters equals 1 decaliter. 10 decaliters equals 1 hectoliter. 10 hectoliters equals 1 kiloliter. Metric lengths. 10 millimeters equals 1 centimeter. 10 centimeters equals 1 decimeter. 10 decimeters equals 1 meter. 10 meters equals 1 decameter. 10 decameters equals 1 hectometer. 10 hectometers equals 1 kilometer. Relative value of apothecaries and imperial measure. 1 gallon equals 6 apothecaries pints, 13 apothecaries ounces, 2 imperial drams, or 23 imperial minims. 1 pint equals 16 apothecaries ounces, 5 imperial drams, or 18 imperial minims. 1 fluid ounce equals 1 apothecaries ounce, 0 imperial drams, or 20 imperial minims. 1 fluid dram equals 1 imperial dram, or 2 1/2 imperial minims. Handy metric table. The following table gives the equivalents of both the metric and common systems, and will be found convenient for reference. 1 inch length. Approximately 2.5 centimeters, exactly 2.539 centimeters. 1 centimeter equals approximately 0.4 inches, or exactly 0.393 inches. 1 yard equals approximately a meter, or exactly 0.914 meters. 1 meter, 39.37 inches, equals 1 yard approximately, or exactly 1.093 yards. 1 foot is approximately 30 centimeters, exactly 30.479 centimeters. 1 kilometer, 1,000 meters, is approximately 5/8 of a mile, or exactly 0.621 miles. 1 mile, equals approximately 1.5 kilometers, or exactly 1.6 kilometers. 1 gram weight equals approximately 15.5 grains, or exactly 15.432 grains. 1 grain equals approximately 0.064 grams, and exactly 0.064 grams. 1 kilogram, or 1,000 grams, is approximately 2.2 pounds avoirdupois, or exactly 2.204 pounds. 1 pound avoirdupois is approximately half a kilogram, or exactly 0.453 kilograms. 1 ounce avoirdupois, or 437.5 grains, equals approximately 28 1/3 grams, or exactly 28.349 grams. 1 ounce troy, or apothecary, (480 grains), equals approximately 31 grams, or exactly 31.103 grams. 1 cubic centimeter, bulk, is approximately 0.06 cubic inches, or exactly 0.6102 cubic inches. 1 cubic inch is approximately 16 1/3 cubic centimeters, or exactly 16.386 cubic centimeters. 1 liter, (1,000 cubic centimeters), is approximately 1 United States standard quart, or exactly 0.946 United States standard quarts. 1 United States quart equals approximately a liter, or exactly 1.057 liters. 1 fluid ounce is approximately 29.5 cubic centimeters, exactly 29.57 cubic centimeters. 1 hectare, 10,000 square meters, a measure of surface, is approximately 2.5 acres, or exactly 2.471 acres. 1 acre is approximately 0.4 hectares, and is exactly 0.40 hectares. Handy weights and measures. 1 quart of wheat flour is 1 pound. 1 quart of cornmeal weighs 18 ounces. 1 quart of butter, soft, weighs 14 to 16 ounces. 1 quart of brown sugar weighs from a pound to a pound and a quarter, according to dampness. 1 quart of white sugar weighs 2 pounds. 10 medium-sized eggs weigh 1 pound. A tablespoon of salt is 1 ounce. 8 tablespoons make 1 gill. 2 gills, or 16 tablespoonfuls, are half a pint. 60 drops are 1 teaspoonful. 4 teaspoonfuls are 1 wineglassful. 12 tablespoonfuls are 1 teacupful. 16 tablespoonfuls, or half a pint, are 1 tumblerful. The meaning of measures. A square mile is equal to 640 acres. A square acre is 208.71 feet on one side. An acre is 43,560 square feet. A league, 3 miles. A span, 10 7/8 inches. A hand, 4 inches. A palm, 3 inches. A great cubit, 11 inches. A fathom, 6 feet. A mile, 5,280 feet. Domestic and drop measures approximated. A teaspoonful equals 1 fluid dram, or 4 grams. A dessert spoonful equals 2 fluid drams, or 3 grams. A tablespoonful, half fluid ounce, or 16 grams. A wineglassful, 2 fluid ounces, or 64 grams. A tumblerful, half pint, or 256 grams. To tell the age of any person. Hand this table to a young lady, and request her to tell you in which column or columns her age is contained, and add together the figures at the top of the columns in which her age is found, and you will have the secret. Thus, suppose her age to be 17. You will find that number in the first and fifth columns. Add the first figures of these 2 columns. Table containing 6 columns. Column 1, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23, 25, 27, 29, 31, 33, 35, 37, 39, 41, 43, 45, 47, 49, 51, 53, 55, 57, 59, 61, 63. Column 2. 2, 3, 6, 7, 10, 11, 14, 15, 18, 19, 22, 23, 26, 27, 30, 31, 34, 35, 38, 39, 42, 43, 46, 47, 50, 51, 54, 55, 58, 59, 62, 63. Column 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20, 21, 22, 23, 28, 29, 30, 31, 36, 37, 38, 39, 44, 45, 46, 47, 52, 53, 54, 55, 60, 61, 62, 63. Column 4. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. Column 5. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. And finally, column 6. 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 41, again, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. Dr. Spurzheim's phrenology. The first claim put forth by the teachers and professional demonstrators of phrenology makes it a system of mental philosophy, besides at the same time presenting a much more popular aspect as a method whereby the disposition, character, and natural aptitude of the individual may be ascertained. These two features of the subject are quite distinct from each other, for while it can serve as a reliable guide for reading character only on the assumption of its truth as a philosophic system, yet the possibility of its practical application does not necessarily follow from the establishment of the truth of its theoretical side. Two of the earliest founders of the science of anatomy, Erasistratus and Herophilus, who lived in the age of Ptolemy Soter, taught that the brain was the seat of sensation and intellect, and that there was therein a certain degree of localization of function. Galen later taught that the brain is the seat of the soul and intellect. From these facts of history, the system of phrenology, though formulated by Dr. Gall, Dr. Spurzheim, and the Fowler brothers and others, rests upon deductions derived from the teachings of the demonstrators of anatomy and students of philosophy. The formulated system of phrenology is very generally believed to be a modern expansion of an old empirical philosophy, but according to Dr. Gall's account, it arose with him as the result of independent observations. The popularity of phrenology has waned in the public mind, and cultivation of the system is confined to a few enthusiasts, such as pose as teachers of it as a vocation. These claim that phrenology is a practical and important science, and that it rests upon the following principles. First, that the human brain is the organ of the mind. Second, that the mental powers of man can be analyzed into a definite number of measurably independent faculties. Third, that these faculties are innate and each has its seat in a definite region of the brain. Fourth, that the size of each of these regions is the measure of the power of manifesting the faculty associated with it. The faculties and their locations, as originally constructed by Dr. Gall, were for the most part identified on slender grounds. His procedure was as follows. Having selected the place of a faculty, he examined the heads of his friends and casts of persons with that peculiarity in common, and in them sought for the distinctive feature of their characteristic trait. Some of his earlier studies were among low associates in jails and lunatic asylums, and some of the qualities located by him were such as tend to perversion to crime. These he named after their excessive manifestations, and thus mapped out organs of theft, murder, etc. This, however, caused the system to be discredited. Later, his pupil, Dr. Spurzheim, claimed that the moral and religious features belonging to it greatly modified these characteristics of Dr. Gall's work. The chart of the human head, as invented by Dr. Gall, represented 26 organs. The chart, as improved by Dr. Spurzheim, makes out 35 organs. This is the chart now generally used, and which is shown on a preceding page. The number specifies the location of each organ, which is followed by its phrenological name and classified as follows. Reader's annotation. I will describe the figures referred to. Areas 1 through 5 occupy the occipital region of the skull in the back. Sections 6 through 9, the temporal region around the ear. Return to text. Propensities. 1. Amativeness. 2. Philoprogenitiveness. 3. Concentrativeness. 4. Adhesiveness. 5. Combativeness. 6. Destructiveness. 6a. Elementiveness. 7. Secretiveness. 8. Acquisitiveness. 9. Constructiveness. Reader's annotation. 10 through 12 occur on the parietal region of the skull. Return to text. Lower sentiments. 10. Self-esteem. 11. Love of approbation. 12. Cautiousness. Reader's annotation. The following regions, 13 through 21, occur over the vertex of the skull along the midline. Return to text. Superior sentiments. 13. Benevolence. 14. Veneration. 15. Conscientiousness. 16. Firmness. 17. Hope. 18. Wonder. 19. Ideality. 20. Wit. 21. Imitation. Reader's annotation. The next regions described, 22 through 33, occur in the orbital frontal region, over the eyebrows and the lower forehead. Return to text. Perceptive faculties, 22. Individuality, 23. Form, 24. Size, 25. Weight, 26. Color, 27. Locality, 28. Number, 29. Order, 30. Eventuality, 31. Time, 32. Tune, 33. Language. Reader's annotation. The final two areas occur in the upper frontal region or upper forehead. End annotation. Return to text. Reflective faculties. 34. Comparison. 35. Causality. The judgment of the phrenologist is determined by the size of the brain in general and by the size of the organs that have been formulated, and these are estimated by certain arbitrary rules that render the boundaries of the regions indefinite. The controversy over phrenology has served undoubtedly the very useful purpose of stimulating research into the anatomy of the brain. It is generally conceded that any psychological theory which correlates brain action and mental phenomena requires a correspondence between the size of the brain and mental power, and generally observation shows that the brains of those whose capacities are above the average are larger than those of the general run of their fellow men. A study of the cuts in comparison of the sizes of different heads and their shape will prove very entertaining with most any group of persons intellectually inclined, and it will be found that persons who are naturally good readers by instinct of human nature can, with its help, make remarkable readings in the delineation of character. Principles of Parliamentary Law. List of motions arranged according to their purpose and effect. Parentheses. Letters refer to the rules below. Reader's annotation. I will read those rules immediately following each motion. Modifying or amending. 8. To amend or to substitute or to divide the question. Rule. A motion to amend an amendment cannot be amended. To refer to committee. 7. To commit or recommit. Rule. Opens the main question to debate. Motions not so marked do not allow of reference to main question. End rule. Deferring action. 6. To postpone to a fixed time. Rule. Limited debate allowed on propriety of postponement only. End rule. 4. To lay on the table. Rules. A. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. E. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. And Rule G. An affirmative vote cannot be reconsidered. End rules. To limit or close debate. Rules A. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Or M. Requires a 2/3 vote unless special rules have been enacted. To extend limits of debate. Rule Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. End rules. Suppressing the question. Objections to consideration of question. Rules. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. In order when another has the floor. Requires a 2/3 vote unless special rules have been enacted, and does not require to be seconded. To postpone indefinitely. Rules. Opens the main question to debate. Motions not so marked do not allow of reference to main question, and cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. End rules. 4. To lay upon the table. Rules. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. And cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. And an affirmative vote cannot be reconsidered. To bring up a question the second time. To reconsider a debatable question. Rules. Opens the main question to debate. Motions not so marked do not allow of reference to main question. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. Cannot be reconsidered. And a motion to reconsider may be moved and entered when another has the floor, but the business then before the House may not be set aside. This motion can only be entertained when made by one who voted originally with the prevailing side. When called up, it takes precedence of all others which may come up, excepting only motions relating to adjournment. End of rules. To reconsider undebatable question. Rule. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. E. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. Cannot be reconsidered. And a motion to reconsider may be moved and entered when another has the floor, but the business then before the House may not be set aside. This motion can only be entertained when made by the one who voted originally with the prevailing side. When called upon, it takes precedence of all the others which may come up, excepting only motions related to adjournment. And rules. Concerning orders, rules, etc. 3. For the orders of the day. Rules. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. In order when another has the floor, and does not require to be seconded. To make a subject a special order. Rule. Requires a 2/3 vote unless special rules have been enacted. To amend rules. Requires a 2/3 vote unless special rules have been amended. To suspend the rules. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. Cannot be reconsidered, and requires a 2/3 vote unless special rules have been enacted. To take up a question out of its proper order. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed, and cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. To take from the table. To take from the table. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House, and an affirmative vote cannot be reconsidered. Questions touching priority of business. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Questions of privilege. Asking leave to continue speaking after indecorum. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Appeal from chair's decision touching indecorum. Undebatable, but tacit remarks allowed. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there's no other business before the House. In order when another has the floor. And when an appeal from the chair's decision results in a tie vote, the chair is sustained. Appeal from chair's decision generally. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there's no other business before the House. In order when another has the floor. And when an appeal from the chair's decision results in a tie vote, the chair is sustained. Question upon reading of papers. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there's no other business before the House. Withdrawal of a motion. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there's no other business before the House. Closing a meeting. 2. To adjourn, open parens, in committees to rise, or to take a recess without limitation. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there's no other business before the House, and cannot be reconsidered. 1. To fix the time to which to adjourn. Rule undebatable if another question is before the assembly. Order of precedence. The motions above, numbered 1 to 9, take precedence over all other in the order of numbers, and any one of them, except to amend or substitute, is in order while a motion of a lower rank is pending. General rules. No motion is open for discussion until it has been stated by the chair. The maker of a motion cannot modify it or withdraw it after it has been stated by the chair, except by general consent. Only one reconsideration of a question is permitted. A motion to adjourn, to lay on the table, or to take from the table cannot be renewed unless some other motion has been made in the interval. On motion to strike out the words, "Shall the words stand part of the motion?" Unless a majority sustains the words, they are struck out. On motion for previous question, the form to be observed is, "Shall the main question now be put?" This, if carried, ends debate. On appeal from the chair's decision, "Shall the decision be sustained as the ruling of the House?" The chair is generally sustained. On motion for orders of the day, "Will the House now proceed to the orders of the day?" This, if carried, supersedes intervening motions. When an objection is raised to considering questions, "Shall the question be considered?" Objections may be made by any member before debate has commenced, but not subsequently. End of Section 32. Recording by M.L. Cohen, Cleveland, Ohio, February 2007.
Section 33 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Gauger. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens. Published in 1911. Section 33. Letter Combinations. When King Stanislaus of Poland, then a young man, came back from a journey, the whole Lescinskian house gathered together at Lysa to receive him. The schoolmaster Jablowski prepared a festival in commemoration of the event, and had it end with a ballet performed by 13 students dressed as cavaliers. Each had a shield, upon which one of the letters of the words Domus Lescinia, the Lescinskian house, was written in gold. After the first dance, they stood in such a manner that their shields read, Domus Lescinia. After the second dance, they changed order, making it read, Ades incolumnis, unharmed art thou here. After the third, Mane sidus loci, continue the star of this place. After the fourth, Siscumna Dei, be a pillar of God. And finally, I, Scade solium, go, ascend the throne. Indeed, these two words allow of 1,556,755,200 transpositions, yet that 5 of them convey independent and appropriate meanings is certainly very curious. Points of criminal law. You cannot lawfully condone an offense by receiving back stolen property. The exemption of females from arrest implies only in civil, not in criminal matters. Every man is bound to obey the call of a sheriff for assistance in making an arrest. The rule, every man's house is his castle, does not hold good when a man is accused of crime. Embezzlement can be charged only against a clerk or servant, or the officer or agent of a corporation. Bigamy cannot be proven in law if one party to a marriage has been absent and not heard from for 5 years. Grand larceny is when the value of property stolen exceeds $25. When less than that, the offense is petite larceny. Arson to be in the first degree must have been committed at night, and the buildings fired must have been inhabited. Drunkenness is not a legal excuse for crime, but delirium tremens is considered by the law as a species of insanity. In a case of assault, it is only necessary to prove an offer or attempt at assault. Battery presumes physical violence. Mayhem, although popularly supposed to refer to injury to the face, lip, tongue, eye, or ear, applies to any injury done a limb. A felony is a crime punishable by imprisonment in a state prison. An infamous crime is one punishable with death or state prison. A police officer is not authorized to make an arrest without a warrant unless he has personal knowledge of the offense for which the arrest is made. An accident is not a crime unless criminal carelessness can be proven. A man shooting at a burglar and killing a member of his family is not a murderer. Burglary in the first degree can be committed only in the night time. Twilight, if dark enough to prevent distinguishing a man's face, is the same as night in law. Murder to be in the first degree must be willful, premeditated, and malicious, or committed while the murderer is engaged in a felonious act. The killing of a man in a duel is murder, and it is misdemeanor to accept or give a challenge. false swearing is perjury in law only when willfully done, and when the oath has been legally administered. Such qualifying expressions as "to the best of my belief," "as I am informed," may save an averment from being perjured. The law is that the false statement sworn to must be absolute. Subordination of perjury is a felony. To tell pure water. The color, odor, taste, and purity of water can be ascertained as follows. Fill a large bottle made of colorless glass with water. Look through the water at some black object. Pour out some of the water and leave the bottle half full. Cork the bottle and place it for a few hours in a warm place. Shake up the water, remove the cork, and critically smell the air contained in the bottle. If it has any smell, particularly if the odor is repulsive, the water should not be used for domestic purposes. By heating the water, an odor is evolved that would not otherwise appear. Water fresh from the well is usually tasteless even if it contains a large amount of putrescible organic matter. All water for domestic purposes should be perfectly tasteless and remain so even after it has been warmed, since warming often develops a taste in water which is tasteless when cold. Hand grenades. Take chloride of calcium crude, 20 parts, common salt, 5 parts, and water, 75 parts. Mix and put in thin bottles. In case of fire, a bottle so thrown that will break in or very near the fire will put it out. This mixture is better and cheaper than many of the high-priced grenades sold for the purpose of fire protection. How to get rid of rats. Get a piece of lead pipe and use it as a funnel to introduce about 1½ ounces of sulfite of potassium into any outside holes tenanted by rats. Not to be used in dwellings. To get rid of mice, use tartar emetic mingled with any favorite food. They will eat, sicken, and take their leave. Friendly advice on many subjects. Tomato and Bright's disease. When Thomas Jefferson brought the tomato from France to America, thinking that if it could be induced to grow bountifully it might make good feed for hogs, he little dreamed of the benefit he was conferring upon posterity. A constant diet of raw tomatoes and skim milk is said to be a certain cure for Bright's disease. General Schenck, who, when minister to England, became a victim to that complaint, was restored to health by 2 years of this regimen. Relief for asthma. An old friend of the editor of this book writes, "I have been a sufferer from asthma for 25 years, and for more than a dozen years have used the following recipe with great benefit. It is not a cure, but in my case gives almost instant relief. Take equal parts of powdered stramonium leaves and powdered belladonna leaves, and mix thoroughly. To each 10 ounces of the mixture add 1 ounce of powdered saltpeter, nitrate of potash. Mix all thoroughly. I always keep some of this in a small tin box. When I wish to use it, I pour a little of the powder into the cover of the box, light it with a match, cover the whole with a little paper cone with the points cut off. I place the point of the cone in my mouth and breathe the smoke into my lungs with the air. The first trial is very hard, it almost strangles, but if persevered in will give great relief. This is much better than stramonium alone. The saltpeter makes it burn freely and also helps to give relief. When my home was in northern Indiana, I used to buy the leaves in Chicago already powdered. Now I send to New York. I find it cheaper to do this than to gather and dry the leaves. It is also almost impossible to dry and pulverize the leaves at home. By using a paper cone and breathing through it, little or no smoke is wasted, and the box and paper can be carried in the pocket and used as occasion requires. For swollen feet. Policemen, mail carriers, and others whose occupation keeps them on their feet a great deal, often are troubled with chafed, sore, and blistered feet, especially in extremely hot weather, no matter how comfortably their shoes may lit. A powder is used in the German army for sifting into the shoes and stockings of the foot soldiers called Verstrupelure, and consists of 3 parts salicylic acid, 10 parts starch, and 87 parts pulverized soapstone. Rules for fat people and for lean. To increase the weight, eat to the extent of satisfying. A natural appetite of fat meats, butter, cream milk, cocoa, chocolate, bread, potatoes, peas, parsnips, carrots, beets, farinaceous foods, as Indian corn, rice, tapioca, sago, cornstarch, pastry, custards, oatmeal, sugar, sweet wines, and ale. Avoid acids. Exercise as little as possible and sleep all you can. To reduce the weight, eat to the extent of satisfying a natural appetite of lean meat, poultry, game, eggs, milk moderately, green vegetables, turnips, succulent fruits, tea or coffee. Drink lime juice, lemonade, and acid drinks. Avoid fat, butter, cream, sugar, pastry, rice, sago, tapioca, cornstarch, potatoes, carrots, beets, parsnips, and sweet wine. When quinine will break up a cold. It is surprising, says a family physician, how certainly a cold may be broken up by a timely dose of quinine. When first symptoms make their appearance, when a little languor, slight hoarseness, and ominous tightening of the nasal membranes follow exposures to draughts or sudden chill by wet, 5 grains of this useful alkaloid are sufficient in many cases to end the trouble. But it must be done promptly. If the golden moment passes, nothing suffices to stop the weary sneezing, handkerchief using, red nose, and woebegone looking periods that certainly follow. A mistaken idea. The old adage, feed a cold and starve a fever, is characterized by the Journal of Health as very silly advice. If anything, the reverse would be nearer right. When a person has a severe cold, it is best for him to eat very lightly, especially during the first few days of the attack. Hints on bathing. There has been a great deal written about bathing. The surface of the skin is punctured with millions of little holes called pores. The duty of these pores is to carry the waste matter off. For instance, perspiration. Now, if these pores are stopped up, they are of no use, and the body has to find some other way to get rid of its impurities. Then the liver has more than it can do. Then we take a liver pill when we ought to clean out the pores instead. The housewife is very particular to keep her sieves in good order. After she has strained a substance through them, they are washed out carefully with water, because water is the best thing known. That is the reason water is used to bathe in. But the skin is a little different from a sieve, because it is willing to help along the process itself. All it needs is a little encouragement, and it will accomplish wonders. What the skin wants is rubbing. If you should quietly sit down in a tub of water, and as quietly get up and dry off without rubbing, your skin wouldn't be much benefited. The water would make it a little soft, especially if it is warm. But rubbing is the great thing. Stand where the sunlight strikes as part of your body, then take a dry brush and rub it, and you will notice that countless little flakes of cuticle fly off. Every time one of these flakes is removed from the skin, your body breathes a sigh of relief. An eminent German authority contends that too much bathing is a bad thing. There is much truth in this. Soap and water are good things to soften up the skin, but rubbing is what the skin wants. Every morning or every evening, or when it is most convenient, wash the body all over with water and a little ammonia, or anything which tends to make the water soft. Then rub dry with a towel, and after that go over the body from top to toe with a dry brush. Try this for 2 or 3 weeks, and your skin will be like velvet. Tea and coffee. Tea is a nerve stimulant, pure and simple, acting like alcohol in this respect, without any value that the latter may possess as a retarder of waste. It has a special influence upon those nerve centers that supply will power, exalting their sensibility beyond normal activity, and may even produce hysterical symptoms if carried far enough. Its active principle, theine, is an exceedingly powerful drug chiefly employed by nerve specialists as a pain destroyer, possessing the singular quality of working towards the surface. That is to say, when a dose is administered hypodermically for sciatica, for example, the narcotic influence proceeds outward from the point of injection instead of inward towards the center, as that of morphia, atropia, etc. Tea is totally devoid of nutritive value, and the habit of drinking it to excess, which so many American women indulge in, particularly in the country, is to be deplored as a cause of our American nervousness. Coffee, on the contrary, is a nerve food. Like other concentrated foods of its class, it operates as a stimulant also, but upon a different set of nerves from tea. Taken strong in the morning, it often produces dizziness and that peculiar visual symptoms of overstimulus, which is called muscae volilantes, dancing flies. But this is an improper way to take it, and rightly used it is perhaps the most valuable liquid addition to the morning meal. Its active principle, caffeine, differs in all physiological respects from theine. while it is chemically very closely allied, and its limited consumption makes it impotent for harm. To straighten round shoulders. A stooping figure and a halting gait, accompanied by the unavoidable weakness of lungs incidental to a narrow chest, may be entirely cured by the very simple and easily performed exercise of raising one's self upon the toes leisurely in a perpendicular position several times daily. To take this exercise properly, one must take a perfectly upright position, with the heels together and the toes at an angle of 45 degrees. Then drop the arms lifelessly by the sides, animating and raising the chest to its full capacity and muscularity, the chin well drawn in, and the crown of the head feeling as if attached to a string suspended from the ceiling above. Slowly rise upon the balls of both feet to the greatest possible height, thereby exercising all the muscles of the legs and body. Come again into standing position without swaying the body backward out of the perfect line. Repeat this same exercise first on one foot, then on the other. It is wonderful what a straightening out power this exercise has upon round shoulders and crooked backs, and one will be surprised to note how soon the lungs begin to show the effect of such expansive development. Care of the eyes. In consequence of the increase of the affections of the eye, a specialist has recently formulated the following rules to be observed in the care of the eyes for schoolwork. A comfortable temperature, dry and warm feet, good ventilation, clothing at the neck and on other parts of the body loose, posture erect, and never read lying down or stooping. Little study before breakfast or directly after a heavy meal, not at all at twilight or late at night. Use great caution about studying after recovery from fevers. Have light abundant, but not dazzling, not allowing the sun to shine on desks or on objects in front of the scholars, and letting the light come from the left hand or left and rear. Hold book at right angles to the line of sight or nearly so. Give eyes frequent rest by looking up. The distance of the book from the eye should be about 15 inches. The usual indication of strain is redness on the rim of the eyelid, betokening a congested state of the inner surface, which may be accompanied with some pain. When the eye tires easily, rest is not the proper remedy, but the use of glasses of sufficient power to aid in accommodating the eye to vision. How and when to drink water. According to Dr. Luff, when water is taken into the full or partly full stomach, it does not mingle with the food, as we are taught, but passes along quickly between the food and lesser curvature toward the pylorus, through which it passes into the intestines. The secretion of mucus by the lining membrane is constant, and during the night a considerable amount accumulates in the stomach. Some of its liquid portion is absorbed, and that which remains is thick and tenacious. If food is taken into the stomach when in this condition, it becomes coated with this mucus, and the secretion of the gastric juice and its action are delayed. These facts show the value of a goblet of water before breakfast. This washes out the tenacious mucus and stimulates the gastric glands to secretion. In old and feeble persons, water should not be taken cold, but it may be with great advantage taken warm or hot. This removal of the accumulated mucus from the stomach is probably one of the reasons why taking soup at the beginning of a meal has been found so beneficial. What causes coughs? Cold and coughs are prevalent throughout the country, but throat affections are by far more common among business men. Every unfortunate one mutters something about the abominable weather and curses the piercing wind. Much of the trouble, however, is caused by overheated rooms, and a little more attention to proper ventilation would remove the cause of suffering. Dr. G. Ewing Mears, who was thus afflicted, said to an inquirer, "The huskiness and loss of power of articulation so common among us are largely due to the use of steam for heating. The steam cannot be properly regulated, and the temperature becomes too high. A person living in this atmosphere has all the cells of the lungs open, and when he passes into the open air he is unduly exposed. The affliction is quite common among the men who occupy offices in the new buildings which are fitted up with all modern improvements. The substitution of electric light for gas has wrought a change to which people have not yet adapted themselves. The heat arising from a number of gas jets will quickly raise the temperature of a room, and unconsciously people rely upon that means of heating to some extent. Very little warmth, however, is produced by the electric light, and when a man reads by an incandescent light he, at times, finds himself becoming chilly, and wonders why it is. Too hot during the day and too cold at night are conditions which should be avoided. Physical exercise. The principal methods of developing the physique now prescribed by trainers are exercise with dumbbells, the barbell, and the chest weight. The rings and horizontal and parallel bars are also used, but not nearly to the extent that they formerly were. The movement has been all in the direction of the simplification of apparatus. In fact, one well-known teacher of the Boston Gymnasium, when asked his opinion, said, "4 bare walls and a floor with a well-posted instructor is all that is really required for a gymnasium." Probably the most important as well as the simplest appliance for gymnasium work is the wooden dumbbell, which has displaced the ponderous iron bell of former days. Its weight is from 3/4 of a pound to 1.5 pounds, and with one in each hand a variety of motions can be gone through, which are of immense benefit in building up or toning down every muscle in all vital parts of the body. The first object of an instructor in taking a beginner in hand is to increase the circulation. This is done by exercising the extremities, the first movement being one of the hands, after which comes the wrists, then the arms, and next the head and feet. As the circulation is increased, the necessity for a larger supply of oxygen, technically called oxygen hunger, is created, which is only satisfied by breathing exercises, which develop the lungs. After the circulation is in a satisfactory condition, the dumbbell instructor turns his attention to exercising the great muscles of the body, beginning with those of the back, strengthening which holds the body erect, thus increasing the chest capacity, invigorating the digestive organs, and, in fact, all the vital functions. By the use of very light weights, an equal and symmetrical development of all parts of the body is obtained, and then there are no sudden demands on the hearts. After the dumbbell comes exercise with the round or barbell. This is like the dumbbell, with the exception that the bar connecting the balls is 4 or 5 feet instead of a few inches in length. Barbells weigh from 1 to 2 pounds each and are found most useful in building up the respiratory and digestive systems, their especially province being the strengthening of the erector muscles and increasing the flexibility of the chest. Of all fixed apparatus in use the pulley weight stands easily first in importance. These weights are available for a greater variety of objects than any other gymnastic appliance, and can be used either for general exercise or for strengthening such muscles as require it. With them a greater localization is possible than with the dumbbell, and for this reason they are recommended as a kind of supplement to the latter. As chest developers and correctors of round shoulders they are most effective. As the name implies, they are simply weights attached to ropes which pass over pulleys and are provided with handles. The common pulley is placed at about the height of the shoulder of an average man, but recently those which can be adjusted to any desired height have been very generally introduced. When more special localization is desired that can be obtained by means of the ordinary apparatus, what is known as the double-action chest weight is used. This differs from the ordinary kind in being provided with several pulleys so that the strain may come at different angles. Double-action weights may be divided into 3 classes: high, low, and side pulleys, each with its particular use. The highest of all, known as the giant pulleys, are made especially for developing the muscles of the back and chest, and by stretching or elongating movements to increase the interior capacity of the chest. If the front of the chest is full and the back or side chest deficient, the pupil is set to work on the giant pulley. To build up the side walls he stands with the back to the pulley box and the left heel resting against it. The handle is grasped in the right hand if the right side of the chest is lacking in development, and then drawn straight down by the side. A step forward with the right foot as long as possible is taken, the line brought as far to the front and near the floor as can be done, and then the arm, held stiff, allowed to be drawn solely up by the weight. To exercise the left side the same process is gone through with the handle grasped in the left hand. Another kind of giant pulley is that which allows the operator to stand directly under it, and is used for increasing the lateral diameter of the chest. The handles are drawn straight down by the sides. The arms are then spread and drawn back by the weights. Generally speaking, high pulleys are most used for correcting height, round shoulders; low pulleys for low, round shoulders; side pulleys for individual high or low shoulders; and giant pulleys for the development of the walls of the chest and to correct spinal curvature. The traveling rings, a line of iron rings covered with rubber and attached to long ropes fastened to the ceiling some 10 feet apart, are also valuable in developing the muscles of the back, arms, and sides. The first ring is grasped in one hand and a spring taken from an elevated platform. The momentum carries the gymnast to the next ring, which is seized with the free hand, and so the entire length of the line is traversed. The parallel bars, low and high, the flying rings, the horizontal bars, and the trapeze all have their uses, but of late years they have been regulated to a position of distinct inferiority to that now occupied by the dumbbells and pulley weights. End of section 33. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 34 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens. Published in 1911. Section 34. All information in this section is intended for entertainment and educational purposes only, and should not be construed as medical advice. Accidents and emergencies. What to do. If an artery is cut, red blood spurts. Compress it above the wound. If a vein is cut, dark blood flows. Compress it below and above. If choked, go upon all fours and cough. For slight burns, dip the part in cold water. If the skin is destroyed, cover with varnish or linseed oil. For apoplexy, raise the head and body. For fainting, lay the person flat. Send for a physician when a serious accident of any kind occurs, but treat as directed until he arrives. Scalds and burns. The following facts cannot be too firmly impressed on the mind of the reader, that in either of these accidents the first, best, and often the only remedies required are sheets of wadding, fine wool, or carded cotton, and, in the default of these, violet powder, flour, magnesia, or chalk. The object for which these several articles are employed is the same in each instance, namely, to exclude the air from the injured part, for if the air can be effectually shut out from the raw surface, and care is taken not to expose the tender part till the new cuticle is formed, the cure may be safely left to nature. The moment a person is called to a case of a scald or burn, he should cover the part with a sheet, or portion of a sheet, of wadding, taking care not to break any blister that may have formed, or stay to remove any burnt clothes that may adhere to the surface, but as quickly as possible envelop every part of the injury from all access of the air, laying 1 or 2 more pieces of wadding on the first, so as effectually to guard the burn or scald from the irritation of the atmosphere, and if the article used is wool or cotton, the same precaution, of adding more material where the surface is thinly covered, must be adopted, a light bandage finally securing all in their places. Any of the popular remedies recommended below may be employed when neither wool, cotton, nor wadding are to be procured, it being always remembered that that article which will best exclude the air from a burn or scald is the best, quickest, and least painful mode of treatment. And in this respect nothing has surpassed cotton loose or attached to paper, as in wadding. If the skin is much injured in burns, spread some linen pretty thickly with chalk ointment, and lay over the part, and give the patient some brandy and water if much exhausted. Then send for a medical man. If not much injured, and very painful, use the same ointment, or apply carded cotton dipped in lime water and linseed oil. If you please, you may lay cloths dipped in ether over the parts, or cold lotions. Treat scalds in the same manner, or cover with scraped raw potato, but the chalk ointment is the best. In the absence of all of these, cover the injured part with treacle, and dust over it plenty of flour. Body in flames. Lay the person down on the floor of the room, and throw the tablecloth, rug, or other large cloth over him, and roll him on the floor. Dirt in the eye. Place your forefinger upon the cheekbone, having the patient before you. Then slightly bend the finger. This will draw down the lower lid of the eye, and you will probably be able to remove the dirt. But if this will not enable you to get at it, repeat this operation while you have a knitting needle or bodkin placed over the eyelid. This will turn it inside out, and enable you to remove the sand, or eyelash, etc., with the corner of a fine silk handkerchief. As soon as the substance is removed, bathe the eye with cold water, and exclude the light for a day. If the inflammation is severe, let the patient use a refrigerant lotion. Lime in the eye. Syringe it well with warm vinegar and water in the proportion of 1 ounce of vinegar to 8 ounces of water. Exclude light. Iron or steel spiculae in the eye. These occur while turning iron or steel in a lathe, and are best remedied by doubling back the upper or lower eyelid, according to the situation of the substance, and with a flat edge of a silver probe, taking up the metallic particle, using a lotion made by dissolving 6 grains of sugar of lead and the same of white vitriol in 6 ounces of water, and bathing the eye 3 times a day till the inflammation subsides. Another plan is, drop a solution of sulfate of copper, from 1 to 3 grains of salt to 1 ounce of water, into the eye, or keep the eye open in a wineglassful of the solution. Bathe with cold lotion, and exclude light to keep down inflammation. Dislocated thumb. This is frequently produced by a fall. Make a clove hitch by passing 2 loops of cord over the thumb, placing a piece of rag under the cord to prevent it cutting the thumb. Then pull in the same line as the thumb. Afterwards apply a cold lotion. Cuts and wounds. Clean cut wounds, whether deep or superficial, and likely to heal by the first intention, should always be washed or cleaned, and at once evenly and smoothly closed by bringing both edges close together, and securing them in that position by adhesive plaster. Cut thin strips of sticking plaster, and bring the parts together. Or, if large and deep, cut 2 broad pieces, so as to look like the teeth of a comb, and place one on each side of the wound, which must be cleaned previously. These pieces must be arranged so that they shall interlace one another. Then, by laying hold of the pieces on the right side with one hand, and those on the other side with the other hand, and pulling them from one another, the edges of the wounds are brought together without any difficulty. Ordinary cuts are dressed by thin strips, applied by pressing down the plaster on one side of the wound, and keeping it there, and pulling in the opposite direction, then suddenly depressing the hand when the edges of the wound are brought together. Contusions are best healed by laying a piece of folded lint, well wetted with extract of lead or boracic acid, on the part, and, if there is much pain, placing a hot bran poultice over the dressing, repeating both if necessary every 2 hours. When the injuries are very severe, lay a cloth over the part, and suspend a basin over it, filled with cold lotion. Put a piece of cotton into the basin, so that it shall allow the lotion to drop on the cloth, and thus keep it always wet. Hemorrhage, when caused by an artery being divided or torn, may be known by the blood issuing out of the wound in leaps or jerks, and being of a bright scarlet color. If a vein is injured, the blood is darker and flows continuously. To arrest the latter, apply pressure by means of a compress and bandage. To arrest arterial bleeding, get a piece of wood (part of a broom handle will do), and tie a piece of tape to one end of it. Then tie a piece of tape loosely over the arm, and pass the other end of the wood under it. Twist the stick around and around until the tape compresses the arm sufficiently to arrest the bleeding, and then confine the other end by tying the string around the arm. A compress made by enfolding a penny piece in several folds of lint or linen should, however, be first placed under the tape and over the artery. If the bleeding is very obstinate, and it occurs in the arm, place a cork underneath the string, on the inside of the fleshy part, where the artery may be felt beating by anyone. If in the leg, place a cork in the direction of a line drawn from the inner part of the knee toward the outer part of the groin. It is an excellent thing to accustom yourself to find out the position of these arteries, or, indeed, any that are superficial, and to explain to every person in your house where they are, and how to stop bleeding. If a stick cannot be got, take a handkerchief, make a cord bandage of it, and tie a knot in the middle. The knot acts as a compress, and should be placed over the artery, while the two ends are coiled around the thumb. Observe always to place the ligature between the wound and the heart. Putting your finger into a bleeding wound, and making pressure until a surgeon arrives, will generally stop violent bleeding. Bleeding from the nose, from whatever cause, may generally be stopped by putting a plug of lint into the nostrils. If this does not do, apply a cold lotion to the forehead, raise the head, and place over it both arms, so that it will rest on the hands. Dip the lint plug, slightly moistened, into some powdered gum arabic, and plug the nostrils again, or dip the plug into equal parts of powdered gum arabic and alum, and plug the nose. Or the plug may be dipped in friar's balsam, or tincture of kino. Heat should be applied to the feet, and in obstinate cases, the sudden shock of a cold key, or cold water poured down the spine, will often instantly stop the bleeding. If the bowels are confined, take a purgative. Injections of alum solution from a small syringe into the nose will often stop hemorrhage. Violent shocks will sometimes stun a person, and he will remain unconscious. Untie strings, collars, etc. Loosen anything that is tight and interferes with the breathing. Raise the head, see if there is bleeding from any part. Apply smelling salts to the nose, and hot bottles to the feet. In concussion, the surface of the body is cold and pale, and the pulse weak and small, the breathing slow and gentle, and the pupil of the eye generally contracted or small. You can get an answer by speaking loud, so as to arouse the patient. Give a little brandy and water. Keep the place quiet. Apply warmth, and do not raise the head too high. If you tickle the feet, the patient feels it. In compression of the brain from any cause, such as apoplexy, or a piece of fractured bone pressing on it, there is loss of sensation. If you tickle the feet of the injured person, he does not feel it. You cannot arouse him so as to get an answer. The pulse is slow and labored, the breathing deep, labored and snorting, the pupil enlarged. Raise the head, loosen strings or tight things, and send for a surgeon. If one cannot be got at once, apply mustard poultices to the feet and thighs, leeches to the temples, and hot water to the feet. Choking. When a person has a fishbone in the throat, insert the forefinger, press upon the root of the tongue so as to induce vomiting. If this does not do, let him swallow a large piece of potato or soft bread, and if these fail, give a mustard emetic. Fainting, hysterics, etc. Loosen the garments, bathe the temples with water or eau de cologne, open the window, admit plenty of fresh air, dash cold water on the face, apply hot bricks to the feet, and avoid bustle and excessive sympathy. Drowning. Attend to the following essential rules. 1. Lose no time. 2. Handle the body gently. 3. Carry the body face downward, with the head gently raised, and never hold it up by the feet. 4. Send for medical assistance immediately, and in the meantime act as follows. 5. Strip the body, rub it dry, then wrap it in hot blankets, and place it in a warm bed in a warm room. 6. Cleanse away the froth and mucus from the nose and mouth. 7. Apply warm bricks, bottles, bags of sand, etc., to the armpits, between the thighs, and to the soles of the feet. 8. Rub the surface of the body with the hands enclosed in warm, dry worsted socks. 9. If possible, put the body into a warm bath. 10. To restore breathing, put the pipe of a common bellows into one nostril, carefully closing the other, and the mouth, at the same time drawing downward and pushing gently backward the upper part of the windpipe to allow a more free admission of air. Blow the bellows gently, in order to inflate the lungs, till the breast be raised a little. Then set the mouth and nostrils free, and press gently on the chest. Repeat this until signs of life appear. The body should be covered the moment it is placed on the table, except the face, and all the rubbing carried on under the sheet or blanket. When they can be obtained, a number of tiles or bricks should be made tolerably hot in the fire, laid in a row on the table, covered with a blanket, and the body placed in such a manner on them that their heat may enter the spine. When the patient revives, apply smelling salts to the nose, give warm wine or brandy and water. Cautions. 1. Never rub the body with salt or spirits. 2. Never roll the body on casks. 3. Continue the remedies for 12 hours without ceasing. Hanging. Loosen the cord, or whatever it may be by which the person has been suspended. Open the temporal artery or jugular vein, or bleed from the arm. Employ electricity if at hand, and proceed as for drowning. Apparent death from drunkenness. Raise the head, loosen the clothes, maintain warmth of surface, and give a mustard emetic as soon as the person can swallow. Apoplexy and fits generally. Raise the head, loosen all tight clothes, strings, etc., apply cold lotions to the head, and send for a surgeon. Suffocation from noxious gases, etc. Remove to the fresh air, dash cold vinegar and water in the face, neck, and breast, keep up the warmth of the body. If necessary, apply mustard poultices to the soles of the feet and to the spine, and try artificial respirations as in drowning, with electricity. Lightning and sunstroke. Treat the same as apoplexy. Poisons and their antidotes. General rules. Always send immediately for a medical man. Save all fluids vomited, and articles of food, cups, glasses, etc., used by the patient before taken ill, and lock them up. As a rule, give emetics after poisons that cause sleepiness and raving, chalk, milk, eggs, butter, and warm water, or oil after poisons that cause vomiting and pain in the stomach and bowels, with purging, and when there is no inflammation about the throat, tickle it with a feather to excite vomiting. Vomiting may be caused by giving warm water, with a teaspoonful of mustard to the tumblerful, well stirred up. Sulphate of zinc, white vitriol, may be used in place of the mustard, or powdered alum. Powder of ipecacuanha, a teaspoonful rubbed up with molasses, may be employed for children. Tartar emetic should never be given, as it is excessively depressing and uncontrollable in its effects. The stomach pump can only be used by skillful hands, and even then with caution. Opium and other narcotics. After vomiting has occurred, cold water should be dashed over the face and head. The patient must be kept awake, walked about between two strong persons, made to grasp the handles of a galvanic battery, dosed with strong coffee, and vigorously slapped. Belladonna is an antidote for opium and for morphia, etc. Its active principles, and on the other hand, the latter counteract the effects of belladonna. But a knowledge of medicine is necessary for dealing with these articles. Strychnia. After emetics have been freely and successfully given, the patient should be allowed to breathe the vapor of sulphuric ether, poured on a handkerchief and held to the face, in such quantities as to keep down the tendency to convulsions. Bromide of potassium, 20 grains at a dose, dissolved in syrup, may be given every hour. Alcoholic poisoning should be combated by emetics, of which the sulphate of zinc, given as above directed, is the best. After that, strong coffee internally, and stimulation by heat externally, should be used. Acids are sometimes swallowed by mistake. Alkalis, lime water, magnesia, or common chalk mixed with water may be freely given, and afterward mucilaginous drinks, such as thick gum water or flaxseed tea. Alkalis are less frequently taken in injurious strength or quantity, but sometimes children swallow lye by mistake. Common vinegar may be given freely, and then castor oil or sweet oil in full doses, a tablespoonful at a time, repeated every half hour or two. Nitrate of silver when swallowed is neutralized by common table salt, freely given in solution in water. The salts of mercury or arsenic, often kept as bedbug poison, which are powerful irritants, are apt to be very quickly fatal. Milk or the whites of eggs may be freely given, and afterward a very thin paste of flour and water. In these cases an emetic is to be given after the poison is neutralized. Phosphorus paste, kept for roach poison or in parlor matches, is sometimes eaten by children and has been wilfully taken for the purpose of suicide. It is a powerful irritant. The first thing to be done is to give freely of magnesia and water, then to give mucilaginous drinks as flaxseed tea, gum water, or sassafras pith and water, and lastly to administer finely powdered bone charcoal, either in pill or in mixture with water. In no case of poisoning should there be any avoidable delay in obtaining the advice of a physician, and meanwhile the friends or bystanders should endeavor to find out exactly what has been taken, so that the treatment adopted may be as prompt and effective as possible. Keep still. Keep still. When trouble is brewing, keep still. Even when slander is getting on its legs, keep still. When your feelings are hurt, keep still till you recover from your excitement at any rate. Things look differently through an unagitated eye. A doctor relates how once in a commotion he wrote a letter, and sent it, and wished he had not. I had another commotion and wrote a long letter, but life had rubbed a little sense into me. I kept that letter in my pocket against the day when I could look it over without agitation and without tears. I was glad I did. Less and less it seemed necessary to send it. I was not sure it would do any hurt, but in my doubt I leaned to reticence, and eventually it was destroyed. Philosophical facts. The greatest height at which visible clouds ever exist does not exceed 10 miles. Air is about 815 times lighter than water. The pressure of the atmosphere upon every square foot of the earth amounts to 2,160 pounds. The violence of the expansion of water when freezing is sufficient to cleave a globe of copper of such thickness as to require a force of 27,000 pounds to produce the same effect. During the conversion of ice into water 140 degrees of heat are absorbed. Water, when converted into steam, increases in bulk 1,800 times. In 1 second of time, in 1 beat of the pendulum of a clock, light travels 200,000 miles. Were a cannon ball shot toward the sun, and were it to maintain full speed, it would be 20 years in reaching it, yet light travels through this same space in 7 or 8 minutes. Strange as it may appear, a ball of ton weight, and another of the same material of an ounce weight, falling from any height, will reach the ground at the same time. The heat does not increase as we rise above the earth nearer to the sun, but decreases rapidly until, beyond the regions of the atmosphere, in void, it is estimated that the cold is about 70 degrees below zero. The line of perpetual frost at the equator is 15,000 feet altitude, 13,000 feet between the tropics, and 9,000 to 4,000 between the latitudes of 40 degrees and 49 degrees. At a depth of 45 feet under the ground, the temperature of the earth is uniform throughout the year. The human ear is so extremely sensitive that it can hear a sound that lasts only the 24,000th part of a second. Sound travels at the rate of 1,142 feet per second, about 13 miles in a minute, so that if we hear a clap of thunder half a minute after the flash, we may calculate that the discharge of electricity is 6½ miles off. End of section 34.
Section 35 of The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published in 1911. Section 35. Advertisements. Part 1. Things worth knowing about Dr. Graves' tooth powder are too many and too well known to print on this small page, but here are a few. 3,360,000 cans sold in 1910. 5 girls can make 75 gross in one day. 42,000 druggists in the USA carry Graves. 200 tons of tooth powder made in 1910. If so many people use Graves, why can't you? Illustration. Preceding text with image of container. Perfect Form Health Brace. Develop your chest from 3 to 6 inches. Compels deep breathing and ensures long life. Consumption claims thousands whose stooped shoulders and cramped lungs prevent them from inhaling the health-giving, revitalizing air. Special price, $1.50 for a $2 quality. For sale where you got this book. Illustration. Pictures of a man and woman modeling the brace. Products worth knowing. Now my mouth and teeth really do feel clean. Isn't it a godsend we had it in the house when the youngster cut his hand? Remarks frequently made by users of Hydrox, peroxide of hydrogen, the always reliable antiseptic. You cannot depend on cheap peroxides in an emergency. They're dear at any price. For ideal cleanliness, comfort, and hygiene, use Hydrox peroxide. Cream, tooth powder, dental paste, soap, talc, face powder. The aristocrats of toilet preparations. All drugstores sell them. Hydrox Chemical Company, New York, San Francisco, Chicago. Illustration. Image of package. This is a reproduction of the handsome new style package of St. Jacob's Oil, which has a worldwide reputation as the great remedy for pain. No other oil or liniment has ever received the cordial approval of the medical and nursing professions the world over. St. Jacob's Oil is the safest, surest, and best pain-relieving agent. Highest prize medals awarded at international expositions for being the best pain cure. Good for rheumatism, neuralgia, sore throat, chest colds, etc. Just rub it on the affected parts. The pain may resist a dozen treatments, but it can't resist St. Jacob's Oil. Send for illustrated booklet containing free music offer. Price, 25 cents, 50 cents. The 50-cent bottle contains 3 times as much as the 25-cent size. St. Jacob's Oil Limited, Baltimore, Maryland. Illustration. Image of package. Stiefel's Medicinal Soaps. For more than a quarter of a century, Stiefel's Medicinal Soaps, the pioneer products in the field, have been the stand-by of physicians everywhere, and many of the varieties have, originally through the recommendation of the skin specialist or the family physician, become household remedies and toilet accessories in the homes of the refined and particular. The ideal, logical, and scientifically approved care of the scalp calls for the use of Stiefel's superlative boracic acid shampoo soap. A most effective remover of dandruff. Cleanses the scalp and opens the pores, leaves the hair loose and fluffy so that you can do a thing with it next day. Price 25 cents per cake. Tear out the coupon printed on page 381 and get a free sample. Sole agents for the U.S. Schering and Glotz, 150 to 152 Maiden Lane, New York. The oldest, yet most up to date. Listen to these men. There's no use talking. Your appearance has much to do with your success. Yes, any man's success in business. A small investment with us will give you the right appearance, the appearance of real prosperity. Many men are wearing clothes made by us because they're stylish, reliable, and may be had at very reasonable prices. We import many of our own goods, and always display a large line of exclusive novelties at very attractive prices. The proprietors of this publication are our customers. Our work pleases them, and they think it will please you. We know it will. We would very much appreciate a call, and if you will mention this advertisement, we will allow you an extra cash discount of 5%. Our household accounts are subject to premiums and make buying clothes easy. Drop us a card, and we will mail you a pamphlet giving full information, also samples. Misselhorn and Nelson, tailors. Telephone Maine 3906, 19 South 5th Avenue, Chicago. Our specialty, orthopedic apparatus. For all deformities, including spinal curvature, hip joint disease, weak legs, bow legs, knock knees, club feet, flat feet, etc. Shoes for the lame. All apparatus made in our own factory by skilled mechanics on short notice. Estimates cheerfully given. Send for Catalogue D. Sharp and Smith, manufacturers of orthopedic apparatus, shoes for the lame, artificial limbs, trusses, crutches, abdominal supporters, elastic stockings. 103 North Wabash Avenue, Chicago, 2 doors north of Washington Street. Illustration. Image of person modeling a corset. Image of shoe. Are you too fat? Downs Obesity Reducer will reduce your fat. Downs Obesity Reducer is unlike other reducing remedies in that it does not require other medicines to strengthen up the system after it has performed its function of relieving the patient of superfluous fat. On the contrary, Downs Obesity Reducer not only does away with obesity, but it strengthens the entire system, discharges all impurities, and tones up the blood. It is easy to take, being put up in pill and capsule form. Downs Obesity Reducer contains no injurious drugs. A child might take it in any quantity without harmful effects. It is not one of the so-called new discoveries. It has been used successfully for over 30 years and has never produced an evil effect. Scores of people have been reduced by it from 20 to 80 pounds and never felt better than while taking and after taking. Guaranteed by the Downs Chemical Company, Chicago, under the Pure Food and Drugs Act of June 30, 1906. Serial number 17092. Regular price for a full month's treatment is $2.50. Illustration. Silhouette of obese man and woman. Finest razors in the world. Hand-forged. Largest factory in the U.S. Satisfaction guaranteed. Ask for the Geneva Standard brand. Made by Geneva Cutlery Company, Geneva, New York, USA. Illustration. Image of razor. Illustration. Picture of blacksmith pounding iron on an anvil. Pure olive oil is a health-building food. It builds firm, solid flesh, aids digestion, and clears the complexion. Dress your food with Sherris, pronounced Sherris, Olive oil. It is the first pressing of the choicest French olives. Every package put up and sealed at the factory at Grasse, France. American agents, Antoine Chiris Company, 18 to 20 Platt Street, New York. Don't be cut open. Don't suffer. Promptly use maize poultice, hygroscopine. For pains, wounds, swellings, burns, bites, stings, and all inflammations. Maize poultice is in air-tight glass jars. 12 ounces net, 20 ounces net, 2 pounds net, and 5 pounds. Maize poultice is a safe, clean, soothing dressing, is antiseptic and anesthetic, does not soil or stain. It dissolves in water, lasts 24 hours as a dressing. Maize poultice is endorsed by physicians everywhere. It has no equal as a treatment in pneumonia, pleurisy, bronchitis, croup, rheumatic joints, carbuncles, old ulcers, infections, pelvic pains, ovaritis, erysipelas, orchitis, tonsillitis, enlarged glands, and appendicitis. Maize Chemical Manufacturing Company, Chicago, Illinois. Prevent disease. Australian Eucalyptus globulus oil, Kangaroo brand. Recommended by the highest medical authorities for sickroom and household use as a general antiseptic, disinfectant, and deodorant. It is non-poisonous and non-irritating. Used the world over. Take no substitute, but see that you get our Kangaroo brand. Eucocentol, a fragrant but powerful antiseptic and inhalant, invaluable to those exposed to infection and contagion, to travelers, and for use in crowded cars, theaters, etc. Mosquitoes and other insects shun it. Use it when on the water or at summer resorts. Either of the above sold by or obtained through any druggist, in original bottles only. Australian Eucalyptus Chemical Company, 305 North Michigan Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. Colds, catarrh, colds in head, hay fever, Condon's Catarrhal Jelly. Sample free for relief to prove why it cures. Please try Condon's with our compliments for catarrhal sore throat or colds or any catarrhal trouble. Pleasant, pure, quick to stop distress and speedily cures. Don't delay. Sold by over 35,000 druggists. Or write us for free sample. Condon's, in sanitary tubes, gives quick relief. Snuff a bit of this aromatic, soothing, healing jelly well into the nasal passages. Take a small portion internally, leaving in the throat as long as possible. Rub the throat well with the jelly. You'll find almost instant relief. Get a 25-cent or 50-cent tube today of your druggist, or send penny postal to us for free sample. Condon Manufacturing Company, Minneapolis, Minnesota. 25-cent or 50-cent sanitary tubes at all druggists. Sample free. Illustration. Image of woman rubbing her throat. Image of package. End of section 35. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on January 6, 2007, in Oceanside, California.
Section 36 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published in 1911. Section 36. Springhouse, Poland, Maine. can boast of two things that are unsurpassed, if equaled, in the United States: Poland Spring Hotel, which is the most delightful summer resort in the state of Maine, and the famous Poland Spring water, known all over the civilized world for its purity and sweetness and beneficial effects, has not its equal for kidney trouble, diabetes, gallstones, and various other ailments of a similar nature. The spring house is the most magnificent of any spring house in the world, having cost more than $100,000. Poland water is the purest, most efficacious, and lightest of all natural mineral waters. Hiram Ricker & Sons, South Poland, Maine. Proprietors. Sprague, Warner & Company, Chicago. Western agents. Ad features an idyllic photograph of the spring house, a long clapboard building with a tall belfry surrounded by slender young trees. Return to text. A hygienic cleanser. A youthful complexion. A protection from sun and wind. Brown's Wonder Face Cream. Wonder Face Cream is recognized by both users and dealers to be the best face cream on the market. It is the best looking package and the most goods for the money. For oily skin. Wonder Face Cream will prevent an oily skin, whether this is caused by the use of a grease cream or by oil extruding from the skin itself. No other face cream is equal to Wonder Cream for this purpose. As a cleanser, it is superior to soap. It penetrates the skin and removes the secretions, which if allowed to remain will cause blackheads and pimples. Wonder Face Cream contains no grease and will not grow hair. It will remove tan and sunburn, give users a fresh complexion, whiten the skin, will gradually remove freckles, and when used with massage, will remove wrinkles. One jar will convince you. If you do not think this is possible, give it a trial. Every person going out in the wind or sun, especially on automobile rides, requires a face dressing, and only a non-grease cream can be used. Wonder Face Cream is perfect for this purpose. An invisible dressing of Wonder Cream will protect the face, preventing sunburn, roughening of the skin, etc. No one will suffer from sunburn if they will put on a dressing of Wonder Face Cream before going out. Put up in 25-cent, 35-cent, 50-cent, 75-cent, $1, and $1.75 jars. Ad features an image of a jar and a box of the cream. An abstract, flower-like design graces the label. Return to text. Brown's Wonder Salve, a household remedy. Perfectly harmless. Can be used on both adults and children. Wonder Salve cures sore throat and colds, inflammation of lungs or chest, frostbite, neuralgia, chilblain, tired or aching feet, rheumatism, burns, boils, sprains, bruises, croup, earaches, warts, appendicitis, eczema, sores at long standing, mumps, sore corns, cuts, piles and fistulas, deafness after scarlet fever, is best cure for pneumonia. Brown's Wonder Salve cures first by removing inflammation or irritation of the parts. Second, by regulating the circulation when from any cause it has become impaired. With the cause of the inflammation removed and the circulation brought to its normal condition, nature does the healing. Put up in 25-cent, 50-cent, and $1 sizes, and hospital size of $1.75. If not obtainable at your druggist, goods will be sent by mail on receipt of price. Safe delivery guaranteed. R.H. Brown & Company, 2701 Menlo Avenue, Los Angeles, California. Cola's famous corset ankle supports with removable bones. The only real support for weak or sprained ankles. Men's, ladies, and misses' price per pair $1. Children's price per pair 50 cents. Made in tan or black leather. When ordering, state shoe size worn. Dr. Bull's elastic ankle supports. Mercanized silk. Men's, ladies, and misses' price per pair $1.50. The feature of our elastic support is, they are made to fit and conform perfectly with the ankle, giving free instep movement recommended by leading physicians. When ordering, state size shoe worn. The Harvard Athletic Supports. Price each 75 cents. Made in 3 sizes, small, medium, and large. These are used for all classes of athletic sports, such as baseball, football, basketball, and all other indoor games. When ordering, enclose 5 cents extra for mailing goods. H.J. Colas Manufacturing Company, Taunton, Massachusetts. Strops all blades. Gillette, OVB, Durham, Duplex, Enders, Keen Cutter, Ward, and Clark safety razor blades. Old blades better than new. When you use Mihan's Razor Stropper. We guarantee every one of them to be in perfect condition. If a fair trial fails to convince you of its being the most economical stropping device on the market, come and get your money back. Double-edged blades sharpened without readjustment. Weighs only 5 ounces. Mihan's Razor Stropper. A sharp razor blade is the most essential point for the home shaver. No safety razor set is complete without Mihan's Razor Stropper. Only one insertion of blade in holder is necessary for sharpening both sides of both edges at the same time. No complicated parts, simple construction, easy to operate. No possible chance of an accidental cut when inserting blade or stropping. When you use Mihan's Razor Stropper. $2 for sale where you got this book. Ad features a drawing of a clean-shaven young man in a black coat with slick black hair, stropping a razor on a strop hung on a nail in the wall. Return to text. Woman's beauty is her power. Every woman can be beautiful if she uses G.O.W. Laird's Bloom of Youth. Woman's beauty rules the world. Kings, emperors, sultans, millionaires, statesmen, and men of influence all bow to women's beauty. Then it is not to be wondered at that women do all in their power to attain that wonderful charm. A clear, smooth, soft, white, beautiful skin is far more attractive than the most costly costume. Laird's Bloom of Youth will remove all imperfections of the skin, tan, freckles, and all other discolorations, leaving it clear and beautiful. Laird's Bloom of Youth has been in use the past 50 years and improved from time to time, until now it is simply a perfect toilet preparation. Woman's duty. Woman should use every legitimate means in her power to make herself attractive, if nature has not been generous to her and blessed her with a clear, soft, beautiful skin. She should use some of the artificial means of attaining the desired effect. We would recommend the use of Laird's Bloom of Youth. It has been in use the past 50 years by millions of society ladies, actresses, and opera singers, both in this country and in Europe. Sold at all druggists and fancy goods stores. Price 75 cents a bottle. Manufactured by G.O.W. Laird, Cliffside, New Jersey. For sale where you got this book. Ad features a drawing of a lovely young woman with languid eyes and a pompadour, in a low-cut, skin-bearing evening gown of silk and lace, resting casually against a chair. She is surrounded by 4 intently admiring men in tailcoats and white vests, with shiny, slick hair and monocles. One holds a bouquet of flowers for her. In the background, more men have their heads turned her way as well. Return to text. I wish to state that we have been using your baby food for 1 year and have met with nothing but the best of results. It was only after trying, I think, all other kinds of foods, which only seem to make matters worse, that a trial was made of Dinos food, which we feel is a lifesaver. The photo and the boy's condition will best testify as to the merits of Dinos food. Yours very truly, signed Ralph Crows, 316 Union Street, Seattle. Photo labeled Ralph Crowe's Jr. features a cherubic, curly blonde baby boy, smiling contently and gazing off camera with his face resting in one of his chubby little hands. Return to text. 600,000 babies die every year, almost invariably from improper feeding. Doctors agree that the only substitute for mother's milk is fresh cow's milk, scientifically modified. That is why physicians and mothers alike are giving much heartfelt welcome to Dinos Food, the wonderful new cereal preparation which adds to cow's milk all vital nutritional elements, flakes the indigestible curd completely, and saves babies' lives. I am using Dinos Food in my practice and find it very satisfactory. Signed, W.C. Emery, M.D., Kenton, Ohio. I have tried several foods with very little success until we put our baby on Dinos. Dinos Food is a godsend to mothers. Signed, Mrs. M. Lawrence, 1734 Sycamore Street, Cincinnati, Ohio. Sold by your druggist. Ask your doctor about Dinos. Write to Dinos Food Company, 911 Western Avenue, Seattle, for free sample and baby book. Sweet Ola. High-grade chocolates, made for a discerning public. Packed in packages containing either bittersweet chocolates, milk chocolates, chocolates and bonbons, assorted chocolates. Made by the Chicago Chocolate Company, 3233 West Lake Street. Phones, Kedzie 2261 and 5888, Chicago. Things Worth Knowing. Dr. Lemke's Golden Electric Liniment is a powerful pain expeller and reliable house remedy. It alleviates and heals external and internal pain and inflammation, both for man and beast. It is an extraordinary and valuable liniment. Price $1.50. Dr. Lemke's St. Johannes Drops is a valuable medicine. In thousands of cases, these drops have alleviated pain and cured sickness. Yes, in a great many cases, saved lives in attacks of spasms, colic, cramps, and cholera. In case of excitement and anxious feelings in the head and nerves, these drops bring quick relief. A very important medicine. Price 50 cents and 25 cents. Dr. Lemke's Laxative Herb Tea has a salutary effect on the whole system in case of colds, biliousness, costiveness, and intermittent fevers. It thoroughly cleanses the blood, creates appetite, works on the liver, kidneys, bladder, and produces a regular stool. Price 50 cents and 25 cents. These remedies have been in use over 40 years and have enjoyed a gradual increase in sales through their good work. They are for sale by druggists and prepared by Dr. H.C. Lemke Medicine Company, 1538 Elburn Avenue, Chicago. Typewriters. Special prices for serviceable machines as low as $12, $15, and $20. I sell all makes, rebuilt, and some nearly new. Write me for special price on any make or model preferred. Telephones, Franklin 1737, automatic 32326. Walter H. Fox, 106 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. Ad features a line drawing of a smiling woman in a pompadour, busy at a typewriter. Return to text. The perfect removable buffer with 3 extra chamois. The metal band being removable, the chamois may easily be replaced, making the polisher practically everlasting. In 4 sizes, 4 1/2, 5, 6, and 7 inches. 3 colors, ebony, cocoa bola, and olive wood. Manufactured by the Manicure Novelty Manufacturing Company, 140 Sullivan Street, New York. Inquire where you got this book. Sanford's Inks Mucilage Library Paste for permanent records. The only ink for a fountain pen. A necessity in every home and office. Ad features drawings in a row of a dark bottle capped with a pour spout, a squat bottle with a clear cap, and a jar of firm paste with a well built into the center where a small brush resides. Return to text. You must have an antiseptic always on hand to protect yourself from disease-breeding bacteria. Be absolutely sure that it is A. free from poison, B. reliable, C. easily applied, and D. free from objectionable odor. How can you be sure of finding these 4 properties in an antiseptic? Read the official reports on salubrin from eminent authorities, professors of medicine in the Royal University of Lund, Sweden. Buy from your druggist a bottle of salubrin and read the circular containing such reports, or drop us a postal card giving your address, and we will mail you absolutely convincing proofs. There is no other antiseptic remedy equal to salubrin. The Salubrin Laboratory, Grand Crossing, Chicago, Illinois. Particular people demand Calder's Saponaceous Dentine, made for 60 years. It cleans and polishes the teeth, making them white and beautiful. It keeps the gums a natural red, the breath fragrant. Buy it anywhere. The material used in Calder's Dentine is made especially for it. Lune de Miel, Honeymoon, the new perfume. A charming new perfume of exquisite odor. Cut glass bottle in satin-lined case, beautifully put up. An unusually attractive package at a moderate price. Lune de Miel, the French for honeymoon, is probably the most delightful perfume on the market. Its fragrance is not alone pleasing, but lasting. Lune de Miel perfume is now enjoying the same large demand in America as it has in Europe. Lune de Miel toilet water, sachet, face powder, and soap. The Crown Perfumery Company of London, 30 East 20th Street, New York. Ad features a rectangular glass bottle capped with a cut glass stopper, standing next to an open box lined in satin. Return to text. Burnishine did it! For cleaning and polishing copper, brass, zinc, tin, nickel, silver, and all kinds of metals. Warranted not to contain anything injurious to the metal. Works quick and easy. Put up in cans 4 ounces, half pint, 1 pint, 1 quart, 2 quart, 1 gallon. For sale by all dealers. J.C. Paul & Company. Manufacturers, Chicago. Ad features a drawing of a smiling, pompadoured woman in a ruffled blouse and tidy dark skirt, triumphantly displaying in one hand a shining sugar bowl. On the surface before her, her other hand holds a crumpled shining cloth. Resting there are also a metal teapot, metal coffee pot, and of course a large open jar of burnishine. Return to text. Mount Clemens Bitter Water, nature's great laxative and tonic, for biliousness and indigestion. Prepared from and containing all the remedial merit of the famous Mount Clemens mineral waters. The original, the long green bottle. Born in Mount Clemens, 1886. The dose is small, it's not bad to take. 100% satisfaction. Analysis and history for the asking. Mount Clemens Mineral Springs Water Company, Mount Clemens, Michigan. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Oakley. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published in 1911. Section 37. Ask your druggist. The Canton Seamless Hot Water Bottle, as the name implies, is seamless. It cannot possibly leak. The highest grade materials are used in its construction, making it the most durable, seamless water bottle ever devised. Guaranteed 2 years. Made in all sizes. Ask your druggist. Dead stuck for bugs. Big bugs, little bugs, all sorts of bugs are exterminated by Dead Stuck. Price 25 cents per can. All druggists. Manufactured by the Penn Chemical Company Incorporated, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Sanitas, the best disinfectant. Powerful, fragrant, and non-poisonous. Sanitas disinfecting fluid, 20-ounce bottle, 40 cents. Sanitas crude disinfecting liquid, 8-ounce bottle, 25 cents. Sanitas oil, 4-ounce bottle, 40 cents. Sanitas jelly salve, 4-ounce jar, 40 cents. Sanitas disinfecting toilet soap, per cake, 15 cents. Remember, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. Write for book, How to Disinfect. The Sanitas Company, USA, 636 to 642 West 55th Street, New York. For 90 years, Gray's Ointment has stood the test for burns, boils, carbuncles, sores of all kinds, frostbite, and all external inflammations. A box should be kept in every home. Immediate application to the wound has saved thousands of cases of blood poison. 25 cents from your druggist or W.F. Gray & Co., Nashville, Tennessee. Write for a booklet. Dr. Lindley's Golden Remedy for Epilepsy. 15 years of successful treatment. Golden Remedy has stood the test of time. It is no new thing, but a well-tried remedy which stands alone as the only medicine that will stop fits in 24 hours. Of course, to do away with them altogether, it must be taken from 1 to 3 years, although many cases have been cured in much less time than this, depending upon the severity of the case. Golden Remedy is also of great value in the treatment of the following troubles: nervous headache, great nervous excitability, insomnia or sleeplessness, hysteria, St. Vitus dance, spasms and convulsions of men, women and children. Those who seek the best get Borden's malted milk. Those who accept substitutes are losers. Malted milk department, Borden's Condensed Milk Co., New York. Every woman is interested and should know about the wonderful Marvel Whirling Spray Syringe. The Marvel, by reason of its peculiar construction, dilates and flushes the vaginal passage with a volume of whirling fluid, which smooths out the folds and permits the injection to come in contact with its entire surface, instantly dissolving and washing out all secretions and discharges. Ask your druggist for it. If he cannot supply the Marvel, accept no other, but send stamp for illustrated book sealed. It gives full particulars and directions invaluable to ladies. Address, Marvel Company, 44 East 23rd Street, New York. For sale, where you got this book, $3. Where there's life, there's hope. Reverend W.W. Brown's Asthma Remedy. All preventive of paroxysms or choking spells. All we ask for this wonderful remedy is a fair trial. Why not try it? Address, W.W. Brown, Sioux City, Iowa. Peckham's Croup Remedy is the children's safeguard for colds, cough, croup, whooping cough. Mothers, get a bottle today. You may need it tonight. Sold where you got this book, 35 cents. Chevette Diphtheria Preventive, 50 cents. A pleasant, fruity syrup used by thousands of families to safeguard children against diphtheria, scarlet fever, disease, tonsils, and all throat infections. It should always be kept on hand for immediate use. Its value is well worth knowing. Chevette Solus, 50 cents, a standard household remedy for all distressed conditions, neuralgic or rheumatic, a comforting insurance against loss of time due to pain, headache or la grippe. One bottle proves its value. Chevette Laboratory, 200 West 61st Street, Chicago. Lusterite, a brand on manicure goods which is recognized and stamped with the approval of thousands of users, standing for purity and quality of manufacture. Lusterite specialties are sold by the Central Drug Company, State and Washington Street, Chicago, the Floridine Manufacturing Company, New York. Shaving comfort found only in a tube of Bonheim's shaving cream. No soap, no cup, no trouble. Price per large tube 25 cents. If your dealer cannot supply you, send 25 cents to us and a full-size tube will be mailed to your address. Savoy Drug and Chemical Co., Chicago. Physiological tonicum. This is what may be described as scientific iron tonic. In it, the ferric and ferrous oxides are combined in exactly the same proportions as they are found combined in the normal human blood. Hence, the psychological tonicum is a blood maker, or, if the term be preferred, blood purifier. It corrects the blood. Thus it is that this tonic, which may be used in connection with other medicine, is useful in nearly all diseases, save such as are characterized by plethoric states or full-bloodedness. In any instance where the physician wants to prescribe iron, which will cause no untoward effects such as disturbing the stomach, affecting the teeth, etc., this physiological tonicum is the best preparation of iron he can find on the market. Price 4-ounce bottle 50 cents. Price 12-ounce bottle $1.25. Prepared solely by Boric and Tafal, publishers of Hansell's scientific works in the United States and Germany, and sole authorized depositories for his physiological preparations, for sale by the store where you got this book. Everybody admires a beautiful complexion. Dr. T. Felix Gourod's Oriental Cream or Magical Beautifier. An indispensable and delightful toilet request for fashionable women. A daily necessity for the ladies' toilet, whether at home or while travelling. It protects the skin from injurious effects of the elements, gives a wonderfully effective beauty to the complexion. It's a perfect non-greasy toilet cream and positively will not cause or encourage the growth of hair, which all ladies should guard against when selecting a toilet preparation. When dancing, bowling or other exertions heat the skin, it prevents a greasy appearance. Gourod's Oriental Cream has been highly recommended by physicians, actresses, singers and women of fashion for over half a century and cannot be surpassed when preparing for daily or evening attire. Gourod's Oriental Cream cures skin diseases and relieves sunburn, removes tan, pimples, blackheads, moth patches, rash, freckles and vulgar redness, yellow and muddy skin, giving a delicately clear and refined complexion which every woman desires. Number 11 for sale by druggists and fancy goods dealers. Ferd T. Hopkins, proprietor, 37 Great Jones Street, New York. Oriental Cream or Magical Beautifier, trademark, the most elegant and delicate preparation for the skin ever invented, for tan, pimples, freckles, morphew and all blemishes of the cuticle, prepared by Ferd T. Hopkins, successor to T. Felix Gouraud, 37 Great Jones Street, New York, price $1.50 per bottle. Employed and prescribed by leading physicians everywhere, Simplex Steam Vaporizers Lead. Size 5x8 nickel plate, complete with croup kettles, warm vapor inhalers and nursery vaporizer. Number 1 with 8 ounce. Boiler and restricted alcohol flame complete. Price $1.50. Number 2 with 8 ounce boiler and copper boiler and jacket. Handsome instrument. Price $1. Number 3 with 16 ounce boiler, hospital size with restricted alcohol lamp. Price $2. Number 4 with 20 ounce boiler with retaining test. Works half hour with flame. Price 75 cents. Number 6 with 16 ounce boiler and kettle with improved vent tube, highly finished, price 25 cents. Simplex inhalers and benzoin kettles for whooping cough, grip, colds, lost voice bronchitis, singers, speakers and smokers' throats, delivered post-paid with direction and formulae. Simplex Lamp Manufacturing Company, Brooklyn, New York. Geo H. Bell's patents, sold at all leading drugstores. Nardine, a name to be remembered by every housekeeper, as is the name of one of the best household remedies on earth. It is divided into a series of specifics. Each specific is intended to eliminate a certain group of disorders as follows. Number 1. Catarrh, cold in the head. Grip, neuralgia, hay fever, asthma. Number 2. Eczema, itching, salt rheum, sunburn, mosquito bites, boils, burns, bruises, chapped and cracked hands and all forms of skin eruptions. Number 3. Sore throat, bronchitis, lung trouble, whooping cough, croup. Number 4. For indigestion, catarrh of the stomach, cause sour stomach and foul breath. Number 5, for piles and chafing. Number 6, for chilblains, tender feet, calluses, bunions and corns. Number 7, for complexion, blackheads, pimples, skin eruptions. Number 8, for toothache, headache, earache, deafness. Sold by all leading druggists everywhere. Price 25 cents or sent direct from this office on receipt of price. Trial box free. Nardine Medical Company, Schenectady, New York. We sell Alexander's Remedy for asthma and hay fever. Don't fail to give it a trial. The Sweet Baby Nursing Bottle, patented May 3, 1910. Has no neck, therefore is washed on the inside like a tumbler and filled without a funnel. Every mother is familiar with this style nipple. We have simply added the large bottom to fit the opening of the bottle. It is reversible and will not collapse. Endorsed by doctors and nurses as the most sanitary nursing bottle made. For sale by all druggists. Price complete 25 cents. The Yankee Company manufacturers, Utica, New York. End of section 37. Recording by Jason Oakley, Brisbane, Australia, www.bangrocks.com.
Section 38 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published in 1911. Section 38. Whitemore's Polishes, the oldest and largest manufacturers of shoe polish in the world. Finest in quality, largest in variety. Below we mention some of our special brands. Gilt Edge Oil Polish, blacks and polishes ladies' and children's boots and shoes, shines without rubbing, always ready for use. Price 25 cents. Dandy Combination for cleansing and polishing all kinds of russet or tan boots and shoes. Price 25 cents. Star Size 10 cents. Also oxblood and brown combinations in same sizes and at same prices. Elite Combination for those who take pride in having their shoes look A1. Restores color and luster to all black shoes. Polish with a brush or cloth. Price 25 cents. Baby Elite size 10 cents. French Gloss for blacking and polishing ladies' and children's boots and shoes. Shines without rubbing. Price 10 cents. Quick White makes dirty canvas shoes clean and white in liquid form so it can be quickly and easily applied. No white dust. Will not rub off. A sponge in every package, so always ready for use. 2 sizes, 25 cents and 10 cents. Bully Shine, a waterproof paste polish for all kinds of black shoes and old rubbers. Blacks, polishes, softens, and preserves. Contains oils and waxes to polish and preserve the leather. Large tin boxes, price 10 cents. Boxes open with a key. Ask for Whitmore shoe polishes if you want the best. Leslie Safety Razors and Spiral Stropper, Leslie Standard, the shaving outfit of the world. Contains Leslie Safety Razor and Spiral Stropper and 6 Leslie blades. Pronounced by its users to be far in advance of all other shaving and stropping devices. In handsome leather-lined and covered case. Number 1, Special Leslie Finish, $5. Number 2, Gold-plated, $7.50. Leslie Tourist. The Leslie Tourist Safety Razor with 12 Leslie blades, identical with the $5 outfit with the exception of the Leslie Stropper. The true test of any razor is the blade, and without reservation or qualification, we pronounce this the finest and most efficient, no-hone, no-strop safety razor ever produced. This outfit will outshave and outlast all other makes of safety razors, and in doing so will afford far greater comfort and satisfaction. In handsome leather-lined and covered case. Number 3, Specially Leslie Finish, $3.50. Number 4, Gold-plated, $5. Leslie Jr., the Vest Pocket Safety Razor. Realizing the enormous demand for a really first-class safety razor that will far excel all others now in use at the popular price of $1, we have brought out the Leslie Jr. Safety Razor, which consists of the unequaled Leslie holder and 6 regulation Leslie blades, in handsome leather-lined and covered case. Number 5, Special Leslie Finish, $1. Number 6, Gold-plated, $2. Made by Leslie Manufacturing Company, Boston, USA. Retain a bloom of youth by using Luxtone Beauty Secret, a dainty invisible cream powder with skin tonic combined, which freshens the complexion and tones down the hard lines as though by magic. It feeds the tissue, refines the texture, instantly beautifies, and permanently benefits. Only under the Luxtone label will you find the real Beauty Secret. Accept no other, for then you are safe. Price 75 cents, 50 cents, and 25 cents. Luxtone Rub-A-Tint, a delicate coloring for cheeks and lips, when combined with the Beauty Secret, produces an effect truly captivating. Price 50 cents and 25 cents. Luxtone Almond Olive Cream, the cream for making flesh and banishing wrinkles. Price $1. Luxtone Cold Cream, the cream that cleanses clear through. Price 50 cents, 25 cents. Luxtone Cucumber Cream, the only cream for sunburn. Price 50 cents. Manufactured only by Blanche W. Moe, 314 West 42nd Street, New York, New York. Look for our trademark, El Perfecto Veda Rose Rouge, a wonderful beautifier. Sold in the highest class stores in many places all over the world, it is famous for giving a perfectly natural tint to the cheeks. This article of great merit has been manufactured by the El Perfecto Veda Rose Company for over 14 years, is harmless, and never fails to give satisfaction. Any rouge bordering on the shade of El Perfecto Veda Rose is an imitation. Use the original, which is known to be the most perfectly natural shade ever before manufactured. El Perfecto Veda Rose Company, San Francisco, California. Sandhome Skin Lotion is a clear liquid used externally, eradicates all skin and scalp trouble by absorbing the germ, returns the skin to normal condition. It has no equal for salt rheum, eczema, rash, tetter, herpes, scald head, milk scald, plant poisoning, hives, mosquito bites, small burns or scratches, barber's itch, parasitic diseases, scaly or scabby eruptions of the skin, itching piles, acne, psoriasis, pimples, blackheads, cracked hands and lips, etc. A perfect antiseptic after shaving. What is more desirable than a clear, healthy skin? Remove the blotches, pimples, and hideous red marks by the free use of Sandhome's lotion. When used as a massage, Sandhome's lotion is the greatest skin beautifier ever discovered and produces that velvety softness of the skin which is so much admired. One trial will convince you of its merits. Manufactured by Sandhome Drug Company, Des Moines, Iowa. Abilena, America's truest and purest natural laxative. One of the most remarkable of all natural phenomena is the famous wells of Abilena, from which flows a perfect laxative water. Scientists of today, with the accumulated knowledge of 1,000 years to guide them, have not been able to manufacture a harmless, non-irritating laxative which relieves constipation and stimulates the liver as Abilena water does. You will never need laxative medicines of any kind, pills, tablets, capsules, salts, artificial waters, if you occasionally drink a wine glass of Abilena when conditions call for a laxative or cathartic. Abilena comes to you pure, just as it flows from the famous wells of Abilena, harmless as the water you drink, clear, sparkling, vitalizing. It flushes and cleanses the system thoroughly and in the gentlest way possible. Instead of irritating the delicate membranes of the stomach and bowels, as drugs and artificial waters are very apt to do, it relieves congestions and soothes these membranes, and it stimulates liver activities. There is no magic in the name Abilena, nor no special virtue simply because it happens to be America's only natural cathartic water, but its splendid clinical use and effect is due solely to the fact that Abilena is almost wholly pure and true sodium sulfate, the world's truest representative of this ideal laxative and reconstructive base. All the other waters on the markets are largely solutions of Epsom salts, consequently are nauseous, harsh, and irritating. The same thing is more or less true with pills, powders, and manufactured cathartics. Abilena is a safe, pure, inexpensive laxative and cathartic, convenient and pleasant to take, suited for old and young alike, a cure for constipation and biliousness, and truly the ideal family remedy. Abilena is America's only bottled natural cathartic water. We will mail free upon application the natural method, an interesting booklet on the importance of normal elimination and a study of the comparative values of the better known cathartics. The Abilena Company, Frank M. Gear, M.D., President, Abilene, Kansas. The sad story of my father's great suffering from cancer. Read the following and be convinced. There's hope for you. 45 years ago my father, who was himself a doctor, had a vicious cancer that was eating away his life. The best physicians in America could do nothing for him. After 9 long years of awful suffering, and after the cancer had totally eaten away his nose and portions of his face, as shown in his picture here given, his palate was entirely destroyed together with portions of his throat. Father fortunately discovered the great remedy that cured him. He lived over 40 years, and no return of the disease. The same discovery has now thousands who were threatened with operation and death, and to prove that this is the truth we will give their sworn statement if you will write us. Doctors, lawyers, mechanics, ministers, laboring men, bankers, and all classes recommend this glorious life-saving discovery, and we want the whole world to benefit by it. Have you cancer, tumors, ulcers, abscesses, fever sores, goiter, catarrh, salt rheum, rheumatism, piles, eczema, scald head, or scrofula in any form? Ask your druggist for Mixer's Cancer and Scrofula Syrup. It will cost you nothing to learn the truth about this wonderful home treatment without the knife or caustic, and if you know anyone who is afflicted with any disease above mentioned, you can do them a Christian act of kindness by telling them of our great treatment and how to get it. 40 years experience guarantees success. Ask your druggist for illustrated booklet free showing halftones of many people cured with their testimonials. Manufactured by Mixer Medicine Company, 151 Jefferson Street, Hastings, Michigan. Your feet, as well as any part of your body, should be properly treated and taken care of. If you are in need of a positive and guaranteed remedy, something entirely different from the everyday so-called corn cures, an article for removing corns and calluses and for relief of painful bunions, buy a 25-cent tube of Goodwin's Chiropody Corn Salve. For tired, aching, swollen, bad-smelling, or burning feet, there is nothing to compare with Goodwin's Foot Powder. These articles are for sale and recommended by your druggist. Manufactured by Goodwin German Foot Remedy Company, Chicago, Illinois. Strong's Arnica Tooth Soap, Cleanser and Mouthwash in One. Polishes the teeth to dazzling whiteness while its fragrant antiseptic foam reaches every part of the mouth, neutralizing all tooth-destroying acids, preventing discoloration and decay. Strong's Arnica Tooth Soap comes in a handy metal box, nothing to break or spill, a convenient cake that ensures beautiful teeth, healthy gums, and sweet breath. At your druggist, 25 cents. Strong's Arnica Jelly keeps your skin smooth. No need to endure the discomfort of sunburn or winter chapping. Apply with fingertips, rub gently into pores. In collapsible metal tubes, 25 cents. Note, if your druggist does not have these goods, send price to us. We will forward them prepaid. Guaranteed under the Food and Drug Act, June 30th, 1906, serial number 1612, C.H. Strong & Company, Chicago, USA. Delays are dangerous. Unexpected changes are apt to bring on coughs and colds. Mare's Cough Balsam will not allow a cough or cold to run to the dangerous point. It checks the irritation and drives out the inflammation. If you have children, you ought to have a bottle of this medicine on the mantle. 25 cents a bottle at all drugstores. Mare's Cathartic Capsules tone the stomach, help the liver, and clean the bowels. For women, Orange Blossom, Dr. J. A. McGill's famous female suppositories, are a famous remedy for all female diseases. The Orange Blossom is simple and harmless. Every lady can treat herself. Suffering women call and get a free sample and book telling how. At the store where you got this book, $1. Grube's Method. After 3 minutes, no pain. For complete eradication of toe corns, sole corns, bunions, calluses, soft corns, heel corns. Kills the seed, leaves smooth skin. 1-drop corn remover. Advise no cutting with knife. Use eraser to remove hard part. Rub well. Apply 1 drop covering corn completely to kill seed of the trouble. Cover it with tissue paper. Peel it off 3rd day. Result, a normal smooth skin. Put cotton between toes with soft corns. Price 25 cents. When properly applied, gives relief in 3 minutes. Excelsior Chemical Company, 3100 State Street, Chicago. For sale at the store where you got this book. Look out for the pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves. An old saying. Look out for the blood cells and the body will take care of itself. You can't expect to be well or to ever accomplish much in the world if the blood and nerve cells are lacking strength and vitality. As the blood races through your body, head and brain, every little cell should be brimful of life and power. Then you feel the vim and go that will make you a power among your fellow men. No nervousness, no indecision, No sign of the weakling if you use Dr. Hoag's Cell Tissue Tonic, the great nerve and tissue builder. This goes straight to the cells of the blood and enriches them and puts new strength into them so they can combat and throw off disease. This is undoubtedly the greatest and grandest rebuilder and strengthener that modern medicine has produced. Cell Tissue Tonic is particularly recommended for paleness and weakness, debilitation, stomach and bowel trouble of both infants and adults, hysteria, fainting spells, insomnia and sleeplessness, and poor assimilation of food. All druggists sell Dr. Hoag's Cell Tissue Tonic, price $1 per bottle, or it is sent direct upon receipt of price, address Dr. C.A. Hoag, Company, 25 West Kinsey Street, Chicago, Illinois. Dr. Hoag's Home Doctor book contains instructions on care of sick and sick room, as well as much other valuable information. Sent to everyone free upon request. Dr. C.A. Hoag Company, Chicago, Illinois. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published in 1911. Wright's Rheumatic Remedy, Wright's Catarrhal Balm, two great medicines. These well-known Canadian medicines are of a high order of excellence and of the greatest value, prompt in action and relief. Try a bottle of Wright's Rheumatic Remedy for your rheumatism. It dissolves uric acid quickly, stops pain, takes out the grit in the joint, establishes a good circulation, very soon puts the patient on the road to ease and comfort. A truly wonderful medicine. 1 dose a day, usually 1 bottle sufficient, just $1. All singers, speakers, voice users, children, in fact everybody should use Wright's Antiseptic Catarrh Balm. It clears out the head, stops the ringing noises, heals the tender places, keeps the germ away, gives the clear voice, clean throat, and free air passages. Just a little on the fingertip, inserted in the nostril during the day, and upon retiring works wonders. Keep a box handy, it saves the doctor bill, 50 cents per box. The Wright Medicine Company, Peru, Indiana, or from the Central Drug Company, Core State and Washington States, Chicago, Illinois. One of the things worth knowing is that Dr. J.D. Kellogg's Asthma Remedy does relieve asthma and hay fever. 25 cents and $1, free sample on request. Northrop and Lyman Company, Buffalo, New York. One of the best external remedies known, the Dr. D.P. Ordway Plasters. A broad statement yet true, better than filling the system up with drugs. Rheumatism, weak lungs, asthma, backache, lumbago, strains, bronchitis, female weakness, and all other transient aches and pains. A strengthening support wherever applied. 25 cents each. We are headquarters for APW brand toilet paper, a light, soft tissue of the finest quality made from absolutely clean, pure stock. We will deliver anywhere in the city 10,000 sheets in a handsome nickel-plated holder for the sum of $1. Send us a trial order and be convinced that the APW brand is not only the best but also the most economical toilet paper on the market. Central Drug Company, Chicago or Detroit, Independent Drug Company, Chicago, Auditorium Pharmacy Company, Chicago, Ashland Drug Company, Chicago, Congress Drug Company, Chicago, and Standard Drug Company, Cleveland. Rat Nox destroys rats, mice, and roaches. They do not die in house. Most economical and effective remedy. In self-sealing boxes made with a view to convenience and handling. 15 and 25 cents. Omega Novelty Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Test it yourself free. A real hair restorative? Yes, that's just it. A real one at last. One that invigorates the roots and promotes the restoration of the hair to its original beauty, luxuriance, and color. Better than any argument is the restorative itself, for you to try. We are only too glad to throw ourselves wholly on the merits of Golden Rule Hair Restorative, so we years ago set aside thousands of dollars to spend on big free sample bottles. If we didn't know that our preparation would do this would be reckless extravagance, but we do know and believe that the quickest way to help you to find it out is to place a bottle of it in your hands. We know the annoyance of having one's hair fall and turn gray, perhaps while you are still young. It is the result perhaps of some unusual worry or care, but that does not prevent friends and neighbors from the knowing nod that says growing old. Not so, it is only a run-down condition of the roots of the hair, just as the body gets run down. But you should not permit this. It is not necessary, and this needless look of age impairs your usefulness and popularity in society and business. Golden Rule Hair Restorative simply invigorates the roots, waking them up, toning them up, rejuvenating them until they are rendered lively and vigorous as in youth. The obvious result is that the growth of the hair is promoted. Hair can starve and wither like any plant that gets its life from its roots. If the roots are vigorous and healthy, the hair is bound to be natural. We want you to accept a large sample bottle with our compliments. We want you to know what a remarkable remedy this is. If you don't need it yourself, get it for some friend. The truth is, however, that everyone should use Golden Rule Hair Restorative as a dressing for the hair to keep it healthy, just as you use a dentifrice to keep the teeth dainty and healthy. Get this bottle and try it. Remember, its continued use tends to stop hair from falling by promoting a vigorous growth of healthy hair. Remember that it restores color to the hair. It is harmless, and a trial will convince you that it's just what we claim for it. Send to us today, enclosing 10 cents to pay postage and packaging, and the bottle will come by first mail in a plain wrapper with full explanations. The Citizens Wholesale Supply Company, Department C, Columbus, Ohio. Have you piles? Why suffer longer when Rossman's Pile Cure is at hand? 44.5 South Street, Glen Falls, New York, June 3, 1909. G.A. McKinstry, Hudson, New York. Dear Sir, by the advice of my druggist, Mr. Bert H. Bentley, I bought and used your Pile Cure and have found it a wonder. I have been around the world and have used all kinds of salves, but never found anything equal to yours. In the year 1900, I enlisted in the U.S. Regulars and went to the Philippines. Was operated upon for hemorrhoids and was all right for 3 months. When itching developed, went to the hospital where I was told I had itching piles. I have been doctoring for 9 years for same and found no relief until I used a box of Rossman's Cure. I think it wonderful. With your further success, I remain, yours very truly, William F. Carter, subscribed and sworn before me this 3rd day of June, 1909. J. E. Potter, Notary Public. Mailed on receipt of price 50 cents. Geo. A. McKinstry, successor to A. McKinstry & Son, Druggists. 609 Warren Street, Hudson, New York. Don't wait until tomorrow before you investigate our method of treating drug, liquor, and tobacco addictions with Hill's Chloride of Gold tablets. Do it now. We remove desire of patients we accept for treatment if directions are followed and do it without pain or suffering. Can be given secretly without the knowledge of the patient. Testimonial sent free. Give it a trial. For sale by druggist or sent on receipt of $1. The Ohio Chemical Works, Toledo, Ohio. There may be other remedies nearly as good, but there are none better than Athleforos, Cyril's remedy for rheumatism and neuralgia. Write us for our booklets. Athlo ointment for stiff and sore joints. Athlo tablets for constipation. The Athleforos Company, New Haven, Connecticut. Scheffler's Instantaneous Hair Colorine. By the use Scheffler's Hair Colorine, the hair may be colored 8 natural shades. Number 1 black, number 2 dark brown, number 3 light brown, number 3A medium brown, number 4 dark drab, number 5 light drab, number 6 auburn, and number 7 blonde. This colorine has been recognized standard for 25 years and is easy to apply. Directions come with each box. The shades obtained by the use of Scheffler's Hair Colorine are natural looking, also leaves the hair soft and glossy. New York Hair Company, 737 Broadway, New York City. Sole agents and distributors. For sale where you got this book, price $1. New Kind Salted Peanuts. Did you ever try them? If not, you ought to ask your druggist, confectioner, or grocer for them at once and insist on having no other kind but Marple Brothers' New Kind Salted Peanuts. If you buy them once, you will never again buy any of the cheap kinds. Our peanuts are prepared so different from the old way, making them very nutritious and healthy. They are especially favored by the ladies to serve at all social functions. Once you try them, you will always buy them. Put up only by Marple Brothers, Toledo, Ohio. For sale where you got this book. Tangelute, the original flypaper. For more than 25 years, the standard of quality. All others are imitations. The best perfumes are made by Seguin et Chi, French perfumers. We carry a full line. The Hygiene Nursing Bottle with a wide-mouth food cell and a breast is the safest, cleanest, most natural, and simple nursing bottle for the feeding of infants. Mothers will make no mistake if they buy Hygiea. It will save them much anxiety and trouble in feeding their babies. It is widely and generally known and stands at the head of all nursing devices. Be sure you get the Hygiea. The name is on the breast nipple, also on the food receptacle. Beware of imitations. Beware of infringements. On sale by all druggists, manufactured by the Hygiea Nursing Bottle Company, 1336 Main Street, Buffalo, New York. All of our stores sell the New Bachelor Cigar. It's one of the best sellers. W.P. Cabler's Root Juice. tones, soothes, and heals the mucous linings of the stomach, bowels, and bladder. Invigorates the liver and kidneys. Unsurpassed for general debility, nervous weakness, stomach troubles, kidney affections, and general breakdown. The quick beneficial results obtained from the use of root juice is surprising thousands of people throughout the country. The compound is certainly a remarkable tonic stomach and seems to benefit from the very start all who take it. Manufactured by W.P. Cabler, Root Juice Medicine Company, Fort Wayne, Indiana. I Delight cleans, dusts, polishes all varnished or waxed woodwork, floors, pianos, furniture, white enamel, automobile bodies with ease and satisfaction. A spoonful on a dampened cheesecloth, wiped over the varnish and polished with a dry cheesecloth, will pick up all the dust, remove the grease, smoked or blued spots, cover scratches, and restore the original luster or finish. I Delight does not contain alcohol, ether, turpentine, benzine, vinegar, common paraffine, or coal oil, any one of which will in time ruin fine varnish. Easy to apply, a pleasant and purifying odor. Manufactured by Oscar S. Rhodes, Fort Wayne, Indiana. What is Saliodin? Quantitative and qualitative analyses. Saliodin Denstin. Manufactured by the Saliodin Chemical Company, Scranton, Pennsylvania. Saliodin doses grams 1 ounce. Formula. Each grams of Saliodin contains approximately salicylic acid, acetate salicylate, grams 15. Iodine iodate equivalent to iodine potassium, grams 15. Acetic acid, acetate equivalent to acetate potassium, grams 5. Aconite equivalent to TR aconite R GTTS 4. Bryonia equivalent to TR bryonia GTTS 5. Colchicum equivalent to vincolchicum R GTTS 15. Capsicum equivalent to TR capsicum GTTS 2. Oil Gaultheria M3. Saliodin is an iodide acetosalicylate with adjuvants and the specific treatment for every form of uric acid diatheses. Saliodin is a solvent and eliminant of uric acid and is a happy combination of salicylic acid, iodine, acetic acid, aconite, bryonia, colchicum, capsicum, and gaultheria, and chemically appears in the form of a pink grayish powder soluble in water, 1 to 3 doses, grams 10 to grams 30, for the exclusive use of physicians. Put up in 1 ounce bottles. Price per ounce $1.50. Is manufactured only by the Saliodin Chemical Company. Saliodin is specifically indicated in rheumatism, gout, neuralgia, malaria, and la grippe. Is analgesic, antipyrectic, an intestinal antiseptic, diaphoretic, diuretic, expectorant, deobstruent, sialagogue, choliagogue, emmenagogue, goicococidal, antisyphilitic, and alterative. Doctor, you may prescribe Saliodin with confidence wherever iodine or salicylate is indicated. Used both internally and externally. No iodism, no salicylism. Not less than 15 grains at a dose to adults, and in acute cases, repeat every 2 or 3 hours or oftener. In gonorrhea, Saliodin is a specific. Peter Van Schack & Sons, 138 Lake Street, Chicago, Illinois. Depositary and distributors for Chicago and Tributary District. London agents, Mrs. Thomas Christie and Company. Send for samples and literature to the Saliodin Chemical Company, Scranton, Pennsylvania, USA. Guaranteed under the Food and Drug Act of June 30th, 1906, number 383. The trained nurse of the emergency ward of your home. As a mouthwash, as a gargle, for the teeth, for cuts, for burns, for wounds, for boils or mosquitoes, for insects, for bee stings, for the complexion, prevents pimples and blotches, for the bath, relieves skin eruptions, for the toilet, destroys body odors, after shaving, gives instant relief to tender skins, in all cases of emergency, meeting anticipation at all times in 100 different ways. The genuine bears this signature, Consumers Company. Consumers Company, 35th and Butler Streets, Chicago. Don't forget to try Queen Bess perfume. 1 drop of Queen Bess has in it the fragrance of a garden in bloom, delicate, subtle, clinging, haunting, and elusive. It does not force itself upon the senses, it just seems as though it should be. If you are particularly critical in your choice of perfumes, let us convince you in the most forceful way possible that Queen Bess is what you have been looking for and could not find. That you may be able to see this matter of perfumes from our standpoint, we will give you a free sample upon your presenting coupon in the back of this book at the store where you got it. End of section 39.
Section 40 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corrie Samuel. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens, published in 1911. Section 40. A good toilet water. But note what that adjective means, good. The good things of this life are none too many in number, and unfortunately we are forced in nearly every instance to prove at our own expense the superiority or inferiority of each article or commodity, whether it be an investment, a friend, or a household necessity. A true toilet water is not a luxury. It is an absolute necessity to those who appreciate the highest form of health and appearance. A true toilet water invigorates and adds to the general health of the skin tissues. A true toilet water relieves skin irritations. Unreliable imitations aggravate them. It is the imitation that is the most costly sort of luxury. The Toilet Water Deluxe is Baldwin's Vivian Violet. It is made of only the best material, and in its composition it is the triumph of the art of distillation. The odour of Vivian Violet toilet water is delicate though lasting, and delightful to the most refined taste. Baldwin's products have a reputation of 40 years behind them. When buying your face powder, perfumes, and toilet water, insist on Baldwin's. Guaranteed under the Food and Drug Act, June 30th, 1906, serial number 29077. The Baldwin Perfumery Company, Chicago. Perfume, 50 cents per ounce. Toilet water, 4-ounce bottle, 50 cents. Face powder, 50 cents a box. Its use is a fine habit. Drosis. The Snow White odorless powder does not check perspiration. Easy to use, and its effect lasts for hours. Takes all the odor out of perspiration without injuring the skin or the clothing. A pure antiseptic powder. Is highly recommended by physicians as the best antiseptic and deodorant powder for destroying offensive odors of the body. Its wonderful soothing qualities make it indispensable in the home. Relieves chafing, scalding, windburn, and nothing can equal it after shaving. For bad smelly feet it has no rival. Drosis destroys all odors from excessive perspiration, not by overpowering with another odor, but by its own process of elimination, effects an entire absence of any odor whatsoever. Drosis is not absorbed by the pores, and is a necessity, positively indispensable on the toilet table of every lady. Drosis contains no alum. Use Drosis freely after the bath. Write us for a sample. The Drosis Company, 44 Lewis Block, Buffalo, New York. Reduce your weight by bathing. Use Louisenbad reduction salt for the bath. Removes superfluous fat and gives a slender, firm, stylish figure. Merely use a little twice a week in warm water when taking a bath. No need of taking drugs or starving yourself. No need of devoting hours to tiresome exercise, or of wearing uncomfortable reducing garments. Louisenbad reduction salt enters the pores in a natural way, prevents formation of superfluous fat, and reduces it where it exists by transforming the fat into strength-giving blood and muscle. It brings to your own tub the salts such as are found in the reducing bath springs of Europe, patronized by royalty, famous for centuries, endorsed by the medical profession, praised by those who have used it. Wash away your fat. Reduce it by a refreshing toning bath. Give Louisenbad reduction salt a fair trial. Price $1 per package, or 6 packages for $5. For sale at all first-class drugstores, or sent in plain sealed wrapper, express prepaid, on receipt of price by Carl Landshut, 127 Dickey Building, Chicago. Guild's Green Mountain, the tried and true asthma cure. Guaranteed under the Food and Drug Act, June 30, 1906, serial number 495. This unrivaled remedy is the result of many years' study and experience in the special treatment of diseases of the lungs and throat by Dr. J. H. Guild, graduate of New York Medical College and New York Chemical Laboratory, a practitioner in Bellevue and New York Charity Hospital, and a physician of recognized ability and distinguished eminence. This article has been the standard remedy for asthma for a quarter of a century. It has found its way on its own merits to every civilized country on the globe. The growing demand, its great popularity, and general use stamp it as absolutely the most successful and satisfactory remedy that has ever been placed on the market. No other preparation has met with such great and uniform success as a permanent cure of acute or chronic asthma, especially spasmodic asthma, hay fever, etc. Absolutely harmless, can be used by the most delicate with perfect safety, whether young or old, and never fails to give immediate relief and perfect satisfaction. Thousands of testimonials from all over the world are reciting the most marvelous cures. The remedy is handled by all leading wholesale drug houses. Ask your drug house for it. Large size $1, small size 25 cents. Dr. J. H. Guild, Rupert, Vermont. Carmichael's Grey Hair Restorer positively restores grey or faded hair to its natural colour. Is not a dye, but a restorative. Clear as water, absolutely harmless, odourless and clean. Contains no sulphur, lead, or nothing of a sticky or greasy nature. Besides restoring it to its natural shade, it renders it soft and fluffy. No matter how long your hair has been grey, faded, or bleached, Carmichael's Grey Hair Restorer will bring it back to its original colour. $1 per bottle, or 6 bottles for $5, money back guarantee. Carmichael's Quinine Hair Tonic makes the hair soft and fluffy, prevents the formation of dandruff and the falling out of the hair, invigorates the scalp, and stimulates the growth of the hair. This tonic, when used in conjunction with Carmichael's Grey Hair Restorer, simply works in a marvellous manner, not only removing dandruff and stopping the falling out of the hair, but in some way the combination of the two gives the hair a most beautiful, glossy tint, which everybody so much desires. Price 50 cents a bottle. Sorority Girl Toilet Requisites. Our purpose is to supply only the best and highest grade toilet preparations that can be made. These articles possess not only useful, but healthful properties, free from all deleterious and dangerous substances. Therefore, we can positively guarantee them. Sorority Girl Massage Cream, 25 and 50 cents. Sorority Girl Skin Tonic, 25 and 50 cents. Sorority Girl Vanishing Cream, 50 cents. Sorority Girl Hygienic Bath Oil, 50 cents. Sorority Girl Beauty Powder, 50 cents. Sorority Girl Rouge, paste and liquid, 25 cents. Sorority Girl Eyebrow Pencils, 10 cents. Sorority Girl Toilet Water, 50 cents and $1. Sorority Girl Non-Alcoholic Perfume, 75 cents. Sorority Girl Perfume per ounce, $1. Beware of imitations and so-called just as good preparations. Insist on having genuine Sorority Girl articles. R.A. Carmichael and Company, Detroit, Michigan. Without cost, we will prove to you that Young's Victoria Cream is a better cream for your complexion than you have ever used before, that there is simply nothing like it for keeping the skin in perfect condition. Being made from the sweetest absorbable oils, it is a perfect skin food. It is antiseptic and will remove pimples and eruptions. As a bleaching cream for freckles, tan and brown patches, there is nothing equal to it. All we ask of you is to try it. Please use the free coupon given in another part of this book. Young's Victoria Cream, powder and soap give the same good results that you get in a beauty parlour. Hundreds of parlours are using these goods in their work. Young's Victoria Cream, 25 and 50 cents per box. Powder, 35 cents per box. Soap, 15 cents per cake. Do try this splendid cream at our expense. Frederick H. Young and Company, Toledo, Ohio. Byrood's Sure Corn and Wart Cure stops the pain at once. Clean and easy. Not a plaster to slide all over your foot and make it sore. Not a greasy salve. No rags. Just paint it on. Price 15 cents. Byrood's Instant Relief stops pain and promptly cures sprains, bruises, toothache, neuralgia, sciatica, pleurisy, pains in back, pains in chest, swellings, frostbites, bronchitis, chilblains, croup, cramps, lumbago, stiff joints, rheumatism, tonsillitis, hoarseness, sore throat, boils, all inflammations, ulcerated teeth. Byrood's Instant Relief is the safest and most powerful external remedy made. Byrood's Instant Relief is absorbed so readily and quickly that it penetrates to the seat of pain and gives immediate relief. Instant Relief does not contain any cocaine, morphine or other opiates. Price 25 cents at all druggists. To break up a cold in 24 hours. Cure any cough that is curable. Get from the drugstore and mix together in a large bottle 2 ounces of glycerine, 8 ounces of pure whiskey, and 1/2 ounce of virgin oil of pine. Shake well and take a teaspoonful every 4 hours. It will quickly heal any irritation of the mucous surface in throat and bronchial organs. This formula was used and recommended for many years by the late Dr. W.A. Leach, who claimed it would break up a cold in 24 hours and cure any curable cough. The well-known healing properties of pine, in its action on the respiratory organs, are present in the genuine virgin oil of pine. This, combined with its absolute freedom from opiates and narcotic drugs of any description, makes it an invaluable remedy for the family medicine chest. In the case of young children, a drop of the pine on a little sugar provides a pleasant as well as effective remedy for coughs and colds. Oil of pine is also frequently used in this way by preachers and public speakers to relieve hoarseness and other affectations of the vocal organs. Its effect is almost instantaneous. The genuine virgin oil of pine is put up in 1/2 ounce vials for dispensing through druggists and prepared only in the laboratories of the Leach Chemical Company, Cincinnati, Ohio, who guarantee its freshness and purity. Is your stomach wrong? Suffer with constipation, sluggish liver, dyspepsia, feel bad all over? You need a course of Hollister's Rocky Mountain Tea. It neutralizes the stomach, cleanses the mucous membranes, assimilates the food you eat, thus giving you all the good there is in your meals, regulating the bowels perfectly. For dyspepsia, sour and distressed stomach, do not take large doses, but prepare every morning 1 full dose by pouring boiling water over a heaping teaspoonful of the mixture, and let it draw out the strength. Take of the tea so prepared 1/4 of this amount after each meal, and at bedtime. Try it. You will be surprised at the result after a week's treatment. An unfailing remedy for sick headaches, rheumatism, blood diseases, and all stomach, kidney, liver, and bowel derangements. Write us, Care Department C, for special advice to meet the requirements of your case. If not sold by your dealer, send us 35 cents for a large package, double the size of any 25-cent package. One package contains more health and life-giving principles than $5 worth of any other remedy. The Genuine, by Hollister Drug Company, Madison, Wisconsin. Stomach and liver trouble quickly cured. Mayer's wonderful stomach remedy is a positive remedy for all stomach, liver, and intestinal trouble, gastritis, indigestion, dyspepsia, pressure of gas around the heart, sour stomach, distress after eating, nervousness, dizziness, fainting spells, constipation, congested and torpid liver, yellow jaundice, sick headache, and gallstones. The above ailments are caused by the clogging of the intestinal tract with mucoid and catarrhal accretions, backing up poisonous fluids into the stomach, and otherwise deranging the digestive system. I want every sufferer of these diseases to test this wonderful treatment. You are not asked to take this treatment for a week or two before you will feel its great benefits. Only 1 dose is usually required. I say, emphatically, it's a positive, permanent remedy, and I will prove it to you if you will allow me to. The most eminent specialists declare that 75% of the people who suffer from stomach trouble are suffering from gallstones. I firmly believe that this remedy is the only one in the world that will cure this disease. Sufferers of stomach and liver troubles and gallstones should not hesitate a moment, but purchase this remedy at once. I would be pleased to send you the names of people who state they have been cured of various ailments, and speaking the highest praise of this medicine. Don't suffer with agonizing pains. Don't permit a dangerous surgical operation, which gives only temporary relief, when this medicine will permanently help you. You are not asked to take this treatment for a week or two before you feel its great benefits. 1 dose is all that is necessary to prove its wonderful powers to benefit. Absolutely harmless. Guaranteed by the Pure Food and Drug Act, serial number 25793. George H. Mayer, Manufacturing Chemist, Mayer Building, 154 to 156 Whiting Street, Chicago. For sale and recommended by Central Drug Store and others. Price $1 a bottle. Worth $100. Crown Headache Powders. A quick relief and a reliable remedy for sick headache, neuralgia, and nervous afflictions, headache caused by overeating or drinking, sudden change, or exposure, overwork or fatigue. An excellent remedy for a bad cold or la grippe. Directions: place 1 powder dry on the tongue and swallow with a draught of water, or if convenient, with warm tea or any other warm drink. Repeat in 20 minutes if necessary. For children in proportion to age. For a cold or la grippe, take 1 powder with 3 grains of quinine and a warm drink at bedtime. Trademark registered and guaranteed by the F.A. Weck Company under the Food and Drugs Act, June 30th, 1906, serial number 3101. These powders contain no morphine, opium, antipyrine, or chloral. Price: 10 cents a package of 4 powders, or 25 cents a box of 12 powders. If you are unable to obtain them from your druggist, send us the price in stamps, and we will forward them to you by return mail. The F.A. Weck Company, Manufacturing Pharmacists, 5210 Shattuck Avenue, Berkeley, California. Use in the privacy of your boudoir, and no one need know you are ever troubled with superfluous hair growths. You will find Mando for superfluous hair, not only a painless, inexpensive depilatory, but a harmless one as well, used successfully for 15 years. Don't experiment with dangerous depilatories. Any druggist will tell you that the market is now being flooded with preparations loudly claiming to permanently remove superfluous hair growths. Such depilatories often do more harm than good, leaving behind tiny scars or blemishes, or a telltale redness on the skin, ofttimes even injuring the delicate texture. Isn't it better and safer to buy a preparation like Mando that has been successfully used by thousands of women during the past 15 years, a depilatory of established reputation among druggists and department stores? Simply go to any of the Central Drug Company's stores and ask for convincing proof of Mando's power. A generous sample will be given free. Mando leaves no scars, blemishes, or red marks on the most delicate skin. If you would rather write us confidentially, do so. Josephine Lefebvre Company, Philadelphia. Worth its weight in gold, but it only costs a quarter. Dr. Jucket's compound salve is a boon and a blessing for all cuts, burns, bruises, sunburns, and sprains. It should always be on hand for emergencies. This wonderful curative salve is a specific for kidney disease, pleurisy, bronchitis, piles, sore back, and neuralgia. Its effect is immediate and soothing. Comes in compact form, sealed in foil, and always retains its strength. Full directions in each package. Price 25 cents at your druggist. End of section 40.
Section 41 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, March 2007. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienen, published in 1911. Section 41. Illustration, Image of packages. Noblesse toilet preparations, the highest possible standard of purity. Guaranteed by Noblesse Laboratories under the Pure Food and Drugs Act of June 30th, 1906. Serial number 21811. Skin food and form builder. Feeds the tissue, strengthens the muscles, and obliterates wrinkles. Price 50 cents. Natural blush rouge. Gives a natural tint to pale cheeks and lips. Price 25 cents. Natural blush rouge liquid. Gives natural tint to pale cheeks and lips. Price 25 cents. Noblesse cleansing cream, a substitute for soap and water, keeps the skin smooth, clear, and healthy. Price 50 cents. Noblesse cream bouquet is the best greaseless antiseptic liquid face cream obtainable. It is excellent in cases of sunburn tan, chafed and chapped skin. Also used by gentlemen of discretion after shaving. Price 25 cents. Noblesse fingernail powder gives a brilliant and lasting polish and preserves the nail. Price 25 cents. Noblesse tooth powder for cleansing and preserving the teeth and purifying the breath. Price 25 cents. Noblesse depilatory powder removes superfluous hair without pain or injury. Price $1. Noblesse delightful face powder is chemically pure and keeps the skin as smooth as satin. 3 shades: natural, brunette, and white. Price 50 cents. Skin whitener and flush worm eradicator cleanses the pores of blackheads, pimples, freckles, and moth patches, and bleaches the skin. Price 50 cents.
For sale and recommended by Central Drug Company, Detroit and Chicago. Congress Drug Company, Chicago. Ashland Drug Company, Chicago. Independent Drug Company, Chicago. Auditorium Pharmacy Company, Chicago. Standard Drug Company, Cleveland. Illustration: Image of stern-looking man. Crane's celebrated lotion for the hair and head removes dandruff and scurf, prevents the hair from falling out, promotes its growth, and cures scale heads. 50 cents and 75 cents per bottle. It is not a dye, will not discolor the hair. Made in Newark for the last 61 years. Use no other. Send us 10 cents for sample free. Ray S.G. Manufacturing Company, Manufacturers, 44 Wakeman Avenue, Newark, New Jersey. Albany Chemical Company, Manufacturing Chemists, Albany, New York. A full line of medicinal, photographic, and technical chemicals. Call for A.C. Company brand. Bryan's Great Asthma Remedy. A faithful trial will convince anyone of the true merit and worth of Bryan's Asthma Remedy. Professor P.J. Delara of Detroit, Michigan, says, I cannot speak too highly of Bryan's Asthma Remedy, which has been so beneficial to me. For over 30 years I have suffered with asthma, and have spent thousands of dollars for medicines from the best specialists in Europe and America, without any relief, and up to 3 months ago I had lost hope in any kind of treatment. Some reputable doctors told me I could never be cured. I then heard of Bryan's Asthma Remedy, and took on myself to try it. The result astonished me. After using 9 or 10 boxes, the disease abated and by degrees left me, and I am glad to say that I have no more of those severe spasmodic attacks, and consider myself permanently cured. Bryan's Asthma Remedy, 10, 25, and 50-cent metal boxes, made only by Bryan's Drug House, Rochester, New York. Strauss Brothers Company, established 1879. Distillers, importers. Telephone, Main 2892, and automatic 8892. 203 to 205 East Madison Street, Chicago. Illustration: Image of wine bottle. It is something worth knowing that Riker's antiseptic tooth powder cleanses without wearing, polishes without scratching, and keeps the mouth always in perfect condition. See coupon in the back part of this book, tear it out, and get a free sample. It will be worth the trouble. Also, ask to see other Riker requisites for the toilet. They will interest you. Illustration: Image of packages. The Samurai Perfume Company, Yokohama, New York. Importers and manufacturers. Perfumes, powders, creams, soaps, rouges, sachets, oriental odors exclusively. Coreopsis, sandalwood, orange blossom, cherry blossom, flowery kingdom, geisha, lotus, raja, mikado, delhia. Ask your dealer for a sample of Samurai Greaseless Massage Cream and Coreopsis Talcum, or write us, Department C. Save money by buying our 1-pound size can Coreopsis Talcum. Price 25 cents. Illustration: Image of packages. Wonderful Mission of the Internal Bath, by means of the J.B.L. Cascade. Have you read of the wonderful cures made by the internal bath? Do you know that it goes to the root of all disease, and eradicates the cause? Do you know that many of the greatest physicians in the world endorse and prescribe this treatment, and also that among its patrons are some of the most distinguished people in all parts of the world, as well as hosts of others from whom we have grateful letters, which we should be pleased to furnish to those interested upon application? Do you know that an occasional internal bath is a better preventative of illness and preserver of health than any other single means? Do you know that it makes beautiful complexions? Do you know that it cures constipation and prevents and cures appendicitis? The record of its benefits reads like a revelation to those hitherto unacquainted with it. It is used by means of the J.B.L. cascade, the only scientific appliance for this purpose, by hundreds of the best-known people in all parts of the world, by innumerable ministers, lawyers, and those persons whose intelligence gives unequivocal weight to their testimony. It is known that 7/10 of all disease arises from the retention of foreign matter in the human system; also that the greater part of this waste is held in the colon, which is nature's sewer, hence the flushing of this sewer removes the greatest cause of disease; while immeasurably the best treatment for constipation, indigestion, etc., there is scarcely any known disease for which the J.B.L. cascade may not be confidently prescribed. This hygienic, drugless treatment saves hundreds of dollars yearly in doctors' and druggists' bills. We want to send every reader of this publication, sick or well, a simple statement setting forth this treatment. It contains matter which must interest every thinking person. Write for our pamphlet, The What, the Why, the Way, which we will send free on application. Tyrrell's Hygienic Institute, Department 160B, 134 West 65th Street, New York City, USA. Illustration: Image of packages. The Old Reliable, Planten's trademark. C&C or black capsules. Remedy for men, at druggists, or trial box by mail, 50 cents. From Planten, 93 Henry Street, Brooklyn, New York. Beware of imitations. Rheumatism and gout, promptly relieved by the English remedy, Blair's Pills, safe and effective, 50 cents and $1. Druggists, or 93 Henry Street, Brooklyn, New York. Palmer's, New York, since 1847. Best perfumes made. Guaranteed to please the most fastidious. Solon Palmer, Perfumer, New York. For sale by Central Drug Company, Detroit and Chicago. Independent Drug Company, Chicago. Auditorium Pharmacy Company, Chicago. Congress Drug Company, Chicago. Ashland Drug Company, Chicago. Standard Drug Company, Cleveland. Zell, transparent toothbrushes, exchanged if bristles come out. As clear and lustrous as crystal glass, each bunch of bristle fastened with an expanding anchor cannot loosen, made in a variety of patterns. For sale at all toilet counters. Holton and Adams, Incorporated. Sole agents for the United States and Canada. 29 to 31 East 22nd Street, Success Magazine Building, New York City. Great bath invention. Hundreds of rubber fingers massage impurities out. Water flowing through washes impurities away. Knickerbocker spray brush. Purifies pores. Combines shower, shampoo, massage. You won't bathe in water full of body impurities after using a Knickerbocker spray brush. Slips over any faucet, bathes you in fresh flowing water, any temperature desired, without waiting for tub to fill. Gives shower, needle spray, and frictional bath. Saves time, labor, and water. Absolutely sanitary and self-cleaning. Ideal for scalp massage and shampoo for men and women. No home should be without one. Absolutely guaranteed for 1 year. Prices $3 to $5 according to size and style. Mail orders promptly attended to. Illustration: image of woman seeing her reflection in the bottom of a cooking pan. The housekeeper that wants to keep the pans and other kitchen articles bright and clean, the bathroom, tile floors, painted walls and woodwork, and then take all the stains from the hands, must use Skidoo soap, a creamy paste in sanitary cans for only 10 cents, sold everywhere, made only by the Yzell Goldstein Corporation, Columbus, Ohio. Dyspepsia cured free. The Grover Graham Dyspepsia Remedy is sold under a positive guarantee that it will cure dyspepsia, heartburn, gastritis, or any form of stomach disorder, no matter how chronic or severe. Let us send you the names and addresses of thousands who have been cured by our preparation, when all else had failed. The very first dose removes all distress, tones the weak stomach, prevents fermentation, and restores digestion. When digestion ceases, a slow form of starvation begins, and the vital organs, deprived of their substance, become debilitated. Good digestion is essential to health. Proper assimilation of nourishment means pure, rich blood, strong nerves, sound sleep, and makes life worth living. The most chronic cases of stomach disorder are immediately corrected by our remedy. The Grover Graham Dyspepsia Remedy is prepared from the McDermott formula, the greatest European specialist. It is sold under a guarantee to cure. Instant relief insured. In evidence of good faith, we will send, absolutely free of charge, to any dyspeptic who has not already used our remedy, sufficient of our preparation to demonstrate its truly wonderful and remarkable properties. Write Grover Graham Company, Newburgh, New York, for full particulars. Or purchase a trial-size bottle at the store where you procured Things Worth Knowing. Sponges. We are headquarters for sponges of every variety. Our buyer makes sponge buying a specialty, and the selections are most carefully made, so that our reputation for carrying the finest and largest assortment in this market is well known. Try our 40 and 60B. Genuine Mediterranean bath sponges, bleached. These goods, though not perfect shapes, are as strong and durable and just as fine quality as the most expensive grades. Great Western Champagne. Half the cost of imported. Absence of duty reduces its cost 50%. Of the 6 American champagnes exhibited, Great Western was the only one awarded the gold medal at Paris Exposition, 1900. Your grocer or dealer can supply you. Sold everywhere. Pleasant Valley Wine Company, Reims, New York. Oldest and largest champagne house in America. Iron de Croix, port wine. If you are sick or run down, or feel the need of a stimulant, it will pay you to exercise care when making your selection. You need something that is both a food and a tonic. What could be better than a pure wine? For 78 years, Iron de Croix port has been sought for this purpose. It is pure, nourishing, and distinctive in body and flavor, due to a special grape, the Oporto, of which it is made and of which we are exclusive growers. For sale by all leading druggists. Irondequoit Wine Company, Rochester, New York. Arend Atomic, Kumis, is a perfect food for consumptives, invalids, and convalescents, retained by the most delicate stomach. Avoid all imitations. Telephone and mail orders promptly filled. A. Arend Drug Company, G. H. Atomic, Manager. Phone, Main 3506, 5th Avenue and Madison Street, Chicago. To be had where you got this book. The 20th Century Wonder, Roachine, Pack Chemical Company, Incorporated, Waukegan, Illinois. Kills roaches and water bugs. A pleasant odored powder, not a food, not a poison, not a liquid, not a paste, not a cure-all. Sold on its merits. You will be a booster if you try it. Your druggist has it. Pack Chemical Company, Incorporated, Chicago and Waukegan, Illinois. Our goods guaranteed by us under the Food and Drugs Act of June 30th, 1906. Serial number 27905. Illustration: Image of woman admiring her own hair. Why not have beautiful hair? If Mother Nature has failed to do her duty by you, it's quite easy to take matters into your own hands. Empress Instantaneous Hair Color Restorer will change your faded or gray hair to any shade desired. No after washing. Just one single application with the Empress, that's all. Fully guaranteed under the Pure Food and Drug Act. 10 different shades. Empress Shampoo Soap, a combination of best vegetable oils, cochin, and coconut oil, makes best shampoo imaginable. Is the most thorough scalp cleaner, relieves scalp irritation, and leaves hair bright, soft, fluffy, and easy to make up. For sale where you got this book. Soft Spots, pneumatic cushions, are simply what the name implies, soft spots of light, new air-pumping pneumatic rubber attached to a shapely leather inner sole scientifically made to conform to all pressures of the foot. The hermetically sealed globules are air chambers and act as pneumatic cushions to the entire body, taking up the jar when walking, the weight of the body when standing, giving infinite relief to the entire nervous system. Worn inside the shoe, leather side up. Positively prevent and cure nervous headaches, flat feet and fallen insteps, calluses and foot troubles. If your dealer cannot supply you, we will on receipt of price and size of shoe. Arch cushions, $1 per pair. Heel cushions, 25 cents per pair. International Specialty Company, 509 Sansome Street, San Francisco, California. End of section 41. Section 42 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, March 2007. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienen, published in 1911. Section 42. 20 Mule Team Borax in packages. Nature's great cleansing agent, destroys the dirt and saves your clothes by not attacking the fabric or its colors, and is therefore economical. Not to be confounded with washing powders or so-called borax powders, most of which contain no borax, but are heavily adulterated with soda, a strong alkali which rots, ruins, and shrinks the clothes. Don't fail to ask your dealer for our valuable booklet, The Magic Crystal. Illustration: images of women hanging out laundry. You will appreciate the delightful flavors and high quality of Blue Ribbon gum, made in 6 flavors: licorice, cinnamon, pepsin, spearmint, mint, blood orange. Made by Blue Ribbon Gum Company, 903 Wrightwood Avenue, Chicago. Illustration: image of package. Immediate relief for pain and congestion. An ointment containing mustard, menthol, and other curative remedies which act quickly and powerfully. For coughs, colds in chest, pneumonia, asthma, bronchitis, croup, sprains. For rheumatism, pleurisy, headache, neuralgia, chilblains, sore muscles, stiff joints, lame back. Wherever there is inflammation, pain, or congestion, better than a mustard plaster, will not blister. 25 cents and 50 cents a jar at all druggists. The Musterol Company, Cleveland, Ohio. Astyptodyne, a natural remedy from nature's healing pine. Antiseptic, styptic, anodyne. Heals all kinds of sores, wounds, and cuts. Relieves pain, toothache, neuralgia, rheumatism. A splendid remedy for colds, sore throat, and bronchial affections. Astyptodyne healing oil. Astyptodyne cough remedy. Astyptodyne trochee. Astyptodyne croup and pneumonia salve. These and others are prepared by Astyptodyne Chemical Company, Wilmington, North Carolina. Booklet mailed on application. A noted physician of much learning worked 12 years to get the Orangine formula just right. To relieve pain, he knew he must reach the cause. Orangine does this better than strong drugs. Each dose is a 5-grain powder combining 7 well-known remedies in perfect balance to relieve headache, neuralgia, colds, grip, fatigue. A remedy for general household use, full formula on every package. This store has supplied Orangine powders for years, with excellent results. The 2 creams every woman needs. Plexo. Greaseless cream. A superb toilet cream of delicate fragrance made from the purest ingredients. Imparts the velvety softness so much desired by the well-groomed woman of today. Indispensable to motorists, golfers, and bathers. Protects against the sun and wind. Apply before going outdoors and massage until it vanishes. Cleansing cream will positively remove all impurities. Will impart a fresh complexion to all women striving to retain a fair skin. Plexo Cleansing Cream is absolutely pure and wholesome, having no irritating qualities. Exposure usually plays havoc with a delicate complexion, but the application of Plexo Cleansing Cream will keep a most sensitive skin in excellent condition. Try these 2 creams. They are exactly what you need for keeping your skin smooth, soft, and clear. Can be had at all the Central Drug Company's stores. Piso's Remedy, the best cough and cold medicine. 46 years on the market. A copy of Piso's Nursery Rhymes will be mailed free to any applicant. Address: The Piso Company, Warren, Pennsylvania. Illustration: Image of Mother Goose next to sign Piso's Nursery Rhymes. Illustration: Image of package. For half a century, Coe's Cough Balsam has been the leading remedy for whooping cough, croup, coughs, colds, asthma, and all throat and lung diseases. It is the best and cheapest cough remedy in the world, and will break up a cough quicker than anything else. Try it. Illustration: Image of package. Hedgemans Camphor Ice, with glycerin for chapped hands and face, sore lips, cold sores, sunburn, chilblains, etc. Hedgemans Camphor Ice is the original and oldest preparation of the kind in the world. All others are simply imitations. Manufactured by the C.G. Clark Company, New Haven, Connecticut. Illustration: Image of package. Daisy Fly Killer. The Daisy Fly Killer is a tightly sealed ornamental metal box provided with 5 holes into which are secured felt wicks, and contains fly-killing material. When filled with water and the cork replaced and is thoroughly shaken, keeping it level, the fly-killing material inside mixes with the water and is absorbed through the wicks, which become moist and sweet from the inside contents. The flies, being attracted by the moisture and sweetness in the wicks, will get a taste of it, and will soon die. The fly-killing material inside is sufficient to last through the season, for when the water evaporates, there is enough of the fly-killing material inside to stand many fillings with water, and prove effectual as a fly-killer. After several fillings, it is better to sweeten the water with a teaspoonful of sugar before putting it in the daisy. Daisy Fly Killer placed anywhere attracts and kills all flies. Neat, clean, ornamental, convenient, cheap. Lasts all season. Made of metal, cannot spill or tip over, will not spoil or injure anything. Guaranteed effective. Harold Summers, Manufacturer, 150 DeKalb Avenue, Brooklyn, New York. Most powerful purgative water known, 1/4 the quantity required by others. Absolutely harmless, as it contains almost exclusively sulphate of soda. No repulsive smell nor bitter taste. Villacabras, not followed by constipation. No gripes, no pains. Can be taken indefinitely as a laxative without ill effects. Invaluable in long-standing cases of stubborn constipation. Infants and adults. Henry E. Gourd, 35 South William Street, New York. Are you sore? Sore head, sore nose, sore throat? Sore lips, sore face, sore chest? Sore muscles, sore back, neuralgia? Colds in the head? Catarrh, fever blisters? Sore joints, sore feet? Frostbites, soft corns? Muscular rheumatism? Burns, cuts, sprains, bruises? Swellings and inflammations? Use Paracamp. First aid to the injured. It cools, it soothes, it cures. Unequaled for use after shaving. Satisfaction guaranteed or money refunded. 25 cents, 50 cents, and $1 bottles. All druggists. Illustration: image of man with head bandaged, reading a newspaper. Hair on the face, arms, or neck can be easily removed, quickly and without pain or irritating the skin. Delatone does the work best of all hair removers. For sale at all drugstores. Trademark: Celery Vess, granular effervescent. Sold at your druggist's 10 cents, 25 cents, 50 cents, and $1. For headache, neuralgia, sweetens the stomach, braces the nerves, clears the brain, pleasant as cream soda, speedy, efficient, harmless. Century Chemical Company, Indianapolis, Indiana. Address Department TWK, 1911. The proof of the pudding is in the eating, and we want you to test Celery Vess for yourself. So when sending your own address, if you will send the addresses of a dozen friends who suffer of headaches or bad stomachs, we will send you by mail a quarter package of Celery Vess free of charge. Write now. The standard self-shining shoe polish. Cirage Francais, or French dressing, for ladies' and children's, boots and shoes, trunks, harness, carriage tops, etc. Manufactured by B.F. Brown, Boston, Massachusetts. Illustration: image of package. Illustration: image of package. Trademark Regulation U.S. Patent Office, Alita Hair Tonic, for the cure of dandruff. Many who have tried for 5 and 10 years, and have spent hundreds of dollars for a cure without effect, have had the most pleasing results of a short time from the use of Alita. Hard crusts and scales, as well as the most simple cases of dandruff, yield to the applications of this remedy. Itching scalps and eczematic troubles are effectually treated. One of our most prominent physicians made this remark: "It is the first time for me to have any satisfaction from a dandruff cure." Alita is applied but once a week. It is as clean as water upon the head. It contains no oils or other substance to gum the hair or to make it sticky. It does the work. Hair grows faster and looks better when the scalp is clean and healthy, and there is no remedy which brings these good conditions so readily and perfectly as the Alita Hair Tonic. Alita Chemical Company, Des Moines, Iowa. Gowans Preparation, King of Externals. Prescribed by ethical physicians and recommended by druggists as being the best preparation on the market for all kinds of inflammation and congestion. Pneumonia, croup, colds, pleurisy, and any and all ailments where inflammation appears, Gowans subdues and conquers it. Gowans is absorbent and antiseptic. It acts quickly, and with a bottle of Gowans preparation in the home, you feel absolutely secure. In the fall, in the winter, in the spring, you know that croup and pneumonia come. They must be combated at once, and with a bottle of Gowans preparation you are master of the situation. Buy today. Could not say half enough. Anything we might say would not be half enough in behalf of the wonderful results our patrons have derived from the use of Gowans preparation. The proof of its efficacy being in the greatly increased sales, starting by buying a quarter of a dozen, the demand has been so great we now purchase the $100 quantity several times a year. Traigle Drug Company, July 16, 1910, Richmond, Virginia. An excellent remedy, Claremont, North Carolina. Gowan Medical Company, Durham, North Carolina. Gentlemen, I have used Gowans preparation in pneumonia, and find it an excellent remedy. It acts promptly and surely. I recommend its use in cases of inflammation of any kind. D. M. Moser, M.D. All druggists, $1, 50 cents, 25 cents. Take no substitute. There is nothing just as good. Beware of imitations. Buy Gowans. Gowan Medical Company, Durham, North Carolina. Chicago, Illinois. Illustration: photograph of child painting hat. Jetum and Cleansum. Jetum dyes straw hats, all kinds of wood, metal, and leather goods. Cleansum cleans white straw hats. Jetum in black, blue, brown, green, red, and gray will dye your old or rusty hat and make it look like new. Jetum black will dye tan and white kid shoes, pocketbooks, belts, and all leather goods, also anything in wood or metal, such as picture frames, furniture of all kinds, brass or iron fixtures. In fact, anything you want black, use Jetum. A child can do it. The Jetum Company, Chicago. You'll try it, won't you? Illustration: image of hand holding package. Allen's Cough Balsam, for hoarseness, coughs, and throat irritations, has the endorsement of all who have used it for coughs and colds. A trifling, seemingly insignificant cough, if neglected, works down the throat to the bronchial tubes, and finally to the lungs, and unless checked, may result seriously. At the first sign of a cough, take Allen's Cough Balsam. Bronchitis. Barking, backing, rasping, and irritating the throat are the constant accompaniments of this disease. Don't delay a minute when you have this ailment. A few doses of Allen's Cough Balsam will usually bring relief and frequently break it up. Sore throat, quinsy, tonsillitis. These troubles are confined to the throat and breathing tubes, and should be cured at once, or more serious ailments develop. Allen's Cough Balsam is prepared for just such cases, and has been used for over 50 years. Its good effects can be noticed at once. Allen's Cough Balsam contains no opium in any form, perfectly harmless, large, medium, and trial size bottles, all dealers. Image of camel carrying cases labeled Painkiller. Painkiller is transported to all corners of the earth, because nothing as good can be found to relieve cramps, colic, diarrhea, and similar bowel complaints. Also, it quickly reduces the swelling caused by bruises, and promptly drives the pain away. Saves much suffering and many a doctor's bill. Read this tribute. R.H. Moore, Franklin, Kentucky, writes: I have been selling Perry Davis Painkiller for 37 years, and have often wondered at the steady sale with so little advertising for same. This I consider as strong evidence that the remedy has merit, and in fact I feel assured that I sell but few remedies that would stand this test. Of all dealers in medicine, 25 cents, 35 cents, and 50-cent bottles. Beware of substitutes and imitations. There's only one painkiller, Perry Davis. Most widely known and endorsed by eminent specialists. Buffalo Lithia Springs Water. Guaranteed under the Food and Drug Act, June 30th, 1906. Serial number 15055. It is a natural spring water, bottled at the springs under directions of a competent bacteriologist. corrects all disorders of the kidneys and bladder, eliminates any excess of uric acid in the system, especially effective in the treatment of Bright's disease, albuminuria, gout, rheumatism, pyelitis, cystitis, gravel, etc. Sold by leading druggists and mineral water dealers everywhere. Buffalo Lithia Springs Water Company, Buffalo Lithia Springs, Virginia. Turn the gray hair back, bring the lost hair back. Illustration, image of package. DuPont's Hair Restorative, the ideal hair preparation, restores gray hair to its natural color by giving health and activity to the glands which supply the coloring pigment from the blood to the hair. It brings back lost hair by giving life and vigor to the torpid or paralyzed scalp nerves. It is not a dye, does not stain the skin or scalp. 1 bottle will prove its worth. Sold by all druggists. Price $1. Manufactured by Kelly and Neffler, Chicago. Drink Rex Bitters for constipation. Don't forget Careth, the only perfect cleaner, for white kid, silks, satins, velvets, chiffons, feathers, furs. Cleans without injury, removes grease, grime, pitch, tar, paint. A household necessary. Ask for the little jug. 10 cents, 25 cents, 50 cents. End of section 42.
Section 43 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens. Section 43. Advertisements continued. Guaranteed by the manufacturer under the Food and Drugs Act, Serial number 1177. Lauber's Femiform Cones, Physician's Prescription, Woman's Greatest Remedy, Soothing and Healing. Illustration, image of package. Illustration text, Lauber's Femiform Cones, Germicide, Antiseptic, Astringent Cones, Non-Irritating, Soothing, Healing Cones, Femiform Cones, always reliable. Trademark, Lauber and Lauber Company, Chicago, Illinois, USA. Preventive of disease. Non-irritating germicide, antiseptic, and astringent cones most useful remedy for all forms of womb complaints. Sold only in boxes, $1 per box at drugstores or direct from the manufacturers by mail. Made by Lauber and Lauber Company, Chicago, Illinois, USA. Anyone can enjoy this delightful Turkish bath at home. Cost 2 cents. Surface bathing is insufficient. The Turkish bath is the only effective method of purifying the pores. The Robinson makes all simple, delightful, and economical. Here's the rejuvenation cabinet for every home. Here's the producer and preserver of clear, clean skin, good spirits, great physical exuberance that puts a sharper edge on the enjoyment of living. The Robinson thermal bath cabinet is wonderfully simple. A bath in it costs only 2 cents and takes only 15 minutes. How much better this is than having to go to some hotel or public Turkish baths and pay out a lot of money for something not a whit better and not 1/10 as convenient. Have it in your own home and use it every time you feel like it. It will keep you from going stale. It will make you bright and carefree. The great physical luxury it affords will be a constant delight to you. Read below how you can get our great $2 book free. It tells everything. Look out for substitutes. Make sure you get the Robinson. It's the original thermal bath cabinet. It is made under the direction of Professor Charles M. Robinson, the originator of thermal bath cabinets. It is the one having the 4-curtain top, enabling you to heat up the cabinet before entering, and to use the cabinet as a cooling room before leaving by dropping the curtains one at a time. Transcriber's note: the 2 remaining paragraphs are missing. Illustration: image of a woman in bathrobe near product, a metal frame with a cloth cover and a small heater under a chair. You can depend on Digesto because it is the best malt extract on the market, only the choicest materials being used in its manufacture, making a highly concentrated liquid food. Physicians recommend Digesto because of its remedial value to the convalescent, tired housewife, anemic women, and people in a general run-down condition. Digesto builds wasted tissues, makes rich red blood, and aids digestion. For the nursing mother it is nigh indispensable as an aid to nature in supplying food for 2. Transcriber's note: the remaining text on the page is missing. Illustration: photograph of a woman. Helen Marlowe's Blush of Roses. Helen Marlowe's Blush of Roses is a scientifically prepared liquid rouge so perfectly natural in effect that its use defies detection on the closest scrutiny. It is easily applied. A delicate tint is obtained by one light application, a deeper tint by more than one. Unlike the majority of rouges now before the public, it does not give that blotched appearance to the face. Blush of Roses is an absolutely waterproof rouge. Surf bathing will not remove it. It remains a soft, beautiful pink until it is washed off with pure soap and water. Blush of Roses is not removed by perspiration. Blush of Roses is guaranteed to be perfectly harmless. Blush of Roses is used and highly recommended by the most refined ladies in private and public life. Prepared only by Helen Marlowe Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Sold by the Central Drug Company, Independent Drug Company, Auditorium Pharmacy Company, Ashland Drug Company, Congress Drug Company of Chicago, Illinois, all stores of Central Drug Company, Detroit, Michigan, and Standard Drug Company, Cleveland, Ohio. Dr. Martell's Female Pills. 18 years the standard. A scientifically prepared remedy for disturbances of the menstrual functions, sold only through the medical and drug profession, for medical purposes only. A few remarks of importance to womankind. Dr. Martell's Female Pills is a preparation of unequaled excellence, which acts as a positive tonic on the female reproductive organs, and imparts to them the proper functional action nature demands in normal, healthy women, without untoward action. Dr. Martell's Female Pills possess only virtues of the highest possible value. It reestablishes the proper action of the generative organs by restoring their vitality, and not by merely stimulating them excessively and temporarily, as do so many other agents of this class. In the treatment of all disturbances of the menstrual functions arising from debility, anemia, or nervousness, Dr. Martell's Female Pills are of unsurpassed value. This preparation is a uterine and ovarian sedative, and is of special service in treating congestive and inflammatory conditions of these organs which are accompanied with unusual pain. Amenorrhea. When the menstrual flow is scanty or suppressed, as a result of sudden exposure to cold, worry, fright, grief, or other violent mental shocks. Menorrhagia. Profuse menstruation is at once relieved by Dr. Martell's pills. The preparation instantly restores vigor to the uterus, which has been lost through the excessive flow of blood. It is advisable to begin the use of the preparation a few days in advance of the flow, in those cases which are disposed to menstruate profusely at each visitation. Menopause. The nervous and mental disturbances which frequently precede and succeed the final cessation of ovulation and menstruation respond readily to the antispasmodic and tranquilizing action of Dr. Martell's pills. Where hysteria, melancholia, moroseness, and despondency are conspicuous factors, the preparation can be used to great advantage. The improvement in the mental state of the patient after the administration of this product is always durable and pronounced. Dysmenorrhea. In the treatment of congestive, neuralgic, mechanical, or membranous types of dysmenorrhea, the action of Dr. Martel's pills is particularly gratifying. This preparation is of particular value in the treatment of menstrual irregularities from any cause, as above stated, which fail to respond to other and ordinary medical remedies. It is a well-known and scientifically proven fact that all women are not constitutionally or temperamentally alike. Where some respond readily to one mode of treatment, others do not. For this reason we have prepared a preparation designed for such instances. This remedy is Dr. Martel's Special Female Pills. $5 box. Sold by all druggists. Nervous, suffer from indigestion, irregular kidneys, bowel trouble, appendicitis, gallstones? Here is relief. When your head aches, when your breath is bad, when your bowels or kidneys are irregular, when your appetite fails or the twinges of indigestion make you regret each meal, when your nervous system has gone to pieces, then is your stomach sending its wireless message for help. The trouble may be in the stomach itself, indigestion, dyspepsia, and their nightmare evils. The intestinal tract may be deranged, or the liver clogged, or it may be gallstones. Your case may not have reached the gallstone stage. It may be of a different nature, threatened appendicitis, for example. In any case, whether it be bad stomach, torpid liver, or weakened and inflamed bowels, the answer to that wireless should be Frutola and Traxo. These are two remarkable preparations used in combination, which for the past 20 years and more have released thousands from the pangs of dyspepsia, and have saved as many from operations for gallstones and appendicitis. Frutola cleanses, lubricates, and soothes all the channels of the digestive system without the least pain, griping, or resulting weakness. It is nutritive in effect. It revives the appetite, clears the way for perfect digestion and thorough assimilation, allows nature to make pure blood, firm flesh, strong muscles, healthy tissue, and store up vital energy. A whole bottle of Frutola is to be taken at once, this to be followed by small doses of Traxo to complete the strengthening and toning effect on the stomach, to ensure regular, natural action of bowels and kidneys, and to give permanence to all the benefits of the treatment. The gentle action of Traxo on the kidneys removes waste, and by keeping the liver active, it frees the general circulation of bile. It clears the eye and complexion, and brings the glow of health to the cheeks. Pinus, the great rheumatism remedy, has saved thousands of sufferers after long years of agonizing attacks. Joints swollen and misshapen by inflammatory rheumatism, nerves and muscles overpowered by the intense misery of chronic rheumatism and sciatica, have been restored to health and strength. Pain and swelling banished by the marvelous properties of Pinus, a product of California's wonderful soil and sun. Frutola, Traxo, and Pinus are guaranteed under the Pure Food and Drugs Act. They are entirely vegetable, and there is not a single ingredient that can harm the most sensitive system when taken as directed. They are made from the natural products of California, the land of health and sunshine. Stop your suffering and suspense at once. Get the most wonderful remedies from your druggist today. If he doesn't have them, he can get them for you promptly. Every wholesale druggist keeps them. Get our booklet anyway and read the living testimony. If not at your druggist's, write us. Pinus Medicine Company, Los Angeles, California. Obesity Kavek Tablets. A reducing tonic. Successful, harmless, and positive when directions are followed. The way to do. There are just 3 ways of reducing fat: starvation, exercise, and medical treatment. Anyone can reduce by starvation methods. Let him eat nothing for 3 weeks, and the fat will drop from his bones, but the after effects are bad. debilitated-looking wrinkles. Use Gavek tablets. Eat most anything. Keep young by not taking on flesh. That makes one look old and flabby. Gavek tablets are harmless, a reducing tonic to the system. Give them a fair trial. Beware of imitations. Do not diet. Gavek Company, Chicago. 4611 Kenmore Avenue. Price $1. Coupon for free samples. Present this coupon at any drugstore named on the back hereof and receive absolutely free a sample cake of Stifles Superlative Boracic Acid Shampoo Soap, one of a great many varieties of Stifles medicinal soaps which have for more than a quarter of a century been the standby of physicians everywhere. Name, city, state, address. Free coupon. This coupon is worth 25 cents. When signed, will entitle the holder to one trial box of Young's Victoria Cream at any drugstore named on the back. The coupon and 25 cents in cash for one large box of cream, or the coupon and 10 cents for a box of Victoria powder. Name, address. Must be written plainly. Transcriber's note: these addresses are on the back of the 2 coupons on the previous page. The Central Drug Company, 32 North State Street, Chicago. Independent Drug Company, 203 State Street, Chicago. Auditorium Pharmacy Company, 320 Wabash Avenue, Chicago. Ashland Drug Company, Clark and Randolph Streets, Chicago. Congress Drug Company, Wabash Avenue and Van Buren Street, Chicago. The Central Drug Company, 219 Woodward Avenue, Detroit. The Central Drug Company, 89 Woodward Avenue, Detroit. The Central Drug Company, 153 Grand River Avenue, Detroit. The Standard Drug Company, 10 stores, Cleveland. Illustration, image of package. J. A. Pizzoni's Complexion Powder, a luxurious toilet necessity, producing a smooth, velvety complexion. Its impalpable fineness and softness makes Pizzoni's cooling, refreshing, and beautifying to the most delicate skin. Things worth knowing about Pizzoni's, they are merits all its own. The only powder put up in a wooden box which retains all the delicate perfume and medication until entirely used up. Perfumed with genuine Tyroline rose geranium. On the market since 1874. A powder whose flesh color is an exact imitation of the skin. The only powder which really clings and won't rub off. Our special pink, a powder that is not a rouge. End of section 43, and end of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienens.